Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the 8th part of What If Vigilante Deku Was Adopted by Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Where are you going? The seats for 1C are this way, Todoroki said as Izuku started to turn down an opposing hallway. I did not really get along well with that C-class, so I have found somewhere else to sit. Todoroki seeked his head to the side in question. You are stuttering again, the boy said. Izuku flushed. Yeah, that happens, he murmured back sheepishly. You're welcome to come to the one stands, Todoroki said, changing the topic back to the original query. No. It's okay. I'll just sit in the spot IFF found. Todoroki hesitated a moment, but then nodded, and the two went their separate ways. By the time Izuku made it back to the spot that Aizawa-sensei had shown him, the introductions were ending. Just as he sat, the whistle blew. Before you say a F-seeking word, Bakugo spat out while Yamada-sensei introduced the two of them. I'm not like that city quirkless nerd or Aizawa. I ain't going easy on you, Mind CK. The whistle sounded. Mind CK? Is that my new nickname? Instead of responding, Bakugo darted forward. Shinsu barely dodged the hand that was aimed for his face, an explosion going off and making his right ear ring. The explosion had thrown him off balance, a fact in which Bakugo took full advantage of. The explosive blonde grabbed Shinsu's arm, spinning him back towards his other hand and sending an explosion straight to Shinsu's back. A choked cry escaped the violet-haired boy's mouth as he was thrown forward by the force. Diamen, that really hurts, you know? Bakugo stared at him, moving a hand up as if to tell Shinsu to stand. So you figured out my quirk? Maybe you aren't as stupid as I thought. Shinsu taunted, trying to get a rise from the boy. Bakugo only narrowed his eyes, charging once more. Shinsu dodged this attack completely, throwing the blonde away and towards the edge of the ring. When Bakugo raised his head after steadying himself, a wide grin showed on his face. The look sent chills down Shinsu's back. Bakugo raced forward and Shinsu prepared to dodge again, only to be surprised when Bakugo used his explosion to fly through the air, landing behind the violet-eyed boy. Another hit connected with Shinsu's back, once more sending him flying forward. FCK, Shinsu coughed when he landed. The boy turned, attempting to get up, only to have Bakugo on top of him, aiming yet another explosion towards his face. Shinsu redirected his hand and struggled with the boy, somehow ending up on top, pinning the explosive blonde on his stomach. Maybe the audience was right. Shinsu gasped as he struggled to maintain his hold on the blonde. They call me a villain because of my quirk. But you are the one with the potential, aren't you? Bakugo clamped his lips shut, obviously struggling to keep his thoughts to himself as he bucked. Unfortunately, it didn't take much to throw Shinsu off of him. Shinsu rarely got to practice his pins when training with Izuku, and thus could not hold the much more powerful boy. Both teens stood and squared off once more. Shinsu moved first this time, attempting to drive the boy back. Only 5 steps and Bakugo would be out of the ring. 5 steps. Shinsu didn't even make it to Bakugo. The blonde had raised a hand, supporting it with his other. Shinsu didn't remember anything but the bright light that followed. The explosion shook the stands. Shinsu's limp body flew back from the force, rolling into the fall, almost reaching the other side of the ring. The stands went completely quiet, including Yamada, who sat to his side. Aizawa stood upright immediately, peering down at the smoke-covered field. That explosion was unnecessarily large for Shinsu. It wasn't as if the boy had anything to counter it with, unlike Todoroki or Tokoyami, and Shinsu had taken it head-on. When the smoke cleared some, the limp form of Shinsu was revealed, unmoving. Midnight ran up to the boy, checking for a pulse and sending the all-clear signal. Not dead, just unconscious. The woman tapped her calm, informing the stands of Bakugo's win. The blonde boy seemed to seethe with rage at her words. Aizawa exited the booth at the look on the boy's face. The hell? Get up, Mind CK. Bakugo called out to the limp boy. This couldn't be it. That had been too F-seeking easy. No way was this the final round. No way was this kid so weak to make it this far. You can't be that F-seeking easy to beat, Bakugo said as he stepped towards the limp form. Midnight held up her hand to him. He is unconscious, Bakugo. Please make your way to the resting room until the award ceremony. Bakugo swelled with rage. Sit, he screamed, walking forward another step. I said to get your mother F-seeking butt up, he screamed at Shinsu. The boy on the ground didn't stir. Bakugo paused, waiting. When nothing happened, he saw red. It wasn't fair. This F-seeking kid, he was nothing. Just a weakling in the grand scheme. Deku would have given more of a fight. Deku would have done better. But he had to go and F-seeking give up. He let this pitiful nobody take his place. No. This was unacceptable. He would force Mind CK to fight. He would make sure to get a satisfying win. Even that Uraraka girl had been more challenging. Get up, or I'll F-seeking kill you. Bakugo ground out through his teeth, taking another step forward. I said, back off, Bakugo. Midnight said, standing from her spot by Shinsu's side. Bakugo ignored her. After a moment, Bakugo sprinted forward. A large, cement wall blocked him in an instant. But Bakugo didn't care. He easily blew a hole in the DMN thing and hopped through. Just as he reached the limp body of his opponent, gray bandages wrapped around him, preventing any movement. FCK, wake up! Bakugo screamed as he fell to his knees thanks to Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon. The boy still didn't stir. You can't have been that weak. There's no way. I shouldn't even be fighting you. Let me go. Bakugo shouted angrily as the scarf tightened. I should be fighting Deku, not you, FCK, Bakugo called again. But then the world became hazy. His eyes drooped. The world spun for a moment, and Bakugo was left in darkness as sleep overcame him. The award ceremony was certainly interesting, to say the least. Bakugo had still been violent when he woke from Kayama's quirk, refusing to willingly accept the first place award and demanding to fight a stronger opponent. In the end, the explosive blonde had been handcuffed, muzzled, and bound to the winner's circle. Extreme unease entered Aizawa's stomach upon seeing the boy bound. What if that had been Izuku acting up? Would the protocol have been the same? Who had come up with this idea in the first place? We should come up with a better way of handling our more difficult students, Aizawa whispered. Yamada, who had also looked unnerved, nodded. Never had a student outright refused an award. Then again, never had Yua seen as prideful a student as Bakugo Katsuki, at least not in Aizawa's time. All three recipients looked positively glum as they received their awards. Todoroki barely looked up from the ground as he accepted third place. Ida should have been on the podium as well, but had been called away for a family emergency. Shinsu was frowning, his tired eyes searching the students as All Might placed the medal around his neck. Aizawa had been informed that the boy had almost refused to attend the ceremony as well, but ultimately got on the podium after witnessing Bakugo's treatment. Great. Forcing kids to do things they didn't want to do through fear tactics. This really needed to be rethought. Bakugo didn't even allow All Might to place the medal around his neck. At least the man had unmuzzled the boy. Bakugo was cursing up a storm that much was obvious, even though Aizawa couldn't hear it from his spot in the commentator's booth. Shinsu shifted on his podium, seeming to speak to the explosive boy beside him. Next thing Aizawa knew, Bakugo had stilled. Aizawa sighed, activating his quirk. Bakugo was being incredibly obnoxious. Shinsu agreed that he shouldn't have gotten second place, but Bakugo was really digging into him. This mother F-seeker ain't nothing. This win is pointless if my opponent didn't earn their place. On and on the blonde ranted. Shinsu looked out over the swarm of students, most of whom looked miffed by the first place winner. Eventually, he found the person he was searching for. Izuku was standing at the back of the 1C line, looking at the ground nervously. When he looked up and met Shinsu's eyes, the violet-haired boy made sure to give his best glare. Izuku jumped at the look, hands moving to fiddle with his wrists. FCK. I demand a rematch, Bakugo shouted. Hey, Bakugo, Shinsu asked, ensuring to make the question clear in his tone. What? The boy demanded before finally quieting down. Shinsu sighed in relief at the silence, along with many of the students in the crowd. Then, a strange feeling came over him. like a door closing in his mind. And Bakugo was screaming again. You BSTRD. How dare you use your quirk on me? I'll FC King kill you. Bakugo raged. Shinsu looked around, confused, before Kayame-sensei walked up. You may all take your leave, the woman said. And Shinsu, Aizawa asks that you not use your quirk on other students outside of battle, lest you want another detention. Ah, it was Aizawa-sensei. That made sense now. Izuku had never seen Shinsu so willingly use his quirk before. It was almost pleasing to see the boy so comfortable. Perhaps he felt okay since he had been using it all day. Or perhaps he was just angry enough not to care. Most likely the latter if the glare he had sent towards Izuku was any indication. Izuku itched to go to his room now that the festival was over. The sun was setting, and he was exhausted from the day's events. However, he had promised the violet-haired boy after school on Friday that he would meet him after the conclusion of the festival. Izuku didn't really think that Shinsu would show up. But he wasn't going to go back on his word, if there was even the slightest chance that Shinsu did make an appearance. It was good that Izuku had, as the boy in question slowly walked up to him. They were in one of the back halls, leading towards the school entrance from an underground tunnel. Hi. Izuku managed to squeak. Shinsu only glared back. The green-eyed boy focused strong not to scratch or pull at his hair, while he waited in silence. After a solid 5 minutes, Shinsu finally spoke. Is the school still open? Izuku jolted at the question. I think so. Follow me. And with that, the boy turned in the school's direction. The two ended up in their normal gym. The one where they had trained for over a month. Fight me, Shinsu said, setting his stuff on the ground. What? Fight? Me, Shinsu said. For real. Izuku shifted. I did fight you for real. I didn't go easy on you. I pinned you. I just didn't wait the whole 30 seconds. Izuku said, reminding the boy. Then pin me the whole time. This time, I want you to fight me. Shinsu said again. What the hell was he thinking? It's late. There aren't any teachers. Exactly, Shinsu said, anger filling his tone. Now come on. Thighs won't prove anything. Izuku tried again. He didn't want to fight Shinsu. If they fought, Izuku would probably win. He didn't want to rub salt in the already bleeding wound. He wanted Shinsu to calm down. To let Izuku apologize to him. But the violet-haired boy had other thoughts. In a matter of 2 steps, Shinsu had crossed over to Izuku and thrown a punch. For the second time in one day, Izuku was sent sprawling backwards onto the ground by one of his only friends. You don't get to refuse, Shinsu shouted. You don't get to give up this time. Fight me like you mean it. Deku came out full force at his words. Don't be FC King stupid, he hissed. This will prove nothing. It will prove everything. Shinsu ground out as he dove, aiming another fist at Deku's face. The green-eyed boy blocked, shaking off Shinsu as he stood, senses alert. Shinsu aimed to attack again and Deku blocked, tripping the boy easily and pinning him on his stomach. Stop. Shinsu struggled under him and Deku held him more firmly. After a while, he stopped, relaxing. Let me up. Not if you're going to attack me again, Deku said. I won't, I promise, Shinsu whispered. Deku cautiously backed off, eyeing the boy. Shinsu merely sat up, rubbing at the shoulder that had been pulled back in the pin. What the hell? Deku asked. What's the matter with you? You aren't one to settle things with fists. Shinsu frowned. What's the matter with you? Shinsu shot back. You aren't one to give up. Deku looked off to the side. I already explained myself. And your explanation was FC King stupid, Shinsu murmured. Why not give up after you beat me? Why not take 3rd place? Because you deserved the chance. Then why not quit before? Shinsu asked, voice raising in a yell. Why embarrass me? Why embarrass yourself? Izuku shifted uneasily. Deku dropping off at the uncomfortable question. Why had he done that? Shinsu dug into his bag, presenting the 2nd place medal. I don't deserve this, he said, tossing it towards Izuku. It's yours more than it is mine. Don't be ridiculous, Izuku said. You fought and won against Todoroki. You be battled Kaken. You deserve it. Shinsu, who had kept his head bowed since sitting up, snapped his head upward to meet Izuku's eyes. You could have beat Todoroki. He wasn't using his fire. You would have had way more of a chance against Bakugo. But you threw our fight. You threw our fight in the most public way possible. Now you expect me to keep that? FCK, Izuku. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered. I didn't think. I didn't realize at the TT time. Well, you should have, Shinsu exclaimed. Izuku picked at his wrists while Shinsu stared at him. You should have realized. You should have known better. You are incredibly smart. It's mind-blowing to me that you didn't think of the consequences of doing something so stupid. You're lucky I'm talking to you. Izuku flinched at his words, biting back the tears. Why are you talking to me? Shinsu sighed. Because I don't believe you meant to be malicious. I didn't mean to insult you, or the festival, or anyone else. I know. Shinsu sighed. I don't care and know what I was thinking. I was just see confused. I should have be back down before. I should have thought through things. Yeah. Shinsu moved forward, separating Izuku's hands from one another, and causing the green-eyed boy to jump. You are a real piece of work, sometimes, he muttered. Very few are going to think that I earned my spot. At best, I'll have earned third in everyone's eyes. Do you know how frustrating that is? Izuku stayed silent. Even when I have the upper hand, even when I hit you first and have my quirk available, you were still able to pin me for 30 seconds. So take that medal or throw it away. I don't deserve it. I don't want it. I'll earn my own next year. Izuku swallowed against the lump in his throat. That's why you wanted to fight again? I had to. If I was able to take control this time, then maybe I would deserve it. But you still won. Hell, I couldn't even think of any questions to ask to even attempt to use my quirk. Are you still angry? Yes, Shinsu said. You owe me, Midoriya. Izuku flinched. I'm sorry. You say that so much. I'm not even sure you mean it half the time. Shinsu replied. Izuku flinched again. Shinsu sat cross-legged directly in front of Izuku now, still holding the freckled boy's wrists in his hands. Are you okay? Izuku jolted at the question. I'm fine. No, Izuku. I mean it. Are you okay? Physically, mentally, emotionally. I don't know what you want me to say. Izuku whispered, looking at Shinsu earnestly. I want you to tell me the truth. Yes or no? Because as I said before, you aren't one to just give up. Even against something that scares you. That isn't who you are. So, are you okay? Shinsu paused between each word of his final sentence, emphasizing the point. Izuku hesitated. I don't know. He finally whispered. I don't know. I'm just tired. Shinsu. I'm so tired. Shinsu sighed. Me too. The green-eyed boy flinched once more. Tired of the day, or of me? Are we? Do you hate me now? Izuku whispered. Shinsu studied the boy before speaking. No, I don't hate you. So, we are still friends? Izuku whispered once more. Yes, we are still friends. I can be mad and still be your friend, you know? We aren't 8. Izuku nodded. Okay. You really need to talk to someone, Shinsu said. If not me, your foster parent, or a therapist, or something. You just don't seem right, Izuku. Izuku's face contorted into one of petulance, but he nodded anyway. You're probably right. Look, I gotta get home. I wasn't even supposed to participate today. My fosters are gonna be PSS. Izuku looked up sharply at this. What do you mean? They didn't want you to participate? It's complicated, Shinsu said, looking away. I really gotta go. See you Monday. Izuku nodded even as Shinsu left the room. Izuku was the first one to reach the teacher's dorm since the teachers were still busy taking everything down and making sure that every spectator left school grounds. He was exhausted, but had the sense of mind to wait up. After a shower and change of clothes, he traveled back downstairs, curling into a chair in the sitting room. Throughout the next hour, teachers slowly started trickling into the dorms, all of them nearly dead on their feet. Most had yet to hear who won the first-year tournament, as they had been in other arenas. B Bakugu Katsuki Form 1 got first. Then Shinsu Form 1C for second. And then Todoroki and Ida from 1A for third, Izuku said for the fourth time when Snipe Sensei entered. The man frowned. I'm sorry to hear you didn't place. But there is always next year. Make sure you work strong to better yourself. Izuku nodded, turning away from the man as the half-truth coiled around in his stomach like a snake waiting to strike. They would all know by tomorrow. Everyone will have watched the recordings by tomorrow. Would they be upset with Izuku like Shinsu had been? Still was, a little. Eventually, Cemento Sensei and Ectoplasm Sensei walked in, both of whom had been with the first years. The two didn't say a word to Izuku, only nodding in his direction as a greeting. By 21:30, Izuku had drifted off to sleep on the chair, unable to force himself to stay awake any longer to wait for Aizawa Sensei and Yamada Sensei. Dark shadows drifted in and out of sight, highlighted by the blue and red flashing lights, as the fire was finally put out in the distance. A shiny, crinkly blanket was DD over him, while the police spoke in hurried voices outside the window. She was covered by a sheet now, being rolled into the ambulance, though the lights of that vehicle weren't on. You didn't get a siren if you were dead, Zuku. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Mama, Izuku called hesitantly. Kid, key up. No, it was male. Was he coming back? Was Daddy coming back to finish the job? Come on, kid. A hand on his shoulder. Izuku jolted upright, body lashing out at the threat. Aizawa Sensei had taken a step back, though, causing Izuku's fists to hit nothing but air. It was just a dream, he said softly, giving Izuku a moment before talking again. Are you awake now? Izuku's breath was coming in small short gasps, but he stilled himself, forcing deeper inhales and longer outhales until the PND in his heart stopped. Sorry, Izuku whispered, looking around to find most of the teachers still sitting around the room, looking at him with mixtures of concern and resigned acceptance. All of them knew what it was like to have the nightmares. All of them had plenty of nights where they also woke up fighting. Why aren't you in bed? Aizawa Sensei asked, pure exhaustion dripping from every word he spoke. I was waiting for you, Izuku said. You said we had to talk. Aizawa Sensei sighed, looking back at Yamada Sensei, who looked like he would rather eat hot coal than have that potentially long discussion tonight. Not tonight. It's nearly midnight, kid. We can talk tomorrow. Izuku's shoulders relaxed at his words. Did you have dinner? Aizawa Sensei asked. I made an egg, Izuku said. One egg? Aizawa Sensei sighed. It's all I could get down without throwing up, Izuku whispered. The man rubbed his hand through his hair, looking down at Izuku. Are you hungry now? Think you can eat more? Izuku must have visibly paled because Aizawa Sensei quickly dismissed his own idea. The green-eyed boy nearly rejoiced when Aizawa Sensei didn't question his reasoning. Izuku's thought process would not please the man, and Izuku had a feeling he was upset enough, as is even if he wasn't showing it to Izuku right now. For whatever reason, Izuku didn't feel like he was allowed to eat. He knew it was stupid. Yua didn't punish by withholding food. But he couldn't stop the intense waves of fear he felt with each bite he had eaten. You weren't supposed to eat until your punishment was over, and Izuku's body had decided that now was a great time to remember that old rule. Aizawa Sensei had worked strong to break him of that mindset back during his first few months at Yua. Now, Izuku had ruined it, somehow. He couldn't exactly be sure why things had become difficult again. Perhaps it was from the panic attack earlier in the day, or maybe it was from the buildup of stress. Either way, food was pretty much off the table for Izuku until some form of punishment was given for the mistake he had made during the festival. Shinsu's punishment didn't count either. It needed to be from an adult. Kids hit kids all the time. Shinsu hadn't hit Izuku as a way to DSPLN. He didn't have that authority. No, Shinsu had hit from pure anger, which was fine with Izuku. It had made him feel better, and that's all Izuku had wanted anyway. Izuku definitely shouldn't tell Aizawa Sensei about that mindset making a reappearance either. Man, he was practically unraveling everything that Yua had done to try and help him. Today FC King SCK. He just kept messing up, and with most of the mental stuff, Izuku wasn't even sure how he was doing it. How did months of retraining your brain to accept that food was okay, even if you were in trouble, suddenly go down the drain? You look tired, kid. Try to get some sleep. Aizawa-sensei said, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. Thank the gods he hadn't been muttering. That could have been bad. As Izuku moved to stand from the chair, another person entered the room, Principal Nezu. Ah, Midoriya-kun. The principal greeted. Izuku smiled weakly at the mammal before dropping the pitiful gesture when he saw the FL seeker of something dangerous in the beady eyes. Principal Nezu. Many of the staff greeted, seeming relieved. They must speak about the festival the night of, while it's still fresh in their minds. Izuku thought. Are you heading off to bed? Principal Nezu asked, looking pointedly at Izuku. Yes, Izuku responded, hands tightening around the hem of his shirt, as the negative aura of the principal washed over him. Others in the room shifted as well, feeling the darker energy permeate the room. I would like to speak with you first. The rat said softly, a small smile gracing his lips. The principal moved and took a seat opposite the one Izuku had just vacated. Do sit, he commanded. Izuku moved to obey immediately, not looking to add to whatever this negative aura was by not listening. I have reviewed all of the tapes from the first year events. I must say, you did exceptionally well in the first two. Your strategy and use of the support gear you created were clever. You also seem to get along well with your team in the cavalry battle. Izuku tensed. Thank you, sir. Nezu would not make him stay just to compliment him. Maybe the conversation he had been dreading would happen tonight. The few teachers who had been trying to act as if they weren't listening gave up their plight at Izuku's use of the word sir. So rarely did Izuku add such formal qualifiers when speaking with someone. Your first fight in the third round went well too. A few support companies have already requested specs on some of your designs and programs. The principal paused again, waiting for a reply. That's good, Izuku asked, unsure if Nezu was actually pleased. His first round had certainly been more focused on support than it had been on hero things. Very. Nezu replied. It was wonderful to see you doing so well in that battle, after what happened after the cavalry round. Izuku flinched. There it was. Nezu knew about his panic attack. He knew that Izuku had been weak. Principal Nezu, it's late. We should talk to the little listener tomorrow. Yamada-sensei tried to intervene. Nezu's smile merely widened into a grin, stretching across his features. I think Midoriya-kun is perfectly fine to speak now. Yes, he asked, raising his brow at Izuku. Izuku nodded once, the motion small and stiff. Yamada-sensei backed off, shoulders slumping as he made his way to sit in a chair off to Izuku's right. He looked just as tense as every other teacher in the room. However, Yamada-sensei did not have the confused look on his face that many of the others did. I was disappointed to see all of your strong work go to waste in the second fight of the third round. However, Principal Nezu said, finally reaching the topic that he truly wanted to discuss. Izuku stayed silent, looking down at his hands which were bunched tightly in the hem of his shirt. Don't fidget. Don't scratch. Don't look weak. Deku would be really nice right about now. I pride myself on my ability to understand the human mind and make logical hypotheses on how one may act. But you surprised me today, just as you often do. Nezu said. Would you care to explain why you would quit the battle when you had the upper hand? A shift occurred in the room. Uncomfortable confusion turned to curious surprise. Izuku shrunk in his chair. Izuku said, shifting uncomfortably. Talking to Shinsu or Yamada-sensei or Aizawa-sensei was one thing, but to talk to Nezu, it was extremely uncomfortable, especially in this setting. Perhaps, you simply felt you had already proven yourself. Or was it that you had grown tired from the day already? Or maybe you were having a disagreement with your opponent and decided to make him look bad even if he were to win. There would always be doubt in the end. Yes. That's not it. Deku said, voice coming out much stronger than he currently felt. I didn't do it to hurt Shinsu. I didn't even think that it would. So you were simply not thinking. Being reckless with your actions. Deku felt like he had been slapped. Yes, he said, a slight waver coming through. Don't you dare drop off, Deku. That side was needed right now. Izuku was under attack, even if the attack was completely verbal. He needed Deku's bravery. Nezu paused, surprised at the admission. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Deku whispered for what felt like the 100th time that day. He was trying to play this smart. He needed to stay respectful, even if he really just wanted to run and get away. With Deku came his fight and flight response, and everything in him was screaming to run. But Deku stayed, talking as best he could with the principal. I don't know what I was thinking, I'm sorry. Nezu, let's stop here. We can continue in the more, Aizawa-sensei said, but was cut off when Nezu held up a paw. I understand that you and Yamada don't wish to stress him out, Nezu said, a smile once again appearing on his face. But I shall remind you that the two of you are not the ones with custody. Yua is. And as the head of Yua, that means that I am the main legal guardian. I will speak with Midoriya if and when I wish. All of the teachers stilled at the principal's words. Aizawa-sensei tensed, but stood down. Deku's body burned with the pain of Principal Nezu's words. That's right. Aizawa-sensei wasn't his legal guardian, was he? He didn't want Izuku. No, that's not it. He and Yamada-sensei had said it was marital issues. But those are cleared up now. But they probably still don't want you. They won't ever want you. Deku shook his head of the intruding thoughts, glancing at Aizawa-sensei, who looked extremely miffed by the principal's words, and then glancing at Yamada, who seemed PSS. Both held their tongue, however. You couldn't fight the truth, after all. Regardless of whether you meant to be disrespectful or not, Nezu said, turning back towards Izuku. You made a choice that has negative consequences. I am already aware that you and Shinsu have already settled the matter between each other during an unauthorized fight. May I add, but now, you must face the other negative effects from your choices during the festival. Deku palmed his jaw. It was still swollen from the first time Shinsu had punched him. Then his hand traveled up towards his blackened eye. How the hell did Nezu know about that one? Deku looked into Nezu's eyes, unable to hide his reserved curiosity. Nezu did not answer the question in his gaze, however, opting to instead carry on with the conversation he had originally started. Were you aware of what the sports festival could have done for your case? I don't know what you're asking, Deku said, confused. Had you placed, there would have been no more issue as to your spot in the hero course. Oh yes, I figured that, Deku said quickly, hoping to make up for his lack of answer the first time around. Nezu's eyes glinted once more, an unreadable emotion on the fake smile. Yet, you still chose to give up? Deku paused, leaning back in his chair as far from the mammal as he could get before nodding. Nezu hummed. Do you still wish to be in the hero course, Midoriya? Yes, Deku said tentatively. Do you believe your actions today show this mindset? Deku didn't respond. Obviously not. Where was he going with this? Why was Nezu asking these questions? Nezu did not seem pleased with the silent reaction. The mammal leaned forward, clasping his paws together as he did so. I received a call not 2 hours ago. It appears that the head social worker is nervous that you are being pushed too strong. To quote her, a child who really wants to be a hero would have done anything to reach their goal. End quote. You, Midoriya, did not. So the next logical conclusion is that being a hero is not your end goal. Deku's voice failed him as he looked on with growing horror. CPS had called. What did that mean? Were his fears of being taken away earlier in the day more than just momentary lapses of fear? I do not wish to force you into such a difficult field of study, Nezu continued. So, unless you can provide a solid explanation, I will be removing you from 1A permanently. Deku's entire body tensed, and he found himself looking down into his lap. Remove me. From just 1A or from Yua? Nezu's smile softened slightly. After the difficult court battle, I have no intention of completely removing you from Yua, Midoriya, Nezu assured. However, when it comes to the hero course, I am surprised at your seeming lack of interest that you showed during the festival. Especially considering how passionately you fought for your right to be in the hero course during your court hearing. I was afraid of facing Todoroki and Bakugo, Deku said, half relieved from the reassurance that he wasn't going anywhere and half unnerved by the increasingly dark tone that Nezu had carried in the second part of his mini-speech. You could have tapped out of the festival after you won 3rd place. Deku grit his teeth, already growing tired of explaining this part. Shinsu deserved a chance. A weak argument at best. Do you think this was the way he wanted to win? Do you think the media or his teachers will see his win as anything but a lucky outcome, not received with his own strength? Deku unconsciously touched his bruised face once more before drawing his hand back down quickly. It was obvious that Shinsu hadn't been pleased with how he had won that fight. However, the teachers should not let Deku's actions cloud their judgment of Shinsu's strength. He fought Todoroki and won. So could have you. You might have even won against Bakugo. Nezu said. I highly doubt I could have won against either of them. Deku said, looking off to the side. Nezu hummed. Are you looking for pity, Midoriya? Deku bristled. Of course I'm not. Really? Why else would you admit that you could not have won? Do you think it is because you are quirkless? That's not why, Deku said, leaning forward in his chair once more. Then what would the reason be? If you already know the answer, why are you asking? Deku hissed, eyeing the rat. Nezu grinned. There is a difference in knowing an answer and hearing a person admit it. It can tell a lot about someone depending on how a person verbalizes their fear. Deku shut his mouth tightly. Nezu was playing with him. Nezu was trying to make him crumble. Nezu waited, staring Deku down while the boy stared right back. Eventually, the rat spoke once more. Your fear of fire is the reason. At least, I assume so, correct? Deku nodded. A question then, Midoriya. Should you encounter a burning building, and there was a person in need of rescue whom you could potentially save, would you? Deku hesitated. Am I the only one on scene? Nezu's eyes glinted once more, this time with curiosity. Yes. I'd figure it out. I'd try to figure it out. Deku murmured the very thought of that situation, sending searing pain across his back and shoulders. He wasn't sure how well he hid the wince. If you would face a burning building, why wouldn't you face two teenagers? There is a difference between fighting and saving a life. Deku said. That is true. Allow me to ask this, then. If you are taken out of the hero course, no longer able to gain a license, just how many lives will you be able to save then? Deku's body shook as he tried to think about an answer. Because that is what you have potentially done. You may have just traded your license because of a simple fear. Nezu said, pausing between the last two words, causing Deku's choice to seem much more idiotic than it had actually been. I already said that I knew it was stupid. I already told you that I didn't think things through. Deku said quietly. Yes, you did. But I still am not satisfied. You have put me in a position where I am still forced to vouch for your place in the hero course. Yet, you have also shown that perhaps you do not belong. To give up without a solid plan. To act as if your future is not worth anything. To not even have a solid argument. Deku's hands clenched into fists as he stood. What do you want from me? He yelled. I already admitted that I messed up. I already apologized. I want dedication. Nezu said calmly. I expect commitment, a willingness to move forward, a set of beliefs that line up with the goals of heroes. Deku stilled, thoughts swirling in his mind, making his head P&D. If that is all you have to say, I will be reviewing your progress and will decide if you shall remain in the hero course. I will have an answer for you by Monday. Nezu said coldly, his smile completely vanishing from his face as he went to get out of the chair. Deku needed to say something. He needed to explain. He needed to just make Nezu wait. I am dedicated. Deku said softly as Nezu's feet hit the floor. I am committed. I made a mistake. One mistake. Nezu stopped and looked at Izuku expectantly, waiting. I saw her. Deku stopped, body beginning to tremble uncontrollably with the rising memories. I watched her die again today, my mother. During my panic attack after the second round. Deku said, his voice level despite the tremors racking his frame. His eyes were closed. I watched her burn. I watched her skin melt off her body as she screamed for relief. The room was completely silent. Then, I woke up from that memory and was almost pulled out of this contest, which I knew was one of my only shots at the courts, letting me stay in the hero course. And I told Aizawa-sensei that I would fight. Deku paused again, taking a single, steadying breath. Then, Todoroki won his battle. And I was faced against Shinsu, who I knew I would win against. And he asked me not to go easy on him. So I didn't. But in the end, I couldn't face Todoroki again. I couldn't chance another panic attack, this time happening in full view of the world. There was a shift in front of him. Deku opened his eyes, looking straight into the beady black eyes of the principal, who was now back on his chair. How do you think the media and CPS would have responded if I had continued? Deku said. Quirkless student forced to participate in dangerous contest breaks down in fear. How irresponsible can you be? First the USJ, now this. The boy continued, mimicking a reporter reading off a headline to a news story. A few of the teachers looked around uncomfortably at each other. That'd have been FC King perfect. Deku sneered, more to himself than anyone else. I would have been withdrawn again. CPS would have immediately removed me from your custody regardless of the court hearing we just had. Maybe I went about things wrong, but I didn't think it was fair to just let Shinsu lose only to quit right after. So I threw the fight. I pushed him forward because he deserves a chance. I wasn't going to have both of us lose. Not when he had the chance to make it all the way. Izuku, you don't have to, Yamada-sensei started, but Deku talked over him, much angrier now. No, I'm not FC King done. Nezu wants me to talk, to explain, so I will. He yelled, eyes closing once more. I just got back. I wasn't risking being taken away again. So I sure as hell wasn't facing off against Todoroki or Bakugo. Deku opened his eyes, now brimming with tears that he couldn't stop. I don't think you understand, Principal Nezu. I'm not afraid of fire. I can't FC King stand it. I can't be around it without remembering. Deku trailed off for a moment. A gold glow lighting up the night sky. A burning leaf flying past his face as the flames engulfed everything in sight. A piercing scream. I can't talk about it without remembering. Deku said, voice cracking. I can't even blow out FC King birthday candles. And you what? Expect me to push through. Expect me to face not one, but two fire-based quirks in a one-on-one battle with nowhere for me to hide. No way for me to show off the skills that I actually have. Nezu hummed. If there was a burning building and I was the only one on scene, I wouldn't be stupid enough to run in there head first. Deku hissed. I'd figure it out. Use makeshift support items, like any person with common sense would. I would call the FC King police and fire department like a sane FC King person if that didn't work. Because why the hell would I give them an extra person to have to save? I would do everything I could without being a burden. I've picked up at least that much from my time with Eraser. Nezu's eyes fell up, probably towards the man that Deku had just spoken of. All too soon, they were focused on Deku once more. I worked my butt off. Even when I wasn't enrolled in the hero course, I worked strong. But all of your tests, all of these important events showcase the opposite of my strength. It's like you are wanting me to fail. So excuse me if I'm not overly concerned about a festival in which I am literally at every disadvantage. Deku paused, waiting to see if someone would speak. Waiting for Nezu's reply. None came. Nezu merely stared, that same stupid butt smile lingering on his face. I deserve to be in the hero course. Deku whispered. I know I can do it, but you aren't even giving me a solid chance. I can't control what you decide, but I think you would be a FC King idiot if you pulled me out without giving me another shot. I have commitment. I have dedication. I have all of these things that you listed. I just messed up. Kid. Aizawa-sensei said from behind him, interrupting Deku once more. Deku turned slightly, still keeping Nezu in his line of sight. A mix of emotions boiled in his sen at being interrupted again, but Deku refused to give them voice. Not when it was Aizawa-sensei who had stopped him. The man in question stepped forward, grabbing one of his hands and prying open his fist gently. It was then that Izuku realized the palms of his hands were bleeding again, the nails having dug in deep as he had focused too strong on not scratching. Take a breath. Aizawa-sensei commanded. Deku also realized that he had been holding his since Aizawa-sensei had stopped the rant. Good F-seeking job. He just shared way too much information. Yelled at the principal of whom has complete control over his life. And then gave a physical representation of just how F-seeked up he was by hurting himself. Izuku would never be allowed in the hero course at this point. Deku's body slowly relaxed as he took a few steadying breaths. I'm tired, he murmured, looking at the BLD in his hand. I'll go clean this, he said, removing his hand from Aizawa-sensei's grasp and cupping both arms to his chc. Then I'm going to bed, he continued, moving towards the door. I guess I'll talk with you Monday. He spoke before heading up the stairs, not waiting for Principal Nezu's response. Aizawa watched as his brat climbed the stairs, shoulders slumped and eyes downcast as if completely defeated. He turned to Nezu when he heard the door above close with a gentle CLCK. Shall we start with the third-year arena or the first? The principal asked, completely ignoring the pointed stares of his staff. Why would you do that? Yamada seethed. Forgive me, but that was a little far, Principal Nezu. Cementos said. You wouldn't actually take the kid out of the hero course, would you? Ken asked immediately after. Of course I would. I will remove any student who does not possess the will to move forward. Nezu replied, ignoring the other statements. You didn't need to call him out in front of everyone. Yamada said, the anger still clear in his voice. Didn't I? Nezu asked, a small smile gracing his features once more. He's had a tough day already, Toshinori said. Principal Nezu sighed, turning to Aizawa. What are your thoughts, Aizawa? Aizawa turned to look at his boss, eyes searching the mammal for some hint that the question was some sort of trick. Heroes must pay for their mistakes, Aizawa said quietly. As not only his teachers, but as his guardians as well, it is our job to make sure he understands this. Yamada looked at Aizawa in disbelief. You can't really think that was okay, Sho, he said, appalled. Aizawa looked at his husband, praying this wouldn't cause yet another issue between them. I don't. But I think he can take more than we give him credit for. Aizawa's stomach churned as he spoke the words. He wanted to hold the kid, not watch as he faced the consequences. But Nezu had begun a process that shouldn't be stopped midway through. An explanation was due. Izuku had messed up. He had knowingly disregarded one of his only chances of the courts, allowing him into the hero course full time. He had shown disrespect to the hero community, as well as his school and classmates. He had refused to seek help for a known fear despite help being readily available at all times. This was part of the price. Of course, it was stupid that the reaction to the sports festival mishap was, and would continue to be, so intensive. But it was the reality of hero society. Heroes often faced hate for things that seemed small. This would be a learning experience. Nezu, Aizawa said, turning his full attention on the mammal. I suggest you don't pull rank over me when it comes to custody, ever again. Aizawa seethed, allowing his wrath to seep through the edges of the mask he had put up. You're not the one handling him on a daily basis. You don't work him through his panic attacks or nightmares, nor do you make sure that he eats and attends to his basic health. Aizawa snapped. I don't give a shit what legal rights there are. You, of all people, have nothing over me and Yamada, or any of the other teachers who handle him on a regular basis. Nezu grinned darkly at the taller man from his place in his chair. I was only stating a fact. That kid is sure to take that statement about custody the wrong way, and I'm the one dealing with the fallout. Aizawa said, much calmer than he felt. He already struggles with the thought that we don't want him. Whether you stated the truth is beside the point. I'm telling you right now. Don't you dare make those issues worse on purpose. Nezu hummed once more. Of course, he said curtly, staring down Aizawa, who stared right back, refusing to back down. Toshinori coughed over from the couch he was sitting on, drawing both Nezu's and Aizawa's attention, relieving the tension that had been building. Aizawa took the opportunity to calm his rage before turning back to Nezu. If you remove him from the hero course, we will need to have words, Nezu, Aizawa said softly. Nezu hummed once more, also seeming to be more relaxed. Now that he has explained himself, I no longer think that is an issue, Nezu said. Aizawa studied the intelligent mammal for a few more seconds before speaking again. But he's towing the line. Nezu placed his casual smile over his features once more. Oh, yes. I don't think he will get away with another public stunt and remain in your class, not with how CPS is already handling this. After that, the review meeting started. The DMN thing didn't end until almost Zertuzizar. As the teachers began slumping up the stairs, Nezu called out to Aizawa. I have been in contact with a few of the therapists from the court hearing. One of them has offered, on the spot, weekend services. I highly suggest having Midoriya seen tomorrow after your own healing appointment. I will email you the information. Aizawa nodded. He had been planning to reach out and get the kid more practical help anyway. This just made things easier. And Aizawa, you speak to me with such murderous intent in front of the entire staff again. You may just find yourself as a full-time hero once more. Aizawa didn't miss the double meaning behind those words. He didn't doubt that Nezu would fire him if he felt his livelihood was in jeopardy. Regardless of Aizawa's positive record in turning out great heroes, it wasn't worth the risk to Nezu. Aizawa was half dead to the world. Even as Recovery Girl was unwrapping him, Aizawa was tilting off to the side, having to be caught by Yamada. The blonde man was asking the woman questions that Aizawa in his half-asleep state could not even hope to comprehend. By the time the final bandage came off, Aizawa's eyes were refusing to remain open. Yamada's sync vibrated with a deep laugh. All right, dearie. You can sleep, but I'll need to check to make sure everything is functioning when you wake up. Aizawa mumbled out a hum, allowing his body to relax further against his husband. Within a few seconds, Aizawa was lost to the world. At some point, Yamada had laid him back into the bed and left the room because when Aizawa awoke, the man was nowhere to be found. Zashi, he mumbled, shifting on the gurney to look at the clock on the wall. 13:22. He'd been asleep for almost 5 hours. Hizashi? Chiyo, he called again, sitting up in the bed despite his protesting muscles. It was then that he noticed his arm, finally free from the sling and wrappings. It was refreshing to have both of his limbs available once more. Oh, Shota. You're awake. Recovery Girl said as she walked into the room. Aizawa grunted at her. The woman came forward, starting her checkup with a small smile on her face. I thought Yamada would be here. He had to go make sure Midoriya-kun was getting ready for his therapy appointment. He just left about 10 minutes ago. Aizawa nodded. You seem to be in good health, the woman said after shining a light in both of his eyes. Your right pupil is finally dilating correctly. Your arm seems to have almost a full range of motion as well. You will still need physical therapy, of course, the woman said, stepping down from her stool to go write notes in Aizawa's file. Right? The man said with a small yawn. I'll just run a few tests and then you're free to go, Chiyo said, walking back up to him. Aizawa sighed. He was ready to go now, but he needed to get used to tests if physical therapy was going to be necessary. After a while, Yamada came back in, dressed in casual clothes. Trailing behind him was Izuku. The kid had dark circles under his eyes and his shoulders slumped, as if carrying the weight of the world on them. His hair was much messier than normal, and the shirt and shorts he wore were frumpled. Overall, he looked worse than Aizawa normally did. Shota, you're awake, Hizashi called loudly, though his quirk was not used, thank the gods. Yeah, Aizawa said simply, though he couldn't stop the small smile when Yamada came over and embraced him on the temple. You look appealing. It's so good to see your face. Don't you ever get that hurt again, mister? I can't even stand the thought of not being able to see my lovely #1 listener anytime I want. You are so cruel to me, Shota. With each sentence, Yamada peppered Aizawa's face in more embrace, or hugged the man ever tighter. Aizawa was proud to say that he fought off the loving attack pretty damn well, despite his arm needing more work to regain its strength. Hizashi, cut it out, Aizawa complained, finally pushing the man off completely. Yamada pouted, extending his bottom lip in a pout. Aizawa sighed. Sheesh, you act like I haven't been around for 2 months. I was still here, you idiot. It's not the same, the blonde man said before smiling brightly once more and turning to Chiyo. How is he? He is fine, Aizawa said irritably. Yamada ignored him, looking pointedly at Recovery Girl. He is all right. Not quite 100% yet, but he is close, the woman said with a small chuckle. Aizawa will need physical therapy at least twice a week, preferably 3 for time, however. But after a while of that, he should be just fine. Yamada turned a fierce gaze on him. You will be going every day, even if I have to drag you kicking and screaming, the man said. 3 or 4 times a week is not every day, Aizawa hissed. And I'm an adult. I think I know how to take care of myself. Yamada glared again and Aizawa sighed. There was no use saying anything against the man when he got overprotective. Instead of worrying about Yamada's ridiculous overreaction to Aizawa finally being free of the bandages, he turned towards Izuku. The kid was near the wall, looking off to the side in an attempt to give his two guardians some privacy. "You look like CRP, kid," Aizawa said. Izuku turned to him, eyes dull in exhaustion. "Yamada-sensei has said that TT too. And nicer, though." The stutter was coming full force today, making almost every word difficult to decipher. Aizawa sighed. Nezu's talk had not been beneficial to the kid at all. "Come here," Aizawa said, reaching out a hand. It was his left, despite Aizawa favoring his right. It would probably be a little bit before his body figured out that both hands were free once more. Izuku walked forward slowly, stopping in front of him. "Did you sleep at all last night?" Aizawa asked, tilting Izuku face up and into the light. The black eye was still a deep purple swollen, just enough to prevent the kid from opening his eye fully, but not enough to prevent him from seeing. The bruise on his chin was mottled, a small knot still apparent when Aizawa carefully rubbed his thumb over it. The kid still flinched despite his care. And not really," Izuku said. "I tried. It just didn't." The boy huffed and turned his gaze away from Aizawa, though his face remained in the dark-haired man's hand. After another second of inspection, Aizawa let Izuku go. The kid didn't move away, however. Instead, he looked back at Aizawa and touched his face, right below his right eye. "You've got a scar," Izuku said, running his fingers along his cheekbone. "Does it hurt?" "No," Aizawa said, allowing the kid to continue his exploration. The green eyes moved to Aizawa's arm. The boy unconsciously jerked his head back, as if stung by the sight. Izuku hesitantly grasped the arm, tugging it forward. The skin covering his elbow was pulled taut, the scar tissue pulling and tugging at the surrounding skin. The color was significantly more pink than the rest of Aizawa's skin, though that would fade with time. The worst part was directly in the center of the elbow. A handprint shape was extremely visible, the color a much deeper red than the surrounding area. "It's like he's SSS still G-grabbing you," Izuku whispered. "Is still able to decay the rest of you." Aizawa pulled away gently, ruffling the kid's hair. "Don't be morbid, brat. I'm fine. That's not how his quirk works." Izuku backed up a step, nodding. Sorry, Izuku's appointment was for 14:30, not giving Aizawa much time to wake up completely and get ready for the day. However, the trio managed to leave Yua on time. Izuku, surprisingly, hadn't complained when he entered the car. Aizawa found out why halfway to the facility. "Where are WWWG going?" Aizawa looked over to Yamada, who now had a sheepish grin on his face. "You didn't tell him," Aizawa hissed. "He didn't question it when I told him he needed to be ready to leave campus," Aizawa huffed. "I hate you." "Love you too." Yamada laughed slightly. I am missing as something?" Izuku asked, the unease already audible in his voice. Am I? Aizawa turned back to look at the boy, catching the kid's face pale as his eyes widened. "Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong," Aizawa said quickly. "You're and not. With Michizuzuki-san. I'm as sorry about yesterday." "We are not taking you back, kid," Aizawa said. "You are staying at UA, like Nezu told you last night. Now stop making yourself panic." It's just, in a Nezu liz. A lot. Wasn't as sure on. Then I didn't know where." Izuku stopped, closing his eyes to take a breath. Aizawa sighed. "We are taking you to an appointment," he said. "An appointment?" "To see a specialist, little listener," Yamada said, finally helping. What KK kind of SP specialist?" Aizawa shared a look with Yamada and sighed once more. "A childhood trauma specialist. Or, more like, a team of specialists who are known for their work in childhood trauma." Izuku paused. Aizawa watched the kid's face harder in the rearview mirror as the Deku persona came into place. "I don't need to see another shrink," the boy hissed, already working to undo his seatbelt. "Turn around or let me out." "Come now, little listener," Yamada said gently. "You see Inuisan, and that goes all right." "I see Inuisan because I don't have a choice," the boy hissed. You don't really have much of a choice here, either, Aizawa said. You need help, kid. I'm fine, Deku said, raising his voice in an attempt to be assertive. It resonated with Aizawa as the beginnings of a temper tantrum, though. The two adults waited a few seconds in silence to see if Izuku would lash out. The boy, surprisingly, did not. Instead, the kid had sat back in his seat, rebuckling and crossing his arms over his ch. I don't want to go. The boy bit out, voice low but still radiating anger. We figured you wouldn't, Yamada said, keeping his tone upbeat. I don't need to, the kid murmured. I'm fine. Aizawa frowned. You had a flashback of your mother dying while you were in mid-battle. That isn't nothing, he said. Yamada groaned. Subtle, show. He doesn't need subtle, Aizawa said. He's got a thick skull. I'm right here, Deku muttered under his breath, glumly. It was nothing. It's not like anything bad happened. Aizawa wanted to hit his head against the window. Something bad could have happened. What if next time you were facing a villain instead of a classmate? Deku didn't bother to answer, instead unwrapping his arms with a sigh and looking out the window. Yamada hummed lightly to himself after a few minutes of silence. He never did like the quiet. Deku hesitated before exiting the car. Yamada-sensei waited patiently by the door, however, holding it open for the freckled boy. Deku half wanted to close the door and lock it, but that would be too easy to fix. Yamada-sensei had the keys. Eventually, Deku stepped out. The walk into the building was slow going. He could see the small amount of annoyance in Aizawa-sensei through his facial twitches. It was nice to be able to read the man so easily now that the bandages were off, but it also raised his level of guilt. He couldn't very well ignore Aizawa-sensei's reactions anymore, not now that they were so clear. After the third time Deku had stopped to ready his shoes, the adults had both shared yet another look. They had done so multiple times on the car ride, and it was really starting to irritate the boy. What the hell was this silent language the two seemed to share? It was unnerving. Weren't they fighting just a few days ago? Now they were fine. He had never seen a couple be able to function after a big fight before. They had always moved him before they made up. If they made up. It was strange to watch and uncomfortable to experience. When they finally got inside the building, it dawned on Deku that this building was in fact a hospital. A mental hospital. A F-seeking asylum. Before he realized what he was doing, Deku was beside Aizawa-sensei, clutching tight to the capture scarf as he half hid himself. I don't. Aizawa-sensei's body had tensed at the sudden physical contact, but relaxed quickly as he placed a hand in Nezuko's hair. Calm down. You're fine. Don't leave me here, Deku said. I swear I'll do better. If you leave me, I'll find a way out. I'll run away. We aren't leaving you here. It's just an appointment. I'm not crazy. I never said you were, Aizawa said, moving forward and forcing Deku to walk with him. We won't leave you anywhere without warning, little listener, Yamada-sensei said. We are going to be nearby the entire time. Promise. In the same room? The blonde hesitated. Not necessarily. But we'll be close. I won't cooperate if I can't see one of you at all times, Deku said, flinching slightly when he heard the exhales of breath from both men. He wasn't being difficult just for the fun of it. He was just being cautious. He couldn't be separated or the doctors might lock him away. The doctors at the court hearing had wanted to lock him away. Why would these be any different? The office they entered was almost completely vacant. Of course, that was understandable since it was Sunday. A familiar-looking man sat at the front desk, going over some paperwork when they walked in. Ah, Midoriya-kun, it's good to see you again, the man said when he spotted them. He came around the desk and walked towards the three. Deku couldn't stop himself from stepping back, running into Yamada-sensei. Deku hated that he reacted so pitifully. What a sight he must be, hand latched tightly to Aizawa-sensei's scarf, moving away from a doctor, only to run into his other guardian and jump at the sudden contact that had been his fault. Not to mention the slight flush he could feel forming on his face. The man stopped his forward progress at the boy's reaction, stopping a little further than was normal for people to have conversations. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei bridged the awkward distance, moving Deku along with them. The air in the room was heavy, Everyone was being cautious, while Izuku was in this uncomfortable position. I'm Ishii Denji. I was at the trial last week. I remember. Deku said, the familiarity finally making sense. You're the one who had me take a break when I hurt myself. The doctor smiled. I'm glad to see you are doing all right. The kid was trembling slightly despite the brave facade he was attempting to pull up in front of the doctor. Thank you for seeing us on short notice, Aizawa said with a small bow. Especially on a Sunday. It's my pleasure, the man said. I was glad to hear that you were reaching out. I think this will be beneficial for not just Midoriya-kun, but for everyone involved in Midoriya-kun's life on a regular basis. The brat shifted, arms crossing defensively as he eyed the doctor. Aizawa internally begged the boy not to say anything rude. The man seemed to be full of luck today as the child remained quiet. Allow me to introduce you to the team, the man said. They are in the back. Please follow me. Problem Child took a breath and stepped forward without encouragement this time, though he continuously looked back at Aizawa and Yamada to make sure they were close by. The kid moved to let Aizawa enter the new room first before following in after him, making sure to keep one of the two adults in sight. It sent a tinge of heartache through Aizawa that the kid still had so little trust. He was pretty sure the kid had been much more trustworthy before the Bashos. It had only been a week since Izuku had been back at UA, and it was starting to dawn on Aizawa that he may have regressed in his progress in quite a few ways that hadn't made themselves known yet. Upon entering the back area, 3 other people, 2 women, and a man were sitting around a table scattered in papers. It reminded Aizawa of the grading sessions he had with Yamada and Kayama during finals week. The 3 looked up when they entered. One of the women had also been at the hearing, Aizawa noted. Hello. The man of the group said, coming forward and bowing slightly. I'm Masaki Tadao. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Ishii-san and Wada-san have certainly piqued my interest in this case. You have truly made an impact, Midoriya-kun. Izuku's nostrils flared at the man. I'm not a specimen to study. The boy bit out. Please forgive him, Dr. Masaki. Aizawa bowed with a sigh. Yamada also bowed and laughed nervously when he straightened. He isn't very happy to be here. Problem Child snorted but said no more, looking away. No worries, the man said, turning to Izuku once more. I'm the diagnostician at this practice. Do you know what that means? The kid bristled. I'm not stupid, he snapped. Though, isn't every doctor a diagnostician? Did you fail the practical part of your exams or something? Manners, Aizawa hissed. The boy wilted a little at the word and lowered his gaze. Just a question, he muttered. I graduated with full marks. The doctor said with a small smile. I simply specialize in putting puzzles together. The mind is complicated, and how people react to different aspects of their mind is varied. I enjoy the process of finding the common pieces that can lead to a base diagnosis. This allows my clients to start on the road towards healing. I like puzzles too, Izuku said, surprising the adults in the room. It's like trying to figure out a hidden quirk. I've done that before. Dr. T. Masaki grinned, straightening from the semi-crouch position he had found himself in when speaking with Izuku. Izuku took a moment to look at the others. Recognition lit his eyes as he turned to the familiar-looking woman. You were at the hearing. You voted to have me locked up. He sneered. The kid's shoulders had tensed and his hands fidgeted at his side where he used to keep his knives. The woman smiled kindly, which only made Izuku take a step back. I am Wada Takako, the woman said, her voice soft and lilting. I did vote to have you placed in a facility. I won't deny it. You didn't even change your mind, Izuku hissed. No, I did not, the woman said. But alas, the facility was taken off the table. So my goal is to help in any way I can with your current living arrangements. I don't need help, Izuku hissed. Izuku-kun, we talked about this in the car, Yamada said. No, I don't need this. I'm not getting help from her. The last word dripped with venom. What do you even do? The woman seemed unfazed by Izuku's reaction. I am a child psychiatrist. Izuku turned on the spot, heading for the door, forcing Aizawa to grab him by the arm and draw him back. The moment Aizawa's hand clasped around his wrist, the boy pulled back his other arm to throw a punch. Aizawa moved to stop it, but Izuku dropped his arm before he actually lashed out. I'm leaving. I don't want to be here. I'm fine. Let's go home. Let me go, Izuku said, sentences choppy as he struggled in Aizawa's grasp. Izuku, Aizawa said warningly. No, I'll be good. I just won't have another flashback. I'll be fine. I'll force myself to be okay. You'll see. You know perfectly well that that's not how trauma works. You've been around plenty of people with PTSD. Aizawa drawled. I don't have PTSD, Izuku said. I don't have anything right now. But you want me to. You want a diagnosis. You want a label. You want me to have something wrong so that you don't feel bad that you can't handle one kid. Well, maybe you just SCK at parenting, Izuku yelled, still struggling in Aizawa's grasp before dropping his body weight and falling to the floor. There was the tantrum Aizawa had been expecting. Let me go, Izuku screamed. Are you going to run? The boy paused, eyes watering even as he fought to keep the tears back. Aizawa leaned down a bit so that the kid's arm wasn't stretched upward so far. Because if you run, I can't stop the cuffs. You know that, Aizawa said. Izuku tugged on his arm again, his actions having lost some of the fight. Nezu isn't on campus. It would take a while to have someone release you, Aizawa said. I won't run, Izuku said, tugging once more, though it was weak. I want to go home. I don't want to be here. I'll be good if we leave. Aizawa let go of his arm, watching as Izuku pulled it back quickly, rubbing at his wrists. You need to behave regardless of if we leave or not, Aizawa said. Izuku grumbled, scooching back, still sitting on the floor to lean against Aizawa's legs. The four doctors seemed to study the situation. Aizawa watched as the last woman who had yet to be introduced twitched her hands, as if wanting to write something down. The woman stepped forward, then. I'm Ayuchi Mami. I'm a family psychologist. I also specialize in childhood trauma and abuse, much like Dr. Ishii. I will be working with the guardians more so than Midoriya-kun. I assume you are his two main caretakers. Yes, Aizawa nodded, bowing to her as well. Thank you for taking care of us. Izuku huffed from his spot on the floor. I hope you can provide us with guidance, Aizawa added on. I think I can do a lot for you, the woman said with a smile before squatting to be on Izuku's level. I think I can help you a lot too, even if we won't be working together very often. The kid glared at her, moving back and placing more weight against Aizawa's legs. Deku didn't trust these people. They had that woman, a F-seeking psychiatrist who had voted against Aizawa-sensei. She would probably try to shove drugs down his throat or lock him away like she had tried to do during the court hearing, and he absolutely refused to let that happen. But Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei didn't budge when he acted out. They didn't even take a step back from the woman, even though she was clearly dangerous. Traitors. If these other doctors worked with Dr. Wada, then they couldn't be trusted either. So when Dr. Ayuchi said she would help him, he nearly spat at her. Nearly. Aizawa-sensei would have been PSS if he actually did that. He had already messed up enough yesterday. He didn't need to make things worse. Even if Aizawa-sensei hadn't shown any signs of wanting to punish Izuku for the festival yesterday, there was still a chance that he was angry. There was still a chance that Izuku might still be in trouble. Aizawa-sensei was probably just waiting until things calmed down some. He didn't like it when Izuku hurt himself, and he probably thought Izuku would scratch if he got too overwhelmed by everything. You don't trust Dr. Wada, Dr. Ayuchi said. No, Sit. I don't trust you either, Deku hissed. That's understandable, the woman said. She voted for something that you didn't want. She wanted me locked up, Deku yelled. That's not just something I didn't want. That's FC cat up. The woman nodded. I see. Deku rolled his eyes. Aizawa-sensei shifted above him and Deku tensed slightly. He needed to watch his mouth. When you turned to leave, you seemed nervous, the woman said. Deku didn't grace that statement with a reply. Then, when Aizawa-san grabbed you, you went to hit him before you stopped yourself. Did he? He didn't remember aiming to hit. He was just trying to get away. Have you hit Aizawa-san before? Deku stilled, darting his eyes to the side. Yes. Was it because he grabbed you? Deku rubbed at the bands around his ankles, drawing his knees to his ch scent in the process. Not always. What does it feel like when you're grabbed? Deku closed his mouth, refusing to answer that question. Does it scare you? Aizawa-sensei doesn't scare me, Deku said. He's the only one that cares. Deku paused, tilting his head. Yamada-sensei too, he said as an afterthought. The woman sat back on her heels. I didn't ask if Aizawa-sen scared you. I asked if being grabbed did. The woman said kindly. Deku scrunched up his nose to her, turning away. What would you do if someone other than Aizawa-sen grabbed your wrist that way? She asked. I'd throw them off. Deku replied softly. What if it was Yamada-sen? Deku turned his face away from the woman, chancing a glance up and to the side to look at Yamada-sensei. I don't know, he said after a while. You don't know, or is it that you don't like the truth? Deku growled low in his throat. It seemed natural, although the back of his mind brought up an image of a rabid dog when he did so. The woman waited patiently for him to respond, the silence growing heavier with each passing second. I'd hit him. Deku finally ceded. Or bite him. So only Aizawa-sen can touch you like that. Deku nodded once. He won't hurt me. Deku whispered, more to himself than the woman. But it still makes you feel bad. It was a statement, but Deku felt compelled to answer. Yes. Deku admitted weakly. But he's good. He doesn't SCK. That was a lie. He's a good guardian. With some encouragement, Problem Child finally agreed to move off the floor and onto one of the chairs surrounding the table full of papers. Do you understand the purpose for your visit today, Midoriya-kun? Dr. Ishii asked. Izuku, who was still pouting with his hands crossed over his saint, shook his head. We hope to get a basic idea of some of the problems you and your guardians are having. Then we'll talk more privately to go a little deeper. You will take a few tests to help us understand your thought processes, and then we'll come back together and explain the next step. Dr. Prusa, Masaki said. I won't behave if you put me in a separate room from Aizawa-sensei or Yamada-sensei. Izuku stated. Aizawa couldn't stop the groan. Manners, brat, he said tiredly. I wasn't being rude. I was being honest. The kid reasoned. May I ask why? Dr. Wada asked. You may not ask anything. Izuku hissed at the psychiatrist. Then the boy turned to Aizawa. That was rude, he said with a small grin before turning a glare back to Wada when she looked like she was about to say something more. And I'm not going anywhere private with you people because I don't trust you. You'll lock me away. Force drugs into me. Won't let me see Aizawa-sensei again. Midoriya-kun, I assure you that no such thing. Why people lie. Izuku interrupted Dr. Masaki. Doctors lie. Especially mental health doctors. So listen to my words. I don't trust you. Little listener, Yamada started, but the green eyes landed on him sharply, making the blonde quiet. I'm doing the best I can right now, the brat said, voice trembling slightly. I'm not running. I'm not fighting or hurting anyone or myself. I'm not cussing. I'm being much nicer than I could be right now. I'm saying that I won't cooperate if I can't see you or Aizawa-sensei at any point. I'm telling everyone right now, so they can figure it out, or we can go home. Silence fell for a few moments before Dr. Ishii sat forward. Understood, Midoriya-kun. Thank you for clarifying that boundary. Izuku did a double take at the thanks, head whipping back to the man quickly as he eyed him suspiciously. Yet, the boy did not comment. Now, first, we are just going to talk generally. Is there anything that definitely should be addressed? Was there a specific reason you reached out and asked for this impromptu appointment? Is there anything that heavily affects daily life? Dr. Ayuchi asked. Aizawa didn't really know what to say here. Did he speak for Izuku? Did he explain the problems that he had been having parenting the kid? What the hell did she mean by general topics? I had a bad memory yesterday, Izuku said, surprising everyone in the room by the multitude of raised eyebrows. Aizawa knew his face mirrored the others. He had not expected the kid to speak first. A bad memory, Doctor? Ishii asked, taking out his notepad and writing a few things down. What do you mean? I was participating in the sports festival, and... The kid paused, looking off to the side as he gnawed at his bottom lip. Everyone waited patiently for him to speak. I got burned, he said slowly. And then Izuku paused again, looking to Yamada. You sure they will help? Because I'm getting really tired of retelling this. And if it's all for nothing, I think they are going to help, Izuku. Yamada said gently. The more you open up, the better. The kid gnawed at his lips some more before continuing. I had a bad panic attack. I remembered my mom. You remembered your mother, Dr. Ishii said, asking for clarification. Dying. I remembered her dying. I watched her die again. Izuku clarified. And that's bad. Why do you think it's bad? Dr. Ishii asked. Izuku fidgeted with his wristbands, rubbing at them as he thought. Because I was mid-battle. I could have been hurt. And it really unnerved me, Izuku said. Do you hope to stop having these flashbacks? Dr. Wada asked. Izuku tensed. Not if it means taking drugs or spending time in a room with you. He snarled. The woman sighed slightly, sitting back in her chair. I do not plan to push meds on you if you are this against them. I am a therapist as well, Midoriya-kun. I was simply asking a question. Izuku made a face one that had been made against Aizawa before. FCK, this kid. Aizawa bolted forward. Do not spit at her, he warned. Izuku backed down, turning his head once more to avoid eye contact. I am also curious, Dr. Ishii said, redirecting Izuku's attention. Do you wish to stop these flashbacks? Izuku tilted his head in thought. He paused. I don't like them. They don't happen often, but when they do, it takes a long time to calm down, sometimes days. I can catch glimpses and reflections and small things bring it up. I don't like that. I have a feeling that there is another part to that statement, Dr. Ishii said. Izuku pulled on the lock of his hair a little. I don't. Izuku stopped, closing his eyes. I don't have any pictures of her. Because the house burned. If I don't have the flashbacks, I'll forget what she looked like. I'll forget what she sounded like. I don't want to forget. Dr. Ishii nodded as he wrote down more notes. Is there anything else? That's the main thing that made them take me here, Izuku said, the confidence of Deku back in place. That made Aizawa speak up. The personalities, he stated. Deku and Izuku. They were blending before he was moved to the Bashos. But now, they are completely separate, more so than even before he came to Ua. Aizawa said. Inuusan told us to only call Izuku by his given name, but the other day, Izuku, or the Deku persona, became angry when I used the name Izuku. That has never happened before. The boy shifted uncomfortably in his seat, nails finding his wrists again, though he didn't scratch. I see, Dr. Ishii said. I understand why Inuusan would ask that you only call Midoriya-kun by his real name, but if Midoriya-kun expresses that he wants you to call him by a different name, it would be best to respect that for now. We can certainly go more into this later. Izuku looked up in slight surprise. But won't that be bad? He asked. Why would calling you by a name that you prefer be bad? The kid frowned. Because Deku is what I went by as a vigilante. And Inuusan said we shouldn't encourage that side to come out or something. Deku is part of you, correct? Izuku nodded. The Deku side is more prevalent now, he said. Do you believe that Deku is bad or dangerous? No, usually not. Then I think it is all right for now, as long as Aizawa-san and Yamada-san are careful not to say the name in the presence of anyone who doesn't know about the vigilantism. The kid's eyes widened slightly in awe. Would you prefer being called Deku? Dr. Ishii asked. When Deku's the one in charge, yes. How do we tell? The stutter. Aizawa, Yamada, and Izuku all spoke together. Yamada grinned, taking the lead the second time around. Izuku-kun stutters, but the Deku side doesn't. I see. So you've been Deku for most of the meeting. No, Deku nodded. But you can still call me Midoriya. It's more when people use my first name. Very well, Midoriya-kun. Isn't it odd to call him a name that is self-deprecating? Yamada asked. At this point, until we can go into the topic further, if Midoriya-kun prefers to be called Deku when that personality is in charge, You should do as he asks. There is usually an underlying reason. I highly suggest this for you, specifically, Yamada-san, since Midoriya-kun seems to have some underlying mistrust of you still. Dr. Ishii said. Yamada nodded. You all will be asked more detailed questions on the topic of the multiple personalities. But I want to know if they are a problem day to day, Dr. Masaki asked. Aizawa knit his brows together. Not for me. The other teachers still get unnerved at times, but I've grown used to the sudden SWCH. It's more when things like I just mentioned come up. I don't know, Yamada said uncertainly. Today is really the first day that Deku has made a continual appearance since Izuku has been back at UA. I would like to know why and how to handle him when there seem to be two completely different people inside of his head. There aren't, though. Deku said softly. I'm the same person whether the Deku thoughts or the Izuku thoughts are more in charge. It's just how I separate them. They are all me, just two different sides. Like when you fight with yourself over something. He said. I just do it all the time. We can certainly address this. Dr. Ayuchi said. What about the attachment stuff? Yamada asked. Izuku has been struggling to let Aizawa go. Now that he is healed, patrols will start again. We were hoping to go on a nighttime trip. But there are times when Izuku can barely be in a separate room from Shota. Deku flushed, nails biting into his skin for an instant before he stopped. The self-harm, too, Aizawa said, eyeing the boy. That's a big issue. All right, we will look into those as well, Ishii-san said. Are there any other topics that we should focus on in the private conversations? Aizawa sighed. There were plenty, but for now, he had given the major ones. Thus, he shook his head. In that case, shall we move on to the next step? The doctor asked. They kept the doors open to the rooms, but played white noise to cover the conversations. This was the compromise that Deku had ultimately agreed with. In this way, even though he was in a room with two therapists alone, Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei were in view, and nothing was blocking them from reaching him or vice versa. Izuku went into a room with Dr. Ishii and Dr. Masaki, while Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei went into their room with Dr. Ayuchi and the other woman. Deku was working strong to be open about things. He wanted to get this over with, and had a feeling that he would stay all day until the two doctors got the information they needed. It was strong, however. Deku didn't particularly care to speak about himself, and certainly not to strangers. They also seemed to expect his entire life story from his perspective, of which Deku simply wasn't willing to do. Overall, the conversation was much more strained and tense than it could have been if Deku wasn't so secretive. In all honesty, Deku felt he opened up plenty. He just wasn't used to doing it all at once. After all, he had told Aizawa-sensei plenty of things about his life. He'd told Toshinura-san about the night he met Eraserhead, and he had told Kayame-sensei about his problem with parents fighting. He was doing pretty damn well at UA when it came to sharing information in his opinion. But now these strangers wanted everything. And Deku was becoming increasingly frustrated with each question. At times, Deku would slip and Izuku would take the forefront. The doctors seemed to prefer the Izuku side, as he wasn't so apt to completely disregard a question if he didn't like it. The Izuku side would at least give a vague answer if only to appease the two adults. Every now and then the boy would glance over at Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei, checking to make sure that they were still where they were supposed to be. Each and every time, one of the two would look in his direction, catching his eye. Yamada-sensei would smile calmly before turning back around to continue his own conversation. Aizawa-sensei would nod or soften his eyes. After 2 hours, Izuku was positively exhausted and Deku was sure to make that known. The meeting was coming to a close. That much was obvious by the doctor's body language and the lack of excessive questions. However, they had one more thing for him to do before the next part of the meeting. Do you know what a coping card is, Midoriya-kun? Ishii-san asked, taking out an index card. No, Deku said, leaning his head onto his arms. Do you know when this conversation will be over? Soon. This is the last part. Then we can have a small break. Deku groaned. Fine. Give me the FC King coping card. The doctor handed it over and Deku looked down at it. The DMN thing was blank. Doc, this is blank. That is because you make a coping card. It needs to be personalized. Deku passed the blank index card over. I'm not in the mood for arts and crafts, he said. Dr. Masaki smiled. It's more writing than drawing. I'm not in the mood for writing, Deku said, his voice rising in irritation. Very well. We will simply go over it then. Before you leave today, however, I would like you to have one, so you can do it now or later. Deku humphed as he sat back in the chair, arms crossing. A coping card is a tool that can help you work through a crisis. You keep this on you and pull it out if you are struggling to work through a difficult time, Dr. Masaki said. There are 6 basic types of coping skills. Each type will help you through a different scenario. The 6 forms are distraction, grounding, emotional release, self-love, thought challenge, and higher self. I know grounding, Deku said, suddenly curious. I use it to stop panic attacks. I read about when I was younger, to help. That's great. That one should be easy to fill out then, Dr. Ishii exclaimed. Fill out? Dr. Masaki slid over the blank card and a pencil once more. The first form, distraction, is a good go-to to give yourself a break. This works well when your emotions are on high and you need to simply think about something else so that you can get to a safer state of mind. This doesn't solve any issues you are having, but it can buy you time to do one of the other skills or to get help from a person. Do you understand? Dr. Ishii said. Yeah, I get what it does, but what is it exactly? They are distractions. Activities that can keep your mind and hands busy. Think about things like puzzles, reading, cleaning, doing art. On your card, I want you to write 3 to 5 possible options. Like working on support gear? So long as that doesn't make you anxious, Dr. Ishii said with a smile. Okay, so puzzles, support gear, and Deku paused, looking up from the card. You mentioned that you have a cat. Does the cat like to play? Dr. Masaki asked. Oh yeah, I didn't know that was an option, Deku wrote in the third option, and then looked up. The second skill is grounding. That's when you focus on your body and senses to keep you from going too deep in your head, Deku said. Yes, it keeps you in the present moment. Do you already have skills for that? Just one, Deku said hesitantly, suddenly nervous that he didn't have more. I only looked up the one. It was the most used one online. That's fine. We can help give you ideas for the other 2. Okay, so 5 senses, Deku wrote. That's where I say 5 things I see, 4 things I can touch, 3 things I can hear, and so on. That's a very good one. It can be helpful. If you can be specific while describing things, it can work better as well, Dr. Masaki said. I know, Deku replied. What are others? Well, food is a good alternative. No food, Deku snapped. Food isn't. Food won't work. Okay, Dr. Masaki said. Dr. Ishii was writing something on his notepad again. A note for later. I have some scented clay that might work well, Dr. Ishii said. It's squishy, brightly colored, and has essential oils mixed in to work on 3 senses at once. Don't taste it, though, it's disgusting. If you focus, you can hear the sounds it makes while you play with it too. This also provides a distraction if you decide to make something out of it. Okay, but I don't have that, Deku said slowly. Dr. Ishii laughed a little. I'm offering it to you, Midoriya-kun. Oh, okay. And Deku wrote clay onto the card as well. Would exercising count in this one? He asked. Yes. Very good, Midoriya-kun, Dr. Masaki said. The third is emotional release. This works well when you are angry or frightened because it lets you release the emotion. Be careful not to act negatively, though. We want to redirect in a positive way. Like a punching bag? Not exactly, Dr. Ishii said with a wry smile. You want to step away from violent acts. Think more along the lines of dancing to loud music, screaming without words, running, even crying is helpful. Won't that make people think I'm crazy? You certainly have to pick your moments to do this one, Dr. Masaki said. But it's helpful. 3 to 5? Both men nod. I could run. I like to run. But isn't that grounding? Many of these will overlap. That's okay. Dr. Ishii said. All right, then, I could go to Yamada-sensei's room and scream. It's soundproof. So is his studio. But I have to have permission to go in there. You can also scream into the night. I don't think the teachers would mind much if they were forewarned that you might do that if you need a release. Dr. Ishii assured. Yeah, but it would be weird, Deku said. One more. What if I really need to hit something? When I'm mad, I have to, sometimes. What do you hit right now? Dr. Masaki asked. Deku shrunk back some. If Aizawa-sensei's around, I hit him. Not to hurt. I know he can block it, so it's okay. But if he's not, I hit myself. It's the only safe option. I tried pillows, but it wasn't the same. Is something about the sound? The smack. Izuku stuttered the last part. How about popping uns? You blow them up and then, if you really need to hit something, you can hit the un until it pops. But once it pops, let your anger go. It'll be done. Dr. Ishii suggested. Okay. Or you can take a pencil and just pop them like normal. But if you are hitting the un, limit yourself on the number. Again, we are trying to redirect from negative behavior. But hitting a un is much better than hitting yourself or another person. Dr. Ishii continued. Izuku wrote in uns and then looked up again. He was a little shaky from giving away even more private information, but he was pushing through. This was actually interesting for him. He enjoyed the idea of having tools to help not just when he was panicking, but before it got that bad. What's the next one? Izuku asked. Self-love. Dr. Masaki stated. Izuku scrunched up his nose without thought. This one already sounded miserable to his ears. This helps with feelings of shame or guilt. It tells you that you are worth something positive. Dr. Masaki continued. Izuku flinched, setting the card and pencil on the table. What's the one after thdh that? Dr. Masaki got his pad out and wrote something down. Deku came up so suddenly, it almost gave Izuku whiplash. Why do you keep writing notes? I'm not saying anything of importance, he demanded, standing up as something uncomfortable twisted in his gut. Dr. Masaki looked up. Everything you say has importance, Midoriya-kun. I am writing down beliefs that you are representing through your words and actions. It is part of how I piece the puzzle together. I apologize if it has been bothering you. Deku sat back down, the uneasy feeling still bubbling in his stomach. Deku glanced over to the other room, catching Aizawa-sensei's eye this time. The man didn't nod. Instead, he continued to observe Deku, blinking slowly. Like a cat, saying I love you. Deku shook his head at the idea. That was stupid. Aizawa-sensei wasn't a cat. He wouldn't know to do that. Even still, when Deku looked back and found Aizawa-sensei still looking as if he knew Deku was having a strong time, Deku blinked back. The corner of Aizawa-sensei's mouth quirked slightly as he turned, apparently having been asked a question. Are you all right to continue, Midoriya-kun? Dr. Ishii asked. Yais, Izuku murmured. Self-love involves doing something nice for yourself. This can be things like taking a long and relaxing bath, buying a small treat for yourself, massaging your hands, or anything else that could be seen as pampering. Dr. Masaki said. A long BB bath doesn't sound BBB bad. Izuku said after a while. He took the card back and wrote it in. Dido's drawing on yourself work? Like making yourself into art? Dido's that count. Yes, that's very good, Midoriya-kun. Just make sure that you like what you draw. Keep it upbeat and happy if possible. Make sure you use non-toxic markers or paint, too. We don't want you to experience any pain or negative side effects. Izuku nodded. And, Izuku looked around the room searching for a final task to write. You can bring someone else into this too. Dr. Masaki said. These won't necessarily apply to you, but lots of people ask others to help give a massage, or to help cook a nice dinner. BB brush my hair? Izuku asked, feeling his face flush as he said the words. He liked it when Aizawa-sensei rubbed his hand through his hair, though, so it wouldn't be so different. It would be calming. That's a good idea. If you enjoy when people play with your hair, feel free to ask. The worst that someone can say is no, and you have other things to fall back on. Dr. Ishii said. Izuku wrote it in as Dr. Masaki began to explain the next skill. Thought challenge can be a little difficult, so it's best to write these down on paper. If you are having a negative thought or are struggling to think positively, write down the thoughts and challenge them. This can be by writing the opposite of the thought or explaining why they may not be true. You can imagine that you are speaking with a friend who has these thoughts instead of yourself, if that helps. If you struggle doing that, try writing down facts. Real facts that can be proven through the scientific method. I don't really understand, Izuku said. Dr. Ishii knit his brows together in thought before speaking. For example, let's say your mind keeps saying that you are ugly. Write the thought on a piece of paper, and then write the opposite, I am appealing. Or explain why the thought may not be true. For example, my friend says that I'm pretty. Or you can state the facts. Instead of saying you are ugly or pretty at all, say that your hair is curly. Your eyes are green. Does that make sense? I guess. I can't think of anything other than what you GG guys said, though. It's not personal. Just write what we said. This one becomes personal in the moment. Dr. Masaki said. I apologize, I should have led with that. Izuku wrote in opposite. Explain why the statement might be wrong. State the facts on the line. He was almost out of space on the card by now, and he hoped there wouldn't be too much more to write for the last skill. The final skill is called Higher Self. Higher Self, Izuku repeated as he wrote the words. This includes reaching out spiritually within yourself or reaching out to others. You can journal positive messages, make a gift for someone, or even do a small thing such as holding the door for someone. Okay, so the positive P pranks? Izuku asked. Yes, Masaki said. I'll like the G-gift idea. And also, and maybe cleaning as something I don't normally see clean. The two men nodded encouragement while Izuku thought up another idea. And maybe, it can be simple, Midoriya-kun, Dr. Masaki said. What is something simple that someone has done that made you happy? Izuku thought. Smiled? He asked, blushing once more. That could work. When other people smile, it naturally makes us feel calmer. If you were to smile to someone, I'm sure their day would be that much brighter. Dr. Ishii said. Izuku shook off the compliment as he reread the card. Okay, SSO, I just keep this around. Yes. If you ever start to feel overwhelmed, choose one of the activities. Any of them should work well. Dr. Masaki said. If you are having a really bad time, to the point where you are thinking of hurting yourself or someone else, go down the list. Start at the top and make your way down the activities. If you run out of activities and are still overwhelmed, I want you to go find help. Dr. Ishii said. That can be a teacher or another adult that you trust. If you can't find someone like that, I give you permission to call emergency services such as the police. It may be better, however, to call the suicide hotline. They are trained to be helpful in extremely emotional situations. I'm not suicidal. Never. I can't DDO that to Aizawa sensei. It would be burdensome. You may think that now, but you never know what may happen in the future. So please, write those things down on the card. Get help. Call a teacher or other trusted adult. Or call emergency services. Here is the hotline number. I want you to write it on the card as well. Dr. Ishii said. Just in case. After the conversation, Izuku was given a break. During that time, Aizawa sensei gave him a bento and made him eat. Izuku begrudgingly took bites of the food, gagging slightly at some points when unwanted thoughts of punishment filtered through his mind. He needed to tough through it though. Aizawa sensei would be upset if he found out Izuku was thinking this way again. He needed to eat and be good. Yua didn't punish by withholding food. They didn't. Yua wasn't like some of the other homes. While he was eating, the two doctors who had been in his room reviewed Izuku's coping card with the two teachers. Make sure he can carry it with him, whether in a wallet or some clients even keep them in their shoes if they don't have anywhere else to put them. Dr. Ishii said. Why do you keep calling your patients clients? Deku asked. It's not like they don't know what they are. It doesn't change the dynamic. You don't think so? Dr. Ishii asked. No. It's the same. You are called a patient when your body is sick. So it's the same when your mind is sick too. Perhaps I think that the people I help aren't sick. Perhaps I think they just need a little help. Deku snorted. That's stupid. Is it stupid then a toddler can't read a book on their own? They haven't learned how to read. They simply need help. It's the same with my clients. They haven't learned the skills needed to function day to day, so they need a little help. I think your analogy is off, Deku said. Doctor. Ishii smiled softly. Maybe for you. For me, it makes sense. Deku rolled his eyes. A crazy psychologist treating his crazy patients. This practice must be a zoo during the week. The next step is a few computer tests, Midoriya-kun. Dr. Masaki said as he sat down on one of the couches. I didn't. A test, Deku asked, pushing the remaining food away now that there was an excuse. I didn't know. I didn't study or anything. What if I answer wrong? No worries, there aren't any wrong answers. Bullshit, Deku said. There are always wrong answers. Dr. Masaki chuckled low in his throat. Not with this one. It will have a statement, and you will respond with how much you agree or disagree. Easy. There will also be a few true or false with similar statements as well. What kind of statements? Well, things like, I enjoy being with people. What if I only enjoy being with some people? Deku asked. Just choose what feels most right. But then I'm answering wrong. What if it feels right for now, but a few hours later it's different? Try not to overthink it, brat. Aizawa-sensei said. It's not going to hurt you in any way. Deku scowled, feeling his face contort as he thought. They could use all this against me, he whispered. What if there is another court case? Dr. Ishii, and that other woman could use my results against me. So it does matter, and it can hurt me. We are no longer on the board for your case, since we have taken you on as a client-patient. Deku corrected. Since you are being seen by us, Dr. Ishii continued. We will no longer be part of the votes. At most, we will take on the same role that Inuusan had at the hearing. That's still bad. What if I answer the questions wrong, and it says I'm worse off than I actually am? It is very difficult to actually do that, Dr. Masaki stated. The questions will repeat themselves in a bunch of different ways. The different wording will give us a clearer view of a true answer. This allows us to view your mindset without human bias. If anything, it will actually clear some things up from our interview. Just go with your gut when answering the questions, Dr. Ishii said. Deku frowned but nodded anyway. You can take it once you finish eating, Aizawa-sensei said. The frown deepened as Deku looked at the food. Dr. Ishii wrote yet another note on his pad of paper. The test was frustrating to say the least. Almost every question needed more detail for Deku to accurately respond. They were so vague. It was so annoying. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei took turns in the room with him, while the four doctors talked to them, one at a time. It was the same information, but because Izuku refused to be alone. Midway through, after Deku had read the same question reworded just slightly different for the third time, he slammed his head down on the desk in sheer frustration. It hurt more than he had originally thought, but he ignored the PND. Kid? Aizawa-sensei asked. I want to go home. This is stupid. We are almost done. Finish that, and then it'll just be 30 more minutes, tops. I want to leave now. I understand that, Aizawa-sensei said with a sigh, turning back to the magazine he was reading. Deku looked up and glared at the man. Let's leave, he said determinedly. When you finish, Aizawa-sensei said, still acting as if he were interested in the magazine. Deku stood, walking over to the man and plopping down on the couch cushion to his side. Deku positioned himself on his knees and looked at what Aizawa-sensei was reading. The page was filled with pictures of cats. Can I read that? Aizawa-sensei closed the magazine, turning his gaze to the boy. When you finish, he said again. Deku growled. Is that all you can say? Aizawa didn't answer. Deku moved forward more, positioning himself in Aizawa's space, but not touching. Come on, sensei, I'm done. You finished? No, but I'm done. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei sighed. No, Deku said softly, looking off to the side. Not, they said. It's Deku. I'm Deku. Aizawa sighed. That will take time to get used to again. Bear with me. Deku shrugged. Let's leave. Aizawa-sensei stood. Stop asking. The answer is no. It wasn't a question. Deku snarked. Kid Deku, go finish the DMN test. Aizawa-sensei said. Make me. Deku said, a mischievous smile lighting his features. I'm not making you do anything. We will stay here until you complete it. Aizawa-sensei said calmly. We'll be here forever. There's like a million questions left. Then you better start working. Deku grumbled as he went back to the computer and sat down. I bet I could take this computer apart and put it back together. Deku said loud and clear. You take it apart. You will just have to retake the whole test again. Aizawa-sensei drawled. With a defeated sigh, Deku read the next question. When we meet next week, we should have some answers for you. Dr. Masaki said as he flipped through his notebook. We have to come back? Deku asked. The boy was lying on the sofa, spread out, completely unconcerned with manners at this point. Aizawa sighed. He could feel the gray hairs forming at the brat's actions. Sit up, he said. Nah, I'm good. Deku replied, humor lighting his eyes as Aizawa grit his teeth. The boy sat up anyway, however. Would you like us to meet you after school on Friday? Or, Yamada asked. We don't mind coming in on the weekend if it works better for you. Dr. Wada said. The brat grimaced when she spoke, hands clenching the hem of his shirt. Would Saturday do well? We can come at any time. Aizawa asked. Saturday is perfect. How does your 9 sound for you? Dr. Ishii asked. How long is it going to take? Deku asked with a sigh. It hopefully won't take that long. Dr. Masaki said. It depends on what we will need to cover. If we are here for more than 4 hours again, I will die. Deku paused, noticing the shift in the doctors. It's an expression. I already told you I'm not suicidal, Deku hissed. Just keep your coping card on you. I want you to use it if necessary. I feel like it's necessary now, Deku grumbled. I wouldn't mind screaming for a bit. Aizawa rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Yamada, who sat to his left, had closed his eyes for a moment to breathe. If you think it will be beneficial, feel free. Dr. Ishii said with a wry smile. Deku jolted, eyeing the man. I was being facetious. Deku said slowly. Sometimes, we are covering the truth with humor. I just wanted to let you know that it would be okay. Deku grumbled under his breath some more, turning away from the doctor and into Aizawa's side. I'm done. Let's go if that's all. He said, muffled by the capture scarf around Aizawa's neck. All right. We can go. Aizawa said, standing. Thank you for seeing us. We will see you at 09 Season on Saturday. He said with a bow. Yes, if you need anything else, Yamada said, bowing as well. Thank them for their time, brat. Aizawa said. Deku paused, halfway through the door already. He gave a small, short bow. Thanks, he said quickly. Can we go now? Aizawa sighed once more as they exited the office and headed towards the car. By the time they had reached the vehicle, the Deku persona had been replaced with Izuku once more. The boy fell asleep in the backseat on the way back to school. The stress from the appointment, lack of sleep, and the other stressors in his life, finally catching up to him. For the second night in a row, Izuku didn't sleep. He had managed about an hour on the car ride back to Yamada-sensei, stopping to go grocery shopping before heading back. But after he had awoken again, it was impossible to fall back asleep. He was exhausted, but his mind refused to stop rambling. Aizawa-sensei had scolded him multiple times during dinner, when the random thoughts swirling in his head came out while he struggled to eat. Even when scolded, Izuku would eventually start again, unable to stop. It had continued through the night, and now, at C7 Zazir, it was still continuing as he sat at the island in the kitchen. What would school be like today? How would Anzai react? Would Shinsu still be his friend after having the weekend to rethink things? Even if they had made up, Shinsu had been pretty mad. Izuku had been left for lesser reasons. What about support course? Would Hatsune be disappointed? Would they be happy with his first battle? Then, there was the hero course on Tuesday. Izuku didn't even want to think about Kaken's reaction. It was no question that the anger of the blonde boy on the winner's podium would surely be directed at him at some point. Would Aizawa-sensei step in or leave Izuku to face the consequences? Consequences. What other consequences would there be? The first news articles on the sports festival would be coming out today. Would they mention him? In a paragraph praising Kaken, would they comment on the pathetic boy who had quit before even trying? That would ruin his career before even starting it. Brat. I swear to the gods that if you continue this mumbling, I will GG you. Aizawa-sensei said as he poured his glass of coffee. You mumbled all night last night before bed, and now you're doing it again. Zip it. Izuku closed his mouth quickly, teeth audibly seeking from the force he had used to shut it. After downing the cup quickly, Aizawa-sensei poured another, and finally turned his gaze on Izuku. His eyes hardened when he saw the boy. You didn't sleep again. Izuku looked down at his hands, fidgeting them together a little. Izuku, why didn't you sleep? Aizawa-sensei asked, walking towards him. I couldn't, he whispered. I tried, but. Aizawa-sensei waited patiently for more of an explanation. Izuku sighed deeply, lowering his head into his now folded arms. I couldn't make the thoughts as stop. They just kept screaming, and I couldn't stop them. Screaming. Were you having a flashback? Aizawa-sensei asked. Izuku shook his head. No, it's just. And my thoughts were really loud. I couldn't stop them. When I tried, they got louder. Aizawa-sensei's brows knit together before he nodded. Are you worried about anything specific? The man asked. Kinda. BB, but I deserve anything that happens. Aizawa-sensei closed his eyes and rubbed at his temples. You're worried about the backlash from the sports festival, he stated. Izuku nodded. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Aizawa-sensei said, motioning for Izuku to look at him. If someone picks on you, if they very or physically abuses you, or makes you feel less than a person, you tell a teacher. Got it? Izuku looked off to the side, breaking eye contact. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei said, voice raising. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. Students, even those whose egos were hurt by your actions, do not have a right to bully anyone at this school. If they want to talk out their problems with you, or have a fair spar with you when a teacher is nearby, fine. But that is the limit. Do you understand, problem child? Izuku nodded again. You don't deserve abuse, Izuku, Aizawa-sensei said softer. The tears were falling before Izuku even realized that they had formed. Aizawa-sensei ran a hand through his hair with a small sigh. You got that card you made yesterday. No. It's not like I can do that stuff at a school, Izuku signed, stumbling in his motions, making even those words stutter. Bring it with you like they said. You can do at least some of the things on it if you get overwhelmed. Izuku frowned, but nodded his head. I need to head in early. Nezu has called a meeting. Izuku nodded. I'll see you after school for training with Shinsu. Izuku nodded again. With another pat and yet another sigh, Aizawa poured the rest of the coffee in his large tumbler and left the room. Izuku decided to wait until closer to the start of school to head to the classroom. He wanted there to be as little time as possible for Anzai or anyone else to mess with him. Unfortunately, Anzai didn't need a lot of time to make an impact. When Izuku walked into the room, Anzai sneered before laughing under his breath. Izuku ignored him, heading straight to his desk, only to find a stack of magazines and newspapers waiting for him. Shinsu's bag was on the floor near his seat, but Shinsu was nowhere to be found. Izuku furrowed his brows, knowing that the two were most likely related. With shaky hands, Izuku picked up the newspaper on the top of the stack. U.S. Sports Festival Breakdown, third-year champions, second-year hopefuls, and first-year scandal. The newspaper beneath that one read another phrase. U.S. Sports Festival. The struggle in the first-year arena. The following was a magazine with a photo of Shinsu on the winner's podium. U.S. Sports Festival. The second-place villain after that was a cutout of an article. Quirkless at UA. What the UA Sports Festival revealed. The following was yet another magazine, this time with Izuku's face pulled into a grimace from some point during the first task, it seemed. Off to the side, A smaller picture of Izuku when he was maybe 6 was shown. It was a picture that CPS had taken for the file, the fuzzy image and dull blue background dead giveaways. Quirkless orphan forced to participate in dangerous games. Izuku wanted to throw up. He hadn't even read the articles yet, just the titles. We gave most of the ones about our classroom villain to the person in question. Anzai said with a snigger. But we made sure to leave one for you, too. Good thing, since Shinsu took the ones on his desk with him when he left. He took the first stack. We sat on your desk too, but we had extras. For the first time in days, Izuku's mind was silent. The swirling thoughts ceased as he stared down at the papers in his hands and on his desk. The world seemed to white out for a moment, while his brain tried to catch up with what was happening. Then, Samenta-sensei walked in. "Good morning, class," the man said, jolting Izuku out of his fog. The boy looked up slowly from the papers, catching the teacher's eye. "Tell a teacher," Aizawa-sensei's voice echoed in his head. Izuku looked back down at the papers before shuffling them together and shoving them into his bag as he sat. It wasn't like they were picking on him. Anzai was just giving him the papers that Izuku would find out about eventually, anyway. Anzai hadn't said anything cruel, either. There was no reason for Izuku to tell a teacher. That would be stupid. He was fine. This was fine. Everything was fine. Shinsu walked back into the room just as the late bell rang. He murmured something about the bathroom before falling into his seat and hiding his head in his arms. Izuku wanted to reach out to the boy, but stopped himself. It was Izuku's fault that Shinsu was getting abused by the press. The boy probably didn't want him right now. Shinsu would probably never want to see Izuku again. Classes seemed to drag on forever as Izuku's sleep-deprived mind tried to comprehend the lessons. Considering how frustrating the swirl of thoughts had been last night, the lack of thoughts was almost worse. Izuku felt numb to the world, and that only proved to make the pain his sense swell with each breath, no longer being held back by the multitude of worries. The teachers only made the feeling worse as they sent concerned glances to Shinsu and Izuku throughout their lessons. Yamada-sensei was the worst offender, almost unable to continue his lesson with how much he focused on the two boys in the corner of the room. Izuku could finally take a breath when lunch PRD came around. Shinsu had left the room with the crowd of other students, leaving Izuku to his own devices. The freckled boy pulled out the papers, hands trembling with the movement, and started to read the one that had his CPS photo on the cover. Midoriya Izuku, 15, won the hearts of the audience as he bravely faced the incredibly treacherous sports festival activities hosted by UA. The first-year student bravely fought his way through to the one-on-one matches, defeating his opponents through sheer luck. The poor child struggled through his fear until ultimately giving up his place in the second battle round where he faced Shinsu Hitoshi, who has a brainwashing quirk. Why had he given up, however? The answer: Midoriya Izuku is quirkless and was forced into competing by the higher-ups of UA. Izuku nearly stopped breathing as he read. The articles completely ignored the first 2 rounds of the festival and the first battle that Izuku had partaken in. They were unnecessarily cruel to Shinsu and painted Izuku to look like a pitiful weakling in need of rescue. It pss Aizawa off. Luckily, very few of the papers and magazines had taken this stance, none of which were overly popular either. Most of the well-respected platforms focused on the winners, and the process of winning, very few of which focused on the first-year students at all. However, the news was public now. Someone had leaked information on the brat despite his files being locked. The world now knew that he was quirkless, and in foster care, 2 facts that the problem child had already shared with his classmates, but of which were still private information. The only lucky part seemed to be that there was no mention of his vigilantism. One article in particular had even used a photo from Izuku's file 1 from his earliest days in foster care. It was brutal in its alteration of Izuku's actions. It had twisted the brat into something to be pitied. Izuku would be devastated. On and on that article went, describing the brat's difficult life as a foster child only to be forced into a competitive school that had little to no worry for their students as seen during the incident at the Yasuji. To make it worse, the article dug into Shinsu as well. UA truly has to answer for forcing a quirkless child to face off against such a villainous power. It is no wonder Midoriya ceded the match. Anyone would be afraid of facing such a quirk, no less a child with no natural defense. With the stigma the boy already faced, Aizawa could only hope that this wouldn't completely destroy the confidence that had slowly been building over the 2 months or so. As you can see, the press are currently having a field day with Yue. Though, our top priority is making sure that both Izuku and Shinsu are supported in this process. Thus, I ask that you keep your comments to yourself. Even positive comments in reference to Midoriya-kun and Shinsao-kun may create an even worse situation. Don't make it worse with thoughtless statements. Nezu had said during the staff meeting. We can't let Izuku-kun see these. Kayama had said sharply. Samantha sighed. He will know the moment he steps into 1C. Some of the students will find it amusing and will surely rub his face in the news. Aizawa had grit his teeth as he reread the paper. DMM lying vultures. After morning classes, Aizawa had run into Shinsu. The boy was carrying 2 food trays and was headed back to 1C. He looked almost as bad as Izuku had that morning. Shinsu, Aizawa said in greeting. Oh, hello, Aizawa-sensei. The boy murmured, looking off to the side. Aizawa moved to walk by his side. How are you doing? I've had better days. The boy replied wryly. But I expected it, to an extent. Luckily, it was just the lesser papers scavenging for readers, if you ask me. The boy said. His shoulders were tense, however. His face was contorted into a grimace, and he walked more slumped than normal. This was still affecting the boy negatively, despite the brave facade he was putting up. Are one of those trays for Midoriya? Aizawa asked, knowing Shinsu would give more information if the conversation weren't directly about him. Shinsu nodded. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I was hoping he wouldn't have read the papers. I threw away the pile that was on his desk before he got in the room. But I think he still saw something. He was off during morning classes. I chickened out of talking to him after and decided to grab him food to give myself time to calm down. Aizawa hummed. Calm down? Shinsu fumbled in his steps before correcting himself. I was angry. At Midoriya, Shinsu paused a moment. Yes. But I already said my piece with him. I needed a minute to figure out what I was really angry at. And that would be the media. Some of our classmates who are sure to make the next few days a living hell. But it will be okay. I'll be okay. Midoriya will be okay too. Aizawa said softly, seeing the worry play across Shinsu's face. Sometimes, I'm not too sure about that, the violet-eyed boy said softly. They both stopped, just outside room 1C. Do you? Shinsu stopped, looking down at the ground. Do you believe the papers, that I can't be a hero? Aizawa thought for a bit before responding. Do you? Shinsu stilled, face growing strong at the returned question. No. I think I can do it. I'll be a great hero. He whispered fiercely. Aizawa's frown lessened as he looked at the boy. There's your answer, kid, Aizawa said. If Midoriya looks like he needs something, tell a teacher. I don't think he'll reach out. Aizawa said. Shinsu nodded. If you need something, you can tell a teacher, too. Aizawa said. The entire staff believes in you, Shinsu. They have your back, even the ones who don't know you. Shinsu nodded again. I'll see you after school and training. Aizawa said as he stepped away from the door and started down the hall. Aizawa stuck around the hall for 10 minutes after Shinsu had entered the room, just in case one of the two decided they needed a teacher after all. When no one appeared, he turned and left for the teacher's lounge. Shinsu didn't hate him. That was the only thing keeping Izuku afloat right now. He had been midway through the final article when the boy had reappeared in the classroom. He had gotten Izuku food. He had set it down in front of him, swiping the papers off Izuku's desk as he did so. He had sat beside him, looking intently at the freckled boy. Then he had actually spoken. They are pretty nasty, huh? Izuku nodded. Anzai had extra copies, Izuku nodded again, his hands trembling in his lap. You should kick his butt next time you get a chance. Izuku nodded again, not wanting to disagree with Shinsu. Not wanting him to stop talking. Not wanting him to leave, despite knowing that the boy should. Izuku was evil for putting the violet-haired boy through this. He was useless and hopeless and stupid. So F-seeking stupid. He could never do anything right. Izuku? The name jottled Izuku out of his thoughts, and the green-eyed boy slowly looked up at the other boy in the room. Are you okay? Tears sprung to Izuku's eyes for the second time that day. Why aren't you pissed at MME? Why aren't you hitting me more? Why aren't you SSS screaming and yelling? Telling me to GGGO away. It's MMY fault. I'm SS sorry. The tears were falling in earnest as Izuku spoke, hiccuping and stuttering to form a mess of difficult to understand babbles. He couldn't even speak and apologize correctly. Useless. Shinsu waited until Izuku stopped trying to talk, hiding his face in his hands. I already settled things with you. Of course I'm still mad, but I accept your explanation for what happened. I'm more mad at the media right now. The aholes are just pining for readers, not caring that they are tearing down two teenagers. It's because of enemy. My FF fault. It's not your fault that the writers chose to paint a picture that is clearly false, Shinsu said. Izuku jolted at the words, looking at Shinsu, confused. They made you look pitiful, Shinsu said. But it was obvious in the first 2 rounds and your first battle that you aren't. Hell, you took me down before giving up. These writers were either blind, stupid, or aholes. No other options. Izuku couldn't stop the small bubble of laughter that escaped. And as for what they said about me, well, I've heard it my whole life. They see my quirk and automatically think I'm a villain. I just need to prove them wrong. Punching you probably wasn't helpful for my case, but I think I can overcome it. We are going to be heroes, right? We'll have to learn to face ridicule eventually. What's the harm in starting a little earlier than intended? How are you SSO calm? Izuku asked. I wasn't, at first. That's why I had to leave the classroom this morning. But I figured that I didn't want to give Anzai the pleasure of seeing me upset, Shinsu said with a shrug before turning to look at Izuku. You shouldn't either. You're stronger than anyone in this class. Don't let sit like this hurt you so much. Izuku nodded once more, glancing at the food on his desk. It actually looked okay. When he went to reach for the chopsticks, Shinsu's arm came to rest near his wrist. Izuku jolted, but didn't lash out. Shinsu had been careful to alert Izuku to the touch before it made contact. You are bleeding. Don't get BLD on your food, the boy said softly. Izuku pulled his arm back and lifted the sleeve of his school jacket. He was, in fact, bleeding. Shinsu pulled out a small first aid kit from his bag and wrapped Izuku's wrists quickly. Do you have a first aid KK kit? I started carrying one full of band-aids, gauze, and other wrappings when I saw how often you scratched. I've had it with me for a while. Izuku felt his face flush deeply, and he drew his hands back as soon as Shinsu had finished. Thanks. Eat quickly. We need to get those properly cleaned out before your therapy session with Inuisan. Their FFI. If you say they are fine, I will have another reason to be mad. Don't be a FC King idiot, Izuku. Sorry, Izuku murmured. Didn't mean to upset you, sensei. Deku finished with a small mischievous smile. Shinsu grinned back, shaking his head, but not saying another word. Lunch was almost over when the knock sounded on the teacher lounge door. Tashinori, who was closest, answered. Shinsu was standing with Izuku close behind. The violet-haired boy was holding on to Izuku's forearm tightly. The boy looked taken aback by the sight of Tashinori, looking confused by his presence. Shinsu? Aizawa asked, drawing his thoughts away from the deflated form of All Might. The boy in question perked up, making eye contact. Tashinori moved out of the way, allowing Shinsu to tug the reluctant Izuku into the room. You said to bring him to a teacher, Shinsu said. Izuku's face flushed heavily as he kept his gaze to the ground. He's fine now, but before he was fine, he hurt himself. Shinsu. Deku hissed, pulling on his arm again. Shinsu let go only to grab his hand and pull up his sleeve. It was crudely wrapped with bandages. I wrapped them up, but they need to be disinfected. He refused to go to Recovery Girl, Shinsu said in a bored tone. Aizawa sighed, motioning the problem child forward. I didn't mean to, Deku said softly, a small pout evident in his tone. Yes, you say that every time, Aizawa said. I really didn't. I never said I didn't believe you, Aizawa said, unwrapping the bandage from around the boy's wrist. Shinsu hovered behind Izuku, unsure what to do. Take a seat, Shinsu, Midoriya, Aizawa said, pointing to a chair near the wall and guiding Izuku into the one beside his desk. Aizawa inspected the scratch marks on Izuku's eyes, noticing that his wrists were covered in more scratches than just from this morning. Did you scratch last night? Aizawa asked as he accepted the first aid kit from Toshinori. The kid looked away, refusing to answer. If you keep scratching, you will scar. You have enough of those. You should have gone to Recovery Girl. If she'd heal you. Aizawa said. I can't. Deku replied. I can't just have her heal me this time. He said the same thing to me. Shinsu said, rolling his eyes. Why not? Aizawa asked. The boy in front of him shifted in his seat, his other hand finding the bruises on his face. I deserve my injuries, he whispered quietly. If she heals me, they all disappear. Shinsu looked up in shock. What do you mean you deserve your injuries? Deku shifted again, attempting to pull his hand out of Aizawa's grasp. The black-haired man held firm, continuing to disinfect the scratches. Because it's just that. Deku stopped, panic washing over his face. No matter what I say, you guys will get mad at me, he said softly. Then maybe what you are about to say is wrong, Shinsu said, sounding more than a little confused. You know you didn't deserve to be hit, right? You know I was wrong to do that. At all, let alone twice. Deku looked off to the side, away from Shinsu. The purple-haired boy set his head in his hands for a moment before sitting up again. Izuku, I shouldn't have hit you. It was wrong. No, it wasn't. Deku hissed under his breath. Aizawa remained silent for now, waiting to see where the conversation led. Shinsu was surprisingly good at these types of conversations, and Izuku may actually listen to a peer. He sure as hell didn't listen to adults, so this was a hopeful solution. Yes, it was. I was angry. I shouldn't have hit you while I was angry. It made you feel better, Deku said. So it's fine. You would still be mad if you didn't. You could get mad again. Shinsu stopped, made speechless for a moment before he shook his head and continued. Don't let people hit you just so they won't be mad. You aren't responsible for other people's emotions, Shinsu said. Deku bit his bottom lip as Aizawa unwrapped the other wrist. If I needed to hit you, I should have set up a spar. Then it would have been fair. You could have defended yourself. I could have defended myself either way, Deku said. Shinsu paused again, thinking. That's worse. That means you let me hurt you. It's just some bruises. Izuku, Shinsu said, standing. How else are you supposed to feel better? Deku bit out, turning his gaze on Shinsu for the first time. An apology wouldn't have been enough. This is fine. If you need to hit me to feel better, it's fine. You haven't left. You are still talking to me, so it worked. It made you feel better. You feel better, don't you? Both boys stilled. No, Shinsu said. Deku completely wilted at that word, shrinking back in his chair as he observed the other boy. It might have felt good in the moment, but after the fact, even now, I feel really silly for hitting you, Shinsu said. You're my friend, and I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Deku gnawed at his lip, not saying anything. Are you not getting healed because you think the bruises prove something? I can't get healed over everything. That's why, Deku said. Are you lying? Shinsu asked, surprise clear in his tone. I thought you hated lying. That isn't the reason you won't get healed, and you know it. Deku flinched again. I really messed up. Getting hit made up for it a little. But by healing, I'd just be erasing the punishment. It would make you get angry again. I won't get angry again, Shinsu said softly. Whoever taught you that? They were a holes. You being in pain doesn't satisfy me past that initial burst of anger. And my anger is mine to handle. It doesn't give me the right to use you as a punching bag. Not when I know you won't defend yourself. Deku didn't answer, so Aizawa decided to step in. UA allows sparring to settle fights, he said. Most schools don't, but considering our student body, it made sense. But teachers or staff have to be present and both parties must agree. It can't be one-sided. Teachers will step in if someone refuses to defend themselves. There is a difference between getting hit in a sparring match, where both parties can let off steam as well as defend themselves, and getting hit from anger. Yua doesn't allow the second, which is why Shinsu was given detention this morning. You had detention? Deku asked, shocked. Yeah, and I deserved it. Because that was a fair punishment. Both boys looked at one another for a while before Deku turned away once more. The circles under his eyes looked even more prominent now as the tension drained out of his shoulders. Recovery girl probably wouldn't have healed you either way, though. Not when you are this exhausted. Aizawa said, finishing up the last arm. You need to stop scratching, even if it's an accident. If you are upset, find a different way to occupy your hands. Deku nodded meekly. Was it even Deku anymore? Then what was even the point of this conversation? He said after a moment, face contorting into a pout. You needed it, Aizawa said. The man had a feeling Izuku would need a lot more than a single conversation to really drive the point home. However, Shinsu looked up at the clock. I'm getting another detention, he said with a sigh. I'm late again. Aizawa looked up at the clock as well. It was 10 minutes into the next PRD. I'll write you a note. This time, he said to Shinsu. You have therapy still, Aizawa said to Izuku. Go. You can tell Inuusan why you were scratching while there. Deku's face morphed into a snarl for a split second before dropping off as the boy obeyed and left for the counselor's office. Thank you for bringing him, Aizawa said as he took out a pen and paper. Shinsu nodded. I'm really sorry I hit him. Just don't let your anger control you again, Aizawa said softly. I didn't know. I didn't realize he thought he would deserve it. Shinsu's hands were clenched in his breath. I'm not just gonna stop talking to him over something like this. The boy whispered fiercely. That's stupid. Aizawa grinned into his capture scarf as he handed over a signed note. It will take time for him to figure that out, Aizawa said softly. Shinsu nodded as he stood. I'll see the two of you after school. Thank you, sensei, Shinsu said with a bow before exiting. He shouldn't have to go to therapy today. Not after that conversation. It had left him feeling just as silly and confused as any therapy session ever had. One per day was plenty. And yet, here he was, halfway to the office. Fortunately, or more like, unfortunately, considering the alternative that was occurring, Deku didn't quite make it to Inuusan's office. Deku. The name was spoken in an even tone, though the voice held barely contained rage beneath the surface. Deku stopped, looking to his right at the sound, only to find Kaken leaning against the wall, alone, in a vacant hallway with no teachers in sight. He was pretty overwhelmed right now. Maybe he could get away with the scream that was written on the coping card that was tucked in his pocket. Kaken, Izuku greeted, the Deku side of his mind running away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Wasn't the Deku side supposed to be brave? Seeking hell. Don't give me that sit. Kaken sneered, stepping off the wall. You think you can pretend to be a weak, stuttering, little sit with me? I ain't stupid. I know who you are. I know what you are. He took a step forward and Izuku took a step back, body tensing to run. I don't know what you mean, Izuku said. Sector 9. Kaken responded. A vigilante by the name Deku used to patrol it. Izuku closed his mouth, eyeing the blonde wearily. Then, he suddenly disappears and my childhood classmate shows up, showcases incredible skills, and starts wrapping everyone around his finger. All the while, the Deku of Sector 9 has disappeared. It's strange, Izuku said, his breath coming in short gasps as Kaken took another step forward. What's even stranger is that my classmate used to go by the name Deku. I made it up, or don't you remember? Another step forward and another step back. Maybe you remember the USJ then? When some of the villains suddenly started fighting on your side, calling you Deku. Another step forward and another step back. Because I sure as hell remember. You thought disappearing for a month would make me forget. I didn't, cut the King stuttering, Kaken yelled. I've heard you in class. Everyone's heard you in class. We know you're faking it. The boy growled. Another step forward and another step back. I'm so King sick of this. And then the sports festival. How dare you? Another step forward and another step back. Izuku whimpered when his back hit the wall. You think you can King pull me around? You think you can play your King mind games with me? I don't think so. don't know what you mean, Izuku said as Kaken bridged the last gap between them, locking him to the wall by twisting his fist in Izuku's shirt. I don't know what game you are playing, but you better cut it out. Don't go thinking you are better than the rest of us. To pull the strings where those who matter know you are strong, and the civilians think you are some innocent baby. FCK. The hell was the point? Kaken, you got it wrong. Kaken growled low in his throat, glaring a hole through Izuku's skull. Shut up, Deku. Criminals don't have a right to speak. Blonde let go of Izuku's shirt and backed up a step. I should tell everyone. A FC King criminal. A vigilante. Probably a thief and murderer. In the FC King hero course of 1A. And you're FC King playing us all. All the teachers. All the students. But not me. I know what you are. You don't understand. I said to shut the FCK up, Kaken yelled. I won't fall for your FC King games again. Izuku flinched back when Kaken's arm swung forward, yet the boy merely pointed his finger at Izuku. You cut the sit. Stop messing with 1A and the teachers. Stop playing your FC King mind games with everyone, or you'll FC King regret it. Sit. I should end you right now. I would if I didn't need more evidence. Whatever you're FC King planning, you can forget it. I won't let you get away with anything. And with that, the blonde turned on his heel, walking away from the extremely confused and extremely shaken Izuku. By the time Izuku could feel his legs enough to move again, second lunch was over and students flooded the halls. Izuku followed the crowd, tensing with the small inevitable touches before finally making his way to 1H. Hatsune was her usual hyper self, but she quelled at Izuku's mood, backing off and giving him space. For the first time and much sooner than he had thought, Izuku pulled out the index card from his pocket. Distraction. Puzzle. Support gear. Play with Chato. He was in support course. He could work on support gear. He had a distraction. Thus, Izuku set to work, completely focusing on the task at hand. Aizawa was going to go insane if Yamada didn't shut up about physical therapy. The blonde had been hounding the man ever since he had overheard Aizawa at lunch. You can't train Izuku and Shinsu when you have therapy. Don't you dare tell me that you are going to skip. You can't skip your first session, Shota. I wasn't kidding when I said I'd drag you. Shut up, Yamada. Aizawa ground out. I only have to do it twice a week. I can go on Tuesdays and Fridays. She said a minimum of 2 times a week. Show. You should be going 4 days a week. 4. Then I'll go Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. The blonde huffed. How will you do Saturdays if you plan to do patrols on the weekends? Aizawa groaned. 3 days a week won't kill me. Yamada seemed to grow with his anger, his already taller height seeming to rise. Do not fight me on this, Aizawa Shota. You almost died. You will attend therapy 4 times a week, and you will put that above training Izuku and Shinsu if necessary. Either that, or no patrols until you are 100%. Aizawa paused mid-stride. You can't control me, he growled. No, I can't. But I can sure as hell pitch a fit and take myself out of the equation if you won't listen. What the hell does that mean? That means, Yamada said, pausing for dramatic effect. No more cuddles, no more lunches, no more sleeping in the same bed, and certainly no more sec. It was nice last night, but I waited 2 months. I can wait again. Aizawa couldn't stop the blush that rose on his cheeks as he scrambled to cover his husband's mouth. We are in the middle of the hall, he hissed. Yamada replied by seeking his hand. Aizawa wiped his hand off with a sneer. You would just leave? I would support you from afar. Then, if you went to therapy, I could join you if you wanted, and then spend time with you until you skipped again. That's extortion. It's what's necessary to make sure you are doing what you're supposed to, Yamada said. You are more strong-headed than anyone I know, so it takes extreme measures sometimes. I already promised. Let them practice with something other than sparring and one-on-one combat if you think they need the training. They are responsible enough to do that. Will you stay with them? Because no one else is available. Yamada frowned. I have patrol. I'm running low on cash, so I needed the extra shift. So you want them to practice without supervision? Izuku. Our Izuku? Yamada hesitated before nodding. We will never know if we can trust him unless we give him a chance. The doctor said that yesterday, right? Aizawa sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair. Fine. Fine. If anything happens to Problem Child, I'm blaming you. Aizawa-sensei was leaving them to spar alone. He was letting them practice without supervision. Deku was pretty sure the last healing session must have messed up his brain somehow. Listen. Absolutely no sparing. Absolutely no quirk, Shinsu. Absolutely no using the equipment in ways it wasn't designed to be used, Midoriya. Am I understood? Both boys nodded slowly. A verbal answer. Aizawa-sensei commanded. Yes, sensei. Both boys said in unison. If I find out that you broke these rules, if I find out that either of you laid a hand on the other, broke the equipment, or anything else that common sense would tell you not to do, I will make your training hell. Yes, sensei. Both boys repeated again, slightly less confident. Good. Aizawa-sensei looked between the two before sighing. I will be able to stay on Thursday. Today, I have to go. I will be in the hospital wing if you need me. You should only need me if you end up in the hospital wing too. So that will work out. You won't be able to get away with anything. Deku shifted uncomfortably under the strong gaze. Aizawa-sensei tapped his fingers against his leg for a few seconds before seeming to decide on something. He closed his eyes, took a breath, turned around, and walked out of the gym. Holy shit, he actually left us alone. Deku breathed. After I dragged you into an unauthorized sparring match, too. Shinsu said, equally awed. By hell, how bad do you think it could be? Deku asked. My imagination can dream up something bad enough that I don't want to risk it. Best thing to do is not even test the boundaries. Aizawa-sensei's imagination is broader than mine. Strength and endurance training then. Yeah, guess that's our only option today. Shinsu and Izuku were winding down from their exercises, drinking water and enjoying each other's silent company, as they could hardly currently speak past their heavy breaths. DMN, it's already 18:30. Shinsu said once they had calmed themselves a little. I still have to make dinner and do homework, Deku added with a laugh. And help the little ones to bed, Shinsu groaned. You don't talk about your home a lot. Deku said after a minute. It's not my home. It's a house. I just happen to live there for now. Where is your home? The freckled child asked, suddenly curious. Shinsu turned to look at the boy, studying him. It's with my mom. Izuku stilled. Green eyes, opened wide, unblinking. Hair burnt off her scalp so different from the forest green sheets of straight hair that normally framed her face. Mouth open in a silent scream. What's she look like? Your mom? Shinsu hesitated before answering. She's got really light purple hair. I guess lavender would be a good descriptive color. It's really long, falling all the way down to her butt. She says she's growing it out until she completes a promise, but she won't tell me the promise. I think she just likes it and wants an excuse to complain at times. She's got really light skin, not like mine at all. She can't tan either. She just burns and then is pale again. She hates that. She's got this birthmark right near her hairline that looks like an upside-down heart. She says it's a butt, though. She calls it her butt mark, says it's a sign that tells everyone not to mess with her because she's in a hole. Shinsu laughed a little, looking down at his hands. Izuku was slowly becoming enraptured with Shinsu's description, encouraging him for more. Her eyes are like mine. Or, I guess that's the other way around. Either way, the shape and color are the same. She even has the funny white pupils that I have. The doctors said it's from our quirks. What's her quirk? Oh, she can evoke an emotion in people. When she touches you, she can make you feel certain things. When I was a baby, she would always flood me with happy feelings so I wouldn't cry. She likes to tell the story of when she walked in on my daycare and almost every kid was crying. She just started walking along and patting each baby on the head or back, and eventually, all the crying stopped because of her quirk. Is she tall? Average size. My dad was really tall, though. She only went up to his ch. Saint Izuku flinched back at the mention of Shinsu's dad. He hadn't even thought about it before. He had simply assumed that Shinsu's dad might be similar to his. But Shinsu's tone seemed to say that he was fond of the man. Your dad. He died when I was 6, but he was a good man, Shinsu said, leaning back against the wall. He was really good at making weird sounds. Like he could mimic a train or a bird or the sound of a stone hitting the pavement. He used to tell me stories using all the different sounds. Was that his quirk? Izuku asked, hands toying with his wrists. No. He could make suggestions to people. Like, ask them to do something, and if they already kind of wanted to do it, they would. He used it to help me sleep a lot when I was younger. I'd want to, but it was strong. So he'd make a suggestion and my mind would finally shut down. Oh, yeah, they were good together, Shinsu said, eyes still closed. I miss him. I miss my mom, too. Izuku said quietly, barely raising his voice. At that, Shinsu looked over at Izuku. He glanced down at the boy's hands and sighed, moving in front of the freckled child and pulling his hands away from one another. I wasn't scratching, Izuku said, confused. No, but you were getting there, Shinsu replied. Izuku looked off to the side, away from the piercing gaze. Is it the bracelets? Shinsu asked, drawing Izuku's attention. What do you mean? You don't have any scars, but you've only been at UA a few months. So, recovery girl couldn't have always healed you. So, I thought, it might be the bracelets. That they are a big reason you scratch. Izuku froze, staring at the other boy without answer. This seemed to be plenty for Shinsu to draw his conclusion. I can get them off. I know how to remove them, he said. I can take them off of you for a few minutes, if you want. Izuku leaned back, mouth open in shock as the words permeated his mind. Off. He could get them off. He could get the cuffs off. I don't know why you have them on, but it looks similar to something that a few of us in my foster house have to wear sometimes. It's strong to figure out, but there is a lock mechanism that can be tripped. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea, Izuku said slowly, not believing his words. There isn't a problem. They bother you. The ones on your legs do too, right? Izuku blushed, folding in on himself slightly. I just don't think it would be a good idea. I can put them back on for you before you go home, if that's what you're nervous about. I just thought you might like them off for at least a few minutes. Izuku hesitated before slowly moving his wrist towards Shinsu. The moment the purple-haired boy touched the cuff, however, Izuku pulled his arm back again. No. This really isn't a good idea. I could get in trouble. You could get in trouble. Who knows what the punishment will be? And besides, there is no way you actually know how to take them off. They were specially made. I shouldn't get my hopes up. I shouldn't have even thought to say yes. I really just need to go. He rambled. Izuku, I promise it'll be okay. It's not like you have a dangerous quirk or anything. It's fine to take them off. I don't even really get why you have them on. The last part was said under Shinsu's breath. Izuku was confused by his words, but ignored them in favor of the idea that Shinsu might actually be able to take these things off. Just a few minutes, while we are here. Yeah, if you want. Izuku hesitantly nodded. I didn't even know that they could, without the computer. Neither did I for a while. It was an accident that I found out. Izuku held out a wrist and Shinsu gently took it in his hand. I don't want to know. I don't want to know how to do it, Izuku said. Okay. Then look away, Shinsu said, inspecting the band. Izuku turned his head. Shinsu's hands were cold around his wrist. Just as he was about to do something, Izuku jerked back once more. No, never mind. I can't. Shinsu was holding the black band in his hand, the fabric limply folded in his palm. Izuku tensed before holding out his other arm. Looking away once more, Izuku's wrist was free in under a minute. Izuku inspected his wrists in awe. They were free. Free. He was free. Shinsu could remove the ankle cuffs, and he could leave. He could walk out right now, and nothing would stop him. Nothing could stop him. Nothing. A jolt ran through Izuku's entire being at his own thoughts, as though his mind was angry at itself for even thinking such a thing. There would be nothing that could stop him, but there would also be nothing. No one. It wasn't worth it. He put them back on, Izuku said quietly. What? It hasn't even been a minute. Don't you want just a bit? Shinsu asked, confused. Izuku inspected his bare wrists. I hate them. I wish they would be destroyed. But I have to. I have to in order to live here. I have to. I need you to put them back on, Shinsu. Put them back on, Deku said, eyeing the boy in front of him. Okay. As Shinsu slipped the band around Deku's right wrist, the boy snatched his arm back, moving to the side and backing away from Shinsu quickly. I can't, Deku said suddenly, looking down at his wrists. This was a really bad idea. I can't do it. I can't do it again. Hitoshi, we shouldn't have taken them off. Shinsu moved slowly towards the boy, confusion crossing his features. Izuku, what are they? Deku shook his head, backing up further. I can't. But I have to. I don't have a choice if I want to be here. I don't have a choice. Deku shook his head back and forth as he thought through his options. I could say it's an accident. Lose them. Throw them away. An accident, but that won't work. They'll just get new ones. I can't. Izuku, Shinsu said. Deku snapped up quickly, facing morphing into one of anger. What the hell were you thinking? He screamed at the purple-haired boy. What? Why did you offer me that? Did you ever think that they were on for a reason? Did it ever cross your mind how much I wouldn't want them back? What was your plan if I couldn't put them back on? What's your plan now? Deku screamed. Shinsu sat back, face paling as Deku yelled at him. He had seen Deku mad. Shinsu had seen Deku annoyed and irritated and panicky. But this was different, not as controlled. This was a whole other level. And Deku was directing every emotion he was feeling at Shinsu. What if they know? The boy cried out suddenly, standing up from the ground. Shinsu stood as well, not wanting to be caught on the ground when the other boy seemed so manic. What if they already know, and they are on their way? Do you have any idea how much trouble I'll be in? I'm on my last leg here. I took them off, and after the sports festival for sure. They'll send me away, Deku screamed. It's your fault. I can put them back on, Shinsu said, voice wavering. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Deku grabbed at his head again, shaking once more. A sob finally escaped as tears started to cascade down his face. I can't do it again. I can't put them back on. Not now. Not now. Deku squatted again, finally quieting some as he observed his bare wrists once more. You really got them off, he said softly. Yeah, Shinsu replied hesitantly. Thank you, Deku said after a moment. It's not good. It's really bad. But thank you, he whispered. Shinsu didn't have time to reply as a cough sounded from the door of the gym. Aizawa had just finished with the physical therapy arm, aching intensely when his phone buzzed. The man looked at the notification lazily before standing quickly from the bed. The message, written clearly on the screen, read as follows: Black status initiated, cause deactivation location. Yua High School Gym 16. Police notified Aizawa was already exiting the door before Chiyo even picked up her own cell that had been dinged. Nezu was already walking up to the doors of Gym 16 when Aizawa turned the corner. The rat coughed sharply when he opened the doors, causing the two boys in the middle of the room to jump and turn to look at the two teachers. Izuku was kneeling on the ground, holding a bare wrist close to his Saint, a mix of emotions playing across his reddened face. Shinsu stood shrunken into himself beside him. He held both of the black cuffs that had once been secured to Izuku's wrists clutched in his fist. Izuku stood and took a step back from the two teachers, tears filling his eyes as he looked between them. I wasn't. Roman 3D didn't. He didn't know. I'm sorry. Izuku stammered out as tears fell onto his cheeks. Aizawa's shoulders relaxed slightly when he finally understood that the boy wasn't injured or doing anything overly stupid or dangerous. I think that the two of you should follow me to my office, Nezu said lightly, immediately understanding the scene before him. Shinsu glanced at Izuku, who was currently looking at his shoes, body trembling. It's my fault. Midoriya didn't do anything wrong. Roman 2 forced him. You can tell me in my office, Shinsoko. Nezu interrupted, turning around to trot back to his study. Aizawa crossed the room to Izuku in a few strides, slowly placing a hand on the boy's head. fingers rubbing soothingly in his hair. Izuku flinched back, but didn't force the hand off of him. Nothing bad will happen, problem child. The pro said softly. Come on. Izuku sniffed as a sob racked his body and nodded before following the principal. Shinsu's eyes were wide in fear, concern, and guilt. I'm really sorry, sensei. Roman too didn't think. The boy said. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, kid. Now let's go. Aizawa replied, leading the two teens up towards Nezu's office. Aizawa's phone buzzed once more as they reached the door to Nezu's office. Black status deactivated, target located and acquired location. UA High School Gym 16 code silver. Not activated. Getting the information on what occurred from the two boys had been more confusing than first thought. Both took the blame and told slightly altered versions of events. Eventually, Nezu simply pulled up the security cameras and had each boy explain his action as the video played. In the end, the cuffs coming off had been almost entirely Shinsu's doing, though Izuku had allowed him access. Considering the kid didn't know how serious the action was, he was let off with less than a warning. He couldn't be punished if the kid didn't understand, even if he had technically been aiding in the potential escape of a criminal. It pained Aizawa to think of Izuku in such a way, but legally, that is what he was. Detective Tsukachi had arrived then, and the boys were once again made to repeat what happened. Izuku had flinched back at the detective's questions, the Deku persona apparently deciding to take a back seat. Shinsu merely seemed more confused as the questioning continued. Now that is settled, said Nezu, I am curious to know how you knew how to remove this bracelets. Nezu said, using the word that Shinsu had used when speaking of them. Shinsu's face immediately hardened and his eyes darted towards the detective. I have experience getting that type of thing unlocked, the boy finally said. From where? From what? Tsukachi asked, surprised. The technology in those devices is relatively new. How on earth did you get access to anything similar? Shinsu observed the man intently, clearly deciding what to tell the man without getting caught in a lie. The fabric lock has been around for 7 years at least, the boy finally stated. My guardians have a friend who works in the support department that created it. A few samples were brought home, and I had plenty of opportunities to mess around with them. Izuku's eyes narrowed at Shinsu, but said nothing as the detective scribbled in his notebook. Thank you, Shinsu. That is all I need from you. The detective sighed, dismissing the boy from the room, much to Aizawa's annoyance. Didn't the detective catch the underhanded way Shinsu had talked about the fabric lock? They needed to ask him more questions about his experience. Even Izuku could tell that something more was going on there. Aizawa would have followed the other boy out, but the detective was now speaking to problem child, and Aizawa needed to stay in case the detective set the kid off. We need to put the cuffs back on, Midoriya-san. Detective Tsukachi said softly once the door shut behind Shinsu. Izuku tensed, drawing his knees up in the chair and hiding his hands close to his ch. But I know that I can get them off now. It's not like they are useful anymore. It's CC can't be that hard. It is protocol. The detective stated, guilt clear in his tone. I know you don't like them, but until I can speak with the judge on the next step, we need to put them back on. Deku glared at the man. I'll just figure out how to take them off again, the boy bit out. If you personally deactivate the cuffs on purpose, Detective Tsukachi started, then you will be charged with breaking your parole and will have to go to a disciplinary hearing. You truly might not be allowed back at UA if that happens. Deku's body tensed even more. I just got them off, he whispered. I don't want them back on. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. Deku stood suddenly, swelling so that he looked taller than normal. Don't you FC-king pity me, detective? The boy growled at the man. Don't act like you FC-king care. The detective only sighed in response and picked up a fabric cuff from the table. I'm only doing my job, Midoriya-kun. The man held out the piece to the boy who only snarled at it. Kid, you have to. It's part of your parole, Aizawa said. The man's words seemed to snap Deku out of the anger, and he turned hurt eyes on the underground hero. Don't make me put them back on, the boy said, voice wobbling. Please don't make me, Aizawa-sensei. It's not up to me, the man said, eyes betraying the hurt he was feeling for the boy. Tears fell down Izuku's face again as he turned back to the detective and grabbed the piece out of his hands, sliding it onto his wrist. Still deactivated, the cuff hung loosely from the small boy's wrist. Izuku grabbed the other from Nezu's desk and slipped it on as well before sitting back in the chair, holding his hands out towards the detective. A small sob escaped his lips when Detective Tsukachi activated each of them, the fabric tightening around Izuku's wrists once more. The boy's entire body shook as he stood again, face stony and tears no longer falling. "I'm going to my room," he murmured quietly before sliding out the office door, head held low and shoulders curled in on themselves. Aizawa's phone buzzed once more. Status update. Activated. Aizawa was forced to stay and answer more questions from the detective, the displeasure of which did not go unnoticed. As soon as the man let him go, Aizawa raced quickly back to the dorms. Kayama and Yamada were rushing up the steps as he approached. "What happened, Sho? We got the messages," Yamada asked hurriedly. "I'll explain later. He's been alone for too long," Aizawa said, brushing past them. Yamada and Kayama followed. When Aizawa breached the top of the stairs, Cementos and Inui were waiting by Izuku's open door. Aizawa slowed his pace, walking up to the two carefully. Cementos turned to look at Aizawa when he approached. "He hasn't hurt himself," the man said quietly. "He hasn't done much of anything since the initial panic when he got back," Inui said. Aizawa peered into Izuku's room to find it exceptionally more messy than it had been before. A puzzle was dumped out on the table, 3 pieces put together off to the side. Of colorful clay lay next to it. The unes that Izuku had asked for the day before were scattered across the floor, as well as a multitude of cat toys, markers, and tools that Izuku usually reserved for working on support gear. The sheets had been torn off Izuku's bed and thrown to the floor, now bundled around a trembling body that crouched into the far corner. Izuku's hair was soaking wet, and Aizawa was pretty sure he wasn't wearing a shirt. He went on a small rampage. He kept checking something in his hand, but would shake his head before moving to something else. Cementos said softly. He started the shower and got in, but he was still fully clothed. He only took his shirt off when he bundled up in the blankets. Inui said. "I attempted to reach out, but it only seemed to make things worse." "All right," Aizawa said, moving into the room towards Izuku. The boy didn't even look up. Aizawa wasn't sure if he was being ignored, or if Izuku simply didn't realize he had entered. "Izuku," Aizawa said softly. "It's okay." Izuku merely closed his eyes as more tears dripped down his face. "Kid, you knew they would have to go back on." A small, barely noticeable nod. "What were you doing?" Aizawa asked, moving forward a little more. Izuku didn't respond. Aizawa looked around the boy, looking for Chado or the green rabbit that Izuku favored. Instead, he found a small card. The coping card. Most of the items were hastily crossed out, including puzzle, run, unes, bath, and drawing on self, to name a few. Aizawa read the card a few times over before looking at Izuku again. It looked like he had attempted to go down the list, albeit erratically. He had stopped after draw on self, the following one, not yet crossed out, being brush hair. Feeling a little stupid, but also wanting to help in whatever way he could, Aizawa stood and went towards the bathroom. He grabbed the comb off the sink and went back to Izuku. "Come here, kid," Aizawa said softly. Izuku didn't respond. Aizawa reached out, cupping Izuku's uninjured side of his face. "Come here. I can't reach you over there," he said. Izuku moved away from the corner, slowly. Eventually, Aizawa was able to kneel behind him. Careful not to even slightly brush against his shoulders, Aizawa started to comb through the wet hair. When wet, the curls straightened to reach almost to Izuku's shoulders. Yet, they didn't stay straight for long, bouncing back into the ringlets despite the water weighing them down. When Yamada entered the room, Aizawa handed him the card in explanation. After a few minutes more of silence where Aizawa continued to brush the boy's hair back, a sob rang out around the room. Izuku was quaking under his touch as he leaned forward, breaking the contact. "Kid," Aizawa said softly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. Aizawa hushed him, drawing him back gently and turning the boy to face Aizawa. The blanket shifted off the small frame, revealing marker lines in greens and blues running down his arms. Draw on self. I shouldn't have let him take them off. I shouldn't have let him, Izuku cried out, shaking more. And now I see can't stop, and I need to stop, and I'm bothering you. I shouldn't bother you. I just keep messing up and I can't do anything right. I'm so stupid. So stupid and useless. And I don't deserve this. I don't. You say I do, but I shouldn't be cared for. Not like this. I'm bad. I'm worthless, and you still keep me around, but I shouldn't be. And the kid rambled, half unintelligibly past his tears. Aizawa cut him off by pulling him forward, into his saying. The boy froze at first, before melting into the embrace, continuing his mumbles and crying but clutching tightly to the front of Aizawa's shirt. Yamada came up and sat beside Aizawa, his eyes filled with worry and confusion. He still didn't know what had happened. Aizawa merely shook his head, though not wanting to bring it up with the kid so distressed. Aizawa hushed the boy as he rubbed his lower back. Izuku only cried harder into his scent as he did. I'm so weak. I shouldn't be this weak. I was never like this. Never like this back then. I rarely cried, and it didn't hurt so much when I messed up, and I didn't have to be afraid that you'd leave, and now I can't. Now I can't be strong no matter how much I try, and it hurts all the time. All right, Aizawa said softly, rocking the boy a little. And I'm trapped. I can't breathe. I can't do anything. I'm trapped in Yua even though I won't leave, and when they came off, I had a choice again. I had a choice, and my son didn't hurt so bad, and I didn't feel so anxious, and now they are back and I can't do anything. You can't do anything, and it's so strong. I just want them off. I just want to stop messing up. I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to. But you will if I keep on, but I can't stop. I'm not leaving. Izuku, I'm right here. Aizawa said when the kid stopped to take a breath. The boy relaxed at this, cuddling closer to Aizawa. You should. I'm bad. I'll just keep disappointing you and everyone else. If you don't want to leave now, you will. Grown-ups always want to leave at some point. You will hate me. The final words were mere whispers in comparison to the frantic ramblings the kid had been partaking in. Izuku, we will never hate you, Yamada said softly. You should hate me. I hate me, Izuku whispered. Aizawa looked up at his husband, meeting his eye. He looked absolutely distraught at the words, a look that was surely mirrored on Aizawa's own face. Well, we don't. I don't, Aizawa said, holding the boy even closer if it was possible. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere on purpose. Izuku's body shook with another sob. The papers are right. I'm pitiful. I'm so useless. No, little listener. You are just hurting. It's okay to hurt. I shouldn't cry. I shouldn't be a burden on you. You aren't a burden, Aizawa said. I mess everything up. I hurt Shinsu. I hurt Yua. Shinsu and Yua will survive. Shinsu is hurt. But he's okay. He's already accepted things as they are. He's already working on being better. Yua has certainly faced worse, too. I hurt you, Izuku whispered, pulling back from Aizawa. Tears streaked his face, the red of his eyes contrasting drastically with the deep bruises. I couldn't help. I couldn't stop it. I didn't listen, and you might not have been hurt if I had. I wouldn't have been taken away. Izuku's hand ghosted the scar under Aizawa's eye. It dawned on Aizawa that the kid hadn't even had time to process the Yoshi. Aizawa hadn't even spoken to him about it since the hospital. To top that off, he had been taken from UA, and now, all the sit with the sports festival. How was this kid not breaking apart at the seam? Well, FCK, maybe he was. The was terrible, Aizawa said. But I would have been hurt regardless. I put myself in a situation that was beyond my skills. But you were protecting me. You were protecting me, and you almost died. People did die. All the people from my territory. Kei and Kai. The others, Seichusen's in prison now, because of me. Because I wasn't strong enough to help. Because I wasn't good enough. You aren't responsible for other people's choices, Aizawa said. Izuku only shook his head. And then I just made things worse. I made things harder when they took me. I shouldn't have fought. I hurt you and Yamade-sensei. I made you fight. I made you hate each other. And it was my fault because I couldn't get a grip. Because I was weak. I made you suffer every day. I made you hurt. I tried to make you stay, but it didn't work. You just kept leaving over and over and over. And even now, I still think you are going to leave. You are still going to leave. I know it. But it shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't be so strong. I'm just so weak, useless, worthless. You should hate me. Why don't you hate me? Shota and I do not hate each other, Izuku-kun. Yamada said softly. We never hated each other. And you weren't the reason we were fighting. We'd had problems before you. And it's okay to be hurting. It doesn't make you weak. Aizawa said. It was strong for you, and that's okay. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. If I couldn't handle it, I would have walked away. But I want you, Izuku. You aren't worthless, not to me. Another sob escaped the boy as he shook his head again. You should be scolding me. You should be mad. He whimpered. For what? Aizawa asked, confused. I shouldn't be crying. Heroes don't cry. I'm secant. That is the stupidest thing I've heard from you all day. Aizawa said gently, interrupting the kid from saying more. Of course heroes cry. Of course they get overwhelmed. And kid, you have plenty of reason to be. I almost got kicked out because of Saturday. Because I'm weak. You almost got kicked out because you wouldn't explain yourself. Aizawa said with a small huff. Because Nezu, and quite frankly the rest of us, thought you had given up. At what point will you think I'm too broken to continue? If I keep telling you things, if I keep saying stuff, you'll know. The media is already calling for my removal from UA, just because I'm quirkless. Just because of the base details of my past. How much further until I tell you something that makes you want me gone, too? That was actually a relatively sensible question. As Izuku's teacher and, well, his parent, Aizawa needed to weigh what was too much for the boy. The kid clearly wasn't very good at doing that for himself. What would be the breaking point? When you hesitate. When you think that you might not want to be a hero. That's when I'll pull you out. Aizawa said after a moment of thought. Because anything else you can overcome. But that doubt, that'll kill you. Izuku pulled back again, wiping his eyes before looking down at his wrists. I can't get them off. I can't let you take them off. Aizawa said softly. I know, Izuku responded. Because I was bad. Because I deserve this. Aizawa's brows knit together once more, frowning. You don't deserve to be cuffed 24/7, Aizawa said. But it's a consequence that you have to face. Sometimes, the consequences are worse than we deserve, and those cuffs are a good example. Izuku nodded. Izuku, Yamada said softly. You aren't trapped. You don't have to be, he said. Tell us. We can take you out. You can spend time outside UA. One of us just has to be nearby. Izuku shook his head again. I don't want to be trouble, he murmured. It's not trouble if it means that it makes you feel better, Aizawa said. Kid, you shouldn't feel suffocated all the time. If going out every now and then is something you need, that's fine. There are plenty of staff to take on that responsibility. Izuku nodded again, moving forward once more and relaxing into Aizawa's arms. Okay, he said quietly. But I'm done now. I don't want to talk anymore. Okay, Aizawa said with a sigh. Can you stay for a little bit? Sure, kid. I'm sorry, Aizawa sighed. I'm sorry I keep saying sorry, Izuku said. Of course you are, Aizawa said, rubbing a hand through his hair. Izuku didn't. Respond, only snuggling into the man more. Eventually, the kid fell asleep. After 2 days with only about an hour of sleep, the kid had finally relaxed enough to listen to the needs of his body. Aizawa's right leg was completely numb by the time the boy's breathing had evened out. He was half leaning against the bed and half on his husband. It was uncomfortable, but Aizawa waited a little longer before he attempted to move the boy. He didn't want to wake him up. The kid hardly ever slept to begin with. Eventually, he shifted, slowly. The kid didn't stir. Yamada gathered the blankets that had been tossed to the floor and remade the bed. Chato finally made an appearance, having once more hid in the bundle of covers on the floor, always nearby but never in the way of Izuku's panic. Smart cat. The green rabbit was also found, having fallen under the bed. Once the bed was made, Aizawa carefully moved Izuku onto it, taking the opportunity to look the kid over. His wrists were inflamed, still half bandaged from earlier in the day. His ankles looked about the same, though he had dug new wounds into them at some point during this last episode. Aizawa didn't know when, since the kid had been covered by the blankets for most of it. Once Izuku was laid on the bed, he rolled over, never liking the sensation of something on his back, even when unconscious. Aizawa couldn't stop himself from rubbing a gentle hand over the webbing of scars covering the boy's shoulders. That was the start of all of Izuku's issues. The person who had done this to a small child. That person was the reason Izuku had so many issues now. Aizawa removed his hand when Izuku's body flinched away. "Sho, what happened this time?" Yamada asked, sounding exhausted. Aizawa sighed. "I'll tell you out in the hall," he said. "Kayama will want to know too. And everyone else who got the messages," Yamada said. Aizawa nodded, leading the way out of the room. Aizawa was having an extremely city weekend. The end. Or at least, Aizawa wished that could be the end. Unfortunately, it was only Saturday morning, and the weekend was far from being over. Powerloader fidgeted nervously in front of Aizawa, clearly unnerved by whatever expression had decided to grace the Eraser hero's features. Despite being older, Powerloader often found himself quelled by the black-haired man's looks. It didn't help that Aizawa's glares seemed to worsen any time his problem child was involved. "There wasn't anything you could do?" "I'm sorry, Aizawa. I can't force the companies to take him. Especially when he has a record. Yurei no Sobai is the second most powerful support company in Japan. They can deny whoever they want without question. They don't even know the circumstances. I don't think explaining that the kid was a vigilante will make them change their minds. Vigilantes are some of the worst offenders when it comes to using support gear illegally. But he didn't use any official support gear. He was never involved with support gear trafficking, sale, or production. Aizawa, he created support gear and used it. Therefore, he was involved in illegal production and use. It counts even if it isn't what you typically see. It counts even if he probably wouldn't be charged for it." Aizawa sighed, massaging his temples. That was just the first choice, though, right? There were 2 other companies that requested him. Powerloader grimaced, looking down at the paper. "I haven't heard back from Yokoya, but they tend to be more strict than Yurei no Sobai. I don't see that being a possibility any longer." "The third one, what was it?" "Geishu." "Jayushu Inc." Powerloader corrected. "The 4 spots that they had available have been filled." "Talk to them again." "They asked for Izuku. They also asked for 14 other support course students. It was first come, first serve." Powerloader said in exasperation. Aizawa knew the man was growing tired. He was just as unhappy about what had happened as Aizawa was, but answering the same questions more than twice wouldn't get them anywhere. Maybe Yokoya had a change of heart, or policy," Aizawa said, reaching for straws. The look Powerloader gave him made Aizawa sigh. There was no hope. "Would you like me to tell him? I normally do so with my students," Powerloader asked. Aizawa sighed again, the ache in his temples growing worse with each passing second. He knew that a migraine was now in the works, just another reason this weekend was city. "Yeah, I can stick around, though. Just in case it doesn't go well." Powerloader nodded. "I'll tell him once I hear back from Yokoya. I should have an answer by noon at the latest." Final exams were in a month, and Izuku had an inordinate amount of hero course work to catch up on. Due to his time with the Bashos, Izuku had fallen far behind on his hero course work. Aizawa-sensei had done his best to sneak him some homework pages to keep him caught up during his stay with the other family, but it wasn't enough. In truth, Izuku only had a few weeks of hero course material under his belt at most. So, for the next month, he would need to cram during any free time he had available. Hero ethics, hero informatics, hero law, first aid, strategy, and much more were covered in the afternoon classes. Sometimes multiple subjects were covered in one. Overall, Izuku was drowning in missed work. That was just the paper portion of the end-of-term exam as well. He also needed to think about the practical. If Izuku were being honest, he hadn't really excelled or progressed in any way physically either. If anything, he had probably fallen behind a little bit due to constantly holding himself back during his sparring with Shinsu and the other members of General Ed. Izuku also needed to keep up with his studies from the support department and general education as well. Hero laws, civilian laws, and support company laws were all separate and focused on different aspects. Ethics classes also focused on different topics. General education also had an added focus on theoretical and studies, and support course had more advanced mathematics and science courses that Izuku had to keep up with despite only attending that course half of the week. All of this piled on top of one another should have been great motivation for Izuku to dig down and focus. But instead, he was left staring at the same page of his textbook with zero comprehension of anything he had just read. Stress tended to make Izuku anxious. And when Izuku was anxious, he needed to move. Studying and moving did not fit well together. So here he was, trying to force himself, and only making things worse. How he missed the library back in his territory. Izuku froze, looking up and out the window. It had been a long time since he had thought of his territory, hadn't it? Did the people there realize that he was slowly forgetting about them? Did they realize that whilst they were struggling to keep roofs over their heads, Izuku was coddled, his every need taken care of, and his every want handed to him on a silver platter? Who was he to complain? So what if he had a lot of work? Having to study was nothing in comparison. How long had it been since he had asked about Yuasan? How long since someone had checked up on her? Had she even had the baby yet? Did she give the child away like she had said she would? If she kept the child, were they both back on the street, begging for food and stealing from cops and heroes still? Izuku shook his head. He needed to focus. Ethics. He was working on ethics. This chapter talks about 3 basic schools of ethics: utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics. Many virtue ethicists, especially Aristotle, emphasize the importance of role models or moral exemplars, people who demonstrate good behavior for others to emulate. The chapter explains that while utilitarianism is easy to define and deontology less clear-cut, virtue ethics is the most difficult to nail down because it comes in many varieties. When virtue ethics was revived in the mid-20th century, many philosophers hailed its benefits compared to deontology and utilitarianism. Izuku's mind once again wandered as his sight began to fuzz, the words making less and less sense as he read. Ethics. Focus on ethics. His mind chanted. But it only led Izuku's thoughts down a path that would be better avoided. Because, ethically speaking, Izuku was a failure. According to this book, he was unethical in working without a license. A license meant training. A license meant permission to use a quirk and any other physical training or weapons publicly. By being a vigilante, Izuku was encouraging anarchy in a way. This, of course, didn't even touch on the impact he had made on people's lives. Was it ethical of him to save the people in his territory, only to leave them alone? So many had gone to the League after he left. Were they struggling? They had to have been struggling. Izuku had left them with nothing. No support. No help. No hope. They had just gotten used to his presence, and then he abandoned them. Izuku knew what it was like to be abandoned. Why didn't he think it would be the same for territory? All those people, Kai, Seichusen, all of their family and friends. Nothing would ever be the same. Things had changed for the worse, and it was Izuku's fault. His fault. What are you mumbling about, problem child? The monotone voice drew Izuku from his thoughts so quickly that he actually leaned back in his chair, almost toppling over. Ah, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku said, heart beating quickly, be it from his thoughts or the sudden jolt of gravity acting on his body. He wasn't sure. You've been in here all morning. You ate, right? The man asked. Izuku nodded. I had a PP protein B bar. I wasn't super hungry, but I forced myself TTTO, so you wouldn't GG get mad. Aizawa-sensei frowned but nodded. He paused, looking at Izuku intently for a moment. Come downstairs, please. He tacked on the please as an after statement. It only went to set a horde of butterflies alight in his stomach. Aizawa-sensei didn't normally say please. Not when asking him to go downstairs. Something was wrong. Powerloader was in the dining room, frowning at the grouping of papers before him as if they had personally insulted the man. Aizawa looked at them the same way as well. The elder teacher had shown Aizawa the facts before he had gone to get his brat. Instead of calling, like decent people, Yokoya had sent a professional letter detailing the reasoning for backing out of their internship request for Izuku. It was overkill if Aizawa had ever seen it. When Aizawa entered the room, Powerloader quickly shuffled his paperwork and tucked it away. Izuku, who was right behind him, tensed slightly at the motion before his head bowed. "They all denied me," he said after a moment of silence where Powerloader seemed to be preparing himself. The kid was messing with the hem of his shirt, waiting for a reply from his teacher. "Yes," Powerloader said stiffly. "Yurei no Sobai and Yokoya both have strict policies when it comes to having a clean record. I wasn't aware that the former would deny you, however. I apologize for getting your hopes up. The spots at Jayushu were filled by the time I received word back. They are not budging on allowing another student." Izuku nodded once, not having looked up since he entered the room. "Okay," he said simply. "Do you need anything else? DDO, I need to SS sign something, or—" "No. There is nothing for you to sign, Midoriya-kun," Powerloader said, watching the boy. "I simply wanted you to know before Monday. I am sorry." "It's not like it's your fault," Izuku said softly. "No, that was Deku. Are you all right, Midoriya-kun? I understand that this can be frustrating and disappointing. Worse things have happened to me, sensei," Deku said, still using the same soft tone, though it held an icy edge. "Now, I kind of expected this. Anyway, thank you for letting me know." With that, Deku bowed slightly, and then turned and headed back up the stairs. "That went better than I thought," Powerloader said, brows cinched together in puzzlement. Aizawa sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. "No, I think that reaction is just a warning for the storm to come," he said. Maybe, but that's your department, Aizawa," Powerloader said, picking up a different paper laid out before him. "Good luck, but man am I glad that you are his focal guardian right now." Aizawa sighed again, stepping away from the head of the support course. He was fine. Izuku was fine. Deku was fine. Everything was fine. He wasn't upset. He wasn't disappointed. Honest. In reality, this was probably better. He could sleep in his own room. He could keep working on his catch-up work in between whatever training Aizawa-sensei would have him do during the day. It was fine. So why? The FCK. Was he crying? Deku rubbed at his face angrily, trying to focus his gaze back on the textbook in front of him. Chato had dragged over a tiny blanket that she liked and was hiding under it near his feet. Her body was warm against the side of his foot, and Izuku, despite his emotional turmoil, was careful not to move her. Chato was always nearby when he was sad, but respected that he didn't like to be touched, unless it was Aizawa-sensei. How the hell had the cat even figured that out? Izuku would probably never know. Either way, she deserved more than to be disturbed. Izuku had closed his door, doing his best to keep the CLCK quiet, so that the teachers wouldn't be tipped off that he was feeling a little out of control. After all, he was fine. It wasn't like he was scratching. He didn't need them. Just because he was disappointed didn't mean he needed to be coddled. He was fine. He was just crying. He really wanted to stop crying. It was so stupid. He was almost 16. He shouldn't cry over something so stupid. It wasn't like this really mattered. Aizawa-sensei was still going to teach him. He still had a place to go. It was fine. He kept saying that. How long would it take for him to believe it? "Izuku," Aizawa-sensei's voice called while a soft rap sounded on the door. Deku jumped, rubbing his face again and standing quickly. He said, searching for a reason to keep the man out of his room. "I'm busy," he finally settled on. The pause behind the door was tense, while Izuku waited to see if the door handle would turn. "Doing what?" Aizawa-sensei asked, not opening the door. Deku cast around again. I'm about to take a shower," he said. "I'm not dressed," he said again, ensuring that Aizawa-sensei would remain outside. He quickly began undressing, deciding that maybe a shower wasn't such a bad idea. He also wasn't fond of the lie. Then again, if he really did undress, It wasn't a lie anymore, right? Man, he was really going back on his own ideals lately, wasn't he? You are showering. At 12:30, Deku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, he said. Izuku heard the resounding sigh from the other side of the door clearly. When you are done, Aizawa-sensei started. Come downstairs. Make sure you dress for the weather. It's hot. Deku perked up at that. Strange. What was the man planning? Why? Just trust me, brat. Came the reply, and then steps could be heard backing away from his door. Deku sighed, looking at the shirt that he still clutched in his hands. He really didn't want to spend time with the teachers. Would he be able to get away with simply not going downstairs? Maybe he could just never end his shower. The boy shook his head. Aizawa-sensei would never let that happen. He might as well do as asked. The building was in Sector 8. It was 2 stories and made of brick. Ivy lined the walls, giving the garden a more wild look, but it was clearly well cared for. Women shuffled about the outside. Some were doing chores, the laundry, raking, washing windows, and others were watching after their charges. Small children, all under the age of 3, ran about the fenced-in area, laughing happily as they played. A baby cried in its mother's arms, but was quickly calming as the woman rocked it back and forth. Aizawa had visited plenty of times, and the women no longer gave him the distrustful glares that they had passed his way at first. Instead, they merely nodded in his direction, and then promptly ignored him. The kid was shifting anxiously on his feet, tugging at the hem of his shirt and gnawing at his lip. She won't want to see me, he whispered, knuckles whitening as he grasped the shirt stronger. I abandoned her. You helped her when no one else would. Aizawa corrected gently. She's wanted to see you for months. Aizawa had told Izuku where they were headed before they left Ua. The kid had eyed him distrustfully at first before surprise, and then anxiety invaded his features as they neared the facility. I don't understand why we are here, Deku whispered as the gate was opened for them. I thought it would be beneficial. You got city news today after a long span of city events. A woman nearby sent him a piercing look that made Aizawa bow his head. He needed to watch his mouth. There were toddlers around. I wanted to show you that life didn't always have to SCK. I wanted to show you someone who has found something positive despite their bad situation. I wanted to show you someone who you helped. Deku shifted again, stuffing his hands into his short pockets as he trailed behind his teacher. The inside of the building was obnoxiously colorful. It reminded Aizawa of Yamada's old apartment before they moved in together. Primary colors lined the walls, along with artwork that was mostly just scribbles. Circus animals lined the bottom of the walls on the slightly faded wallpaper. The place had a distinct smell of disinfectant that many hospitals and schools held, however. A stark reminder that this was not a home. As they rounded a corner, the colors softened, going from ruby reds to pastel pinks, and noble navies to baby blues. The infant area. Uesun's room was the third on the right. He knocked on her door softly and waited. Come in, Aizawa-san, came the woman's gravely tone. She still hadn't lost the roughness of her voice, despite no longer smoking, starving, or living on the street. Aizawa wasn't surprised that she knew who had knocked. He had called ahead, after all, and Uesun didn't get many other visitors. Aizawa entered the room with an encouraging glance to the boy at his side. The kid looked like he was ready to bolt. It's been a while, the woman said, turning towards him as he entered. No longer was her stomach extended to the point of looking as if it would burst. No longer did she bear the overly rounded cheeks and unsteady gait of mothers, who were only a few weeks from expecting. Aizawa had last seen her 2 days before the Ashji. She was a week from her due date then. He hadn't wanted to enter the facility as a mummy, and had thus waited. Yes, I apologize for that. I hope you still received your gifts. The woman laughed. Ah yes, I greatly enjoyed the weekly desserts. They are what I look forward to the most, she said, keeping her tone low. It was then that she seemed to notice the kid. Her eyes widened slightly and her mouth gaped open. Deku? Uesun questioned, tilting her head to the side as she inspected him. Deku wanted to hide. He wanted to cover his face and hair and run as far as he could. Uesun was going to be upset at him. She would hate him. He had left her and then disappeared. Now he was back and showing his face. She would definitely hate him. She had sprained his wrist once, the first time they met. Would she do the same this time, to show her displeasure? He took a step back, his eyes never leaving the floor. He couldn't even look at the woman. He couldn't face her. He didn't want to see what he had left behind. He didn't want to see his failure. Deku-kun? She asked again, softly. Izuku-kun. Deku jolted at the use of his real name. It wasn't right coming from her lips. It didn't seem right. I want you to meet someone. The woman pushed on. But if you need a moment, that's okay. Deku didn't respond, keeping his eyes locked on the floor. He felt naked without a mask. It had been a long time since he had felt he'd needed one. Aizawa-sensei had a steadying hand on his upper arm, but it was loose. Not trapping. Only reassuring. However, even after 5 whole minutes of Deku trying to calm his P&D heart, he still couldn't force himself to face the woman standing before him. Then, there was a cry. No, more like a whimper. Deku's head shot up at the sound, his entire body tensing. Had he made her cry? But it wasn't Yuasen. It was the small bundle cradled in her arms. A baby. Yuasen's baby. But wasn't she going to get rid of it? Wasn't she going to put it up for adoption? The baby was wriggling slightly in the woman's arms, its face scrunched up angrily. The small curled fist resting between its face and its mother's breast shook as another whimper escaped the infant's lips. Yuasen shushed and cooed at the child, moving back slightly and sitting in a rocking chair. In a matter of seconds, the child was asleep again. After a bit, Yuasen looked back up, catching Deku's eye and smiling. She is appealing, don't you think? She asked, her voice just as soft as when she had been speaking to the child in her arms. You should have seen her the first week, though. She looked like an alien. I never thought something so bright red and veiny could ever become so cute. Deku couldn't stop the bewildered laugh from escaping his sin at her statement. There's the laugh. It is you. The woman said, a small smirk on her face. I know your laugh. It was the same one you had when we spoke about that time I stole those 3 wallets off of the officers. The woman grinned more broadly. I don't have to do that anymore. Deku nodded once, unsure how to really respond. The baby was suckling at one of Yuasen's fingers while she rocked back and forth. But the conversation was certainly something that shouldn't be had in front of children, right? The 2 contrasting inputs made Deku's head hurt a little. She's only 2 months old. I can say whatever the FCK I feel like. She can't tell the difference. Yuasen said, keeping her tone gentle despite the mischievous hint that played through. Supposedly, so long as I keep my tone soft, it won't negatively affect her. She said, smiling. Oh, Deku said in turn, craning his neck a little bit to try and look closer at the baby. It was odd. Sure, Deku had seen babies before, but rarely did he see them up close. And never had he seen one so incredibly little. Come closer. Yuasen encouraged. Aizawa-sensei's hand on his arm tightened for a brief moment before letting go. He, too, was giving permission. Deku took a few steps, eventually coming to stop a few feet in front of the woman. Yuasen proudly presented the child, moving the blanket out of the way so that Deku could get a good look at the baby's face. Its cheeks looked squishy, and a red tint rested along them. The bottom lip pouted out more than the top. The baby's eyes were closed, but they seemed to be shaped the same as her mother's. Yua's baby had a darker skin tone than Yua had, and her hair was a deep black, with a blue undertone, unlike Yua's dark brown hair. Overall, Deku couldn't really tell if the baby was cute or not. All he knew was that it looked small. Small and vulnerable. Something to be protected. Deku made eye contact with Yua again after inspecting the child thoroughly, a small smile on his lips. She's little. Yes, she is. I didn't realize babies were this little either until I came here. The woman shifted slightly, moving the baby back towards her saying. I didn't know a lot of things until I came here. I can read now. Or, I'm learning. Yuasen said happily. I am also learning a trade. I want to be a chef. Or, a baker, more likely. The woman said with a large grin. That's great. Deku replied, smiling back. I'm glad they could help you, here. The woman's grin fell slightly, going back to the softer version that she held earlier when she looked at her child. It wouldn't have been possible without you. she said softly. I never would have gotten anywhere without you. I would be dead or in prison. Deku stepped back, hand finding the hem of his shirt again. I didn't do anything, he said quietly. You kept me from starving. Yeah, but that was mostly Eraserhead. He was the one providing all the food. You could have kept it for yourself, the woman said with a small laugh. Deku did not. He was being praised for something he shouldn't be praised for. I left you, he whispered, body tensing. The room got quiet. The only sound was the soft suckling noises that the baby made and the slow creak of the rocking chair. My baby. Her name is Izumi. It means low tide. I use the same character that your names start with, she said. Sometimes, when she is being fussy, I call her Demi. For whatever reason, she seems to like that and will calm down. Deku jolted. Why? Why name her after me? Izuku said, shocked. Because I want her to be just as great. I want her to be just as helpful and kind and caring. It's also cute no matter if I say Izu or D, which was certainly a selling factor for the name. Ueson said with another grin. I know your real name is Izuku, but I'm used to Deku. I had to make sure that whatever name I chose would work with both sounds. Deku, it's a I wasn't good. I'm not good. You shouldn't have named her. You shouldn't want her to be anything like me, Deku said, stuttering over his sentence while he thought of what to say. Ueson only sighed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. If you aren't good, then I fear that I have been meeting with some really city bad people. I hadn't realized there was such a spectrum, she said. I abandoned you, Deku said slowly, wincing at the word but needing the woman to understand. Why wasn't she understanding? He was bad. Despite thinking that he had made up for his badness, he hadn't really. By leaving all those people, he had reneged his right to think he was anything but a criminal. If he wasn't helping, all that was left was broken families and a record that would continuously prevent him from trying to help people again. You made sure that I was taken care of, Ueson said. I never even visited. You insisted that Aizawa still bring me food, despite already being fed. I was selfish. If you were selfish, then what will I be? Deku paused, unsure what the woman was talking about. I have Demi for now. But when she turns 6 months old, when she no longer needs the added benefit of breast milk, she will be adopted out. Will I be abandoning her by sending her to a new family? I won't visit. I won't have any part in her life beyond that point. The only thing she will have is a name and a letter that she will be allowed to read when she comes of age. By doing that, am I being selfish? Ueson was crying now, looking down at the child in her arms. Deku felt a lump build in his throat. Why? He asked. Why? She repeated. Why am I giving her away? Deku nodded. To give her a better life, Deku. I want what is best for her. I want her to thrive and have everything that I can't give her. Despite learning all this stuff, I will be forced to move out on my own soon. Women are expected to move out once their child is 4, and I have seen it end horribly. In this home, we are safe. We are fed. We have a roof over our heads and other women to rely on. But out there, out in the real world, life is cruel. I don't want my baby to suffer if I FCK up again. That's not selfish then, Deku said, slightly louder than he probably should have considering the sleeping infant. You are doing it for her. But I left for me. Weren't you arrested? Ueson asked, her eyes once more alight with mischief. Deku's hands immediately found the cuffs around his wrists. Yeah, he said, uncertainly. But I went to erase her willingly. I wasn't thinking about you or anyone else. I wasn't thinking of the consequences if I was caught. I was thinking about only me. I'm the opposite of you. Deku sputtered. You are going to give Izumi to a home that will love and care for her. You are going to face that pain to better her life. But me, I went because I didn't want to be alone. I went because I was weak, because I couldn't handle a single week without seeing anyone. It's not the same. Ueson stood then, causing Deku to back up a step. She cradled her baby in her arms and settled the child down in a crib before stepping back up to the teen. As soon as she was in arm's length, she raised her arms. Deku flinched but didn't back off. Maybe she finally figured it out. Now she would finally act how Deku thought she was supposed to. She would be angry at him because he left her. She would be angry because he was weak and pitiful. Even if things turned out okay, it was just lucky happenstance. He was a failure. Instead of the slap he expected, Yuesun had gently cupped his cheeks, tilting his head to look up at her. She wasn't too much taller than him now. He must be growing. You are just a little boy, Yuesun said softly. And you were all alone. You were not weak to want company. You were not wrong to leave that awful area. You were not selfish for trying to meet the needs that every child should be given. Deku tried to pull back, but Yuesun squished his cheeks a little tighter between her hands, preventing him from pulling back without a struggle. Even though you were caught, even though you allowed yourself to be, you still made sure that everyone was looked after. You still made sure that everyone was taken care of. Take note of your accomplishments, Deku-kun. Tears were filling Deku's eyes as she spoke. He felt extremely uncomfortable at that fact and tried to force them back. Whether you accept this or not, I have something to say, Yuesun said definitively, finally letting go of Deku and backing up a step, only to kneel down on the ground. She bowed low, her head touching the floor. Thank you, Deku-kun, for saving mine and my child's life. Deku was just about to refute the thanks when Aizawa-sensei ruffled a hand through his hair. Accept it, he whispered in his ear. Or she will just thank you over and over until you do. Yuesun sat up and looked at him. Deku could only nod. I know that things are confusing for you, Yuesun said once she had stood up again. But I hope you will eventually find that my words are the truth. I hope to see you sometime in the future, Deku. Hopefully, you can come to my bakery and I can supply you with free food. Maybe by then, you'll even be a legal hero. The woman smiled again before ushering Deku and Aizawa-sensei out the door as her baby started to wail. The kid was outright trembling as they left the Yuesun's room. Tears were just barely kept from spilling down his face as they walked down the hall, and Aizawa had to keep a steadying hand on his forearm so that the boy wouldn't trip from being unable to see clearly. A little ways down, Aizawa pulled him into a room labeled Timeout Room. He would have chuckled if he didn't have his kid to take care of. Upon entering the room, Aizawa was relieved to see it empty. He flipped the tag that showed the room was in use before he gently closed the door. The timeout room was small, maybe 8 by 8, and the door leading into the room lacked a lock. Considering the room was probably once an overly large closet or 2 closets, with a wall torn down to merge them together, it was a good idea to remove the lock. No point in teaching these at-risk mothers to abuse their children by locking them away. The walls were painted a soft blue color, matching that of the sky. The strong wood floors was covered with a large, soft rug, but other than that, the room was mostly barren with the exception of a single chair. There was a list of rules on one wall, including pictures to help the small children. On the other wall, there was a timeout process written by age of the child, so that the mothers could have an aid when handling their children. Aizawa was not quite planning to use the room to punish Izuku, however. No, he just needed to find a safe space for the kid to let go. You're safe here. You're okay, Aizawa murmured to the kid before him. As soon as the words had left Aizawa's mouth, the kid leaned into him, holding him tight as tears cascaded down his face. Deku was still trying to be quiet despite the sobs racking his body. You don't have to be quiet. It's safe. Just cry, kid, Aizawa said softly. It took a bit for Izuku to heed those words, but once he stopped struggling against himself, the kid actually started to calm down a bit. I left her. I abandoned her. I abandoned Ivryun, the kid said, leaning into Aizawa's shoulder. They were both sitting on the soft carpet by this point. Aizawa's back was against a wall and Izuku was curled into him. Aizawa played with the boy's hair, not saying a word while the kid got out what he had to say. I don't deserve kindness. She shouldn't have thanked me. He hiccuped. I failed. I'm not a hero. I can't even join a support C company for a WWE. I'm a C criminal. I'm BB bad. She should hate me. You should hate me. Aizawa closed his eyes, controlling the sigh he wanted to heave. He had heard most of this Monday night. He had reassured the kid on these same things less than a week ago. How many times would he find himself in this position? It took an hour for Izuku to calm down enough for Aizawa to speak with him calmly. The kid listened to his reassurances and praise, but the look on his face told Aizawa that the boy didn't believe a single word coming out of his mouth. Still, Aizawa spoke them. Even if Izuku didn't believe them, they at least gave him some form of calm. Once the kid's breathing had evened out and his face was no longer a splotchy red, Aizawa allowed them to exit the room. The walk home was very quiet. That evening, Izuku stuck by his side, saying the bare minimum and opting to sign when he needed to say longer sentences in answer to some of the teacher's questions. The kid worked on makeup work for the hero course, while Aizawa worked on scheduling and placing Class 1A into their internships. At one point, Aizawa had glanced over at Izuku's work and had noticed a major mistake in his theoretical comprehension and had stopped him to explain. The looks he got from the other teachers was enough to make Aizawa pause. This kid had him wrapped around his finger, didn't he? In what universe had Aizawa ever helped students with homework without prompt? He would always be available to help, but students were expected to ask for it. It was a part of their training, in a sense. Knowing when and who to rely on at what times. Understanding how to ask the different types of people for aid. All of these were important tools. Today, however, Aizawa was apparently choosing to take a more parental stance when it came to Izuku and his schoolwork than the teacher stance that he normally took. Hisashi just about split his face open with how wide his smile was from across the room. By dinner, Aizawa was helping Cementos with some of the general studies internships from higher grade levels. Since there were only 6 hero classes and 8 main hero teachers, All Might was too new to be trusted with this type of task. 2 heroes run other departments, with Nezu leading business course, though he didn't teach, and Powerloader always taking on support course. The head for general studies was up for grabs each year. Cementos had gotten the task this year. Typically, the head would be the homeroom teacher of the class, with the most potential to join another course by the end of their first year 1C. Unfortunately, this meant that during internships, this particular teacher was often overworked. General studies was only taught by the heroes in their first year. Past that, more regular teachers took that place. These teachers were not required to do the extra work that the hero teachers had to do, mostly because they were paid less. Thus, the responsibility of the entire department fell on one hero. Usually, the other stepped in to help, however. Support course was much the same, though Powerloader always preferred doing his work on his own. Support companies had a funny way of interacting with the outside, and Powerloader was an expert. It was best to leave him to his own devices. When it came to business, Nezu was easily capable of the whole department, and often had finished with all of his students by the first day. Somehow, the principal still never let on to his secret on how he did so. It was during a time when Cementos had just about given up for the night that the brat spoke up for the first time without prompt. You should really hire more capable general studies teachers to lighten the load. Aizawa looked at the kid in question before swiftly glancing towards the door. There stood Nezu, an amused smile on his face at Deku's words. Ah, yes. I am well aware of how taxing this particular weekend can be on the head of general studies, the principal said, ignoring the small jab. The suited mammal walked leisurely up to the boy and looked over the homework he was working on before humming. I would have thought you would be further along. Deku didn't even bristle at the statement. Instead, he just looked at Nezu with tired eyes. Are you trying to get a rise out of me? Nezu grinned but didn't say anything in response. I did something else today. Deku sighed as he turned back to his work. Excuse me for not meeting your absurd time schedules. Nezu's eyes gleamed at the boy's words. Sometimes, Aizawa felt that the rat enjoyed the boy being rude. Considering that the kid had been polite for most of the night, Aizawa was pretty sure the kid had picked up on this too, and was purposefully putting on this act to please the principal in some strange way. Yes, I heard about your visit, Nezu said, eyeing Aizawa, who looked away quickly. Technically, the kid was not supposed to visit anyone from his old territory. Technically, Aizawa had aided the kid in breaking his parole. So, officially, it didn't happen. I urge you to keep your visit to yourself, Midoriya-kun. It wasn't exactly permitted, Nezu said, eyes never leaving Aizawa as he spoke. The kid jolted a bit, looking over at Aizawa for a moment before turning back to the rat. Oh, was all he said. Nezu hummed again, finally turning his attention back to the kid. He stood there for a solid minute in silence. Deku was visibly becoming unnerved, his hands twitching now and then as he tried to focus on his work and not on the rodent hovering over him. It was a losing battle. Is there something you need? Deku asked, his tone calm and polite, but his body tensed, coiled tightly and ready to flee. Why, yes, Nezu said cheerfully. I wanted to inform you that I will be coming to your doctor's appointment tomorrow. I do hope you won't mind. Of course I mind, Deku said, voice raising as he backed away from the principal. I don't want you there. All politeness was gone from his tone as the boy glared at Nezu. I was not asking. I was informing you of the situation, Nezu said calmly, a smile still on his face. How did the man smile so much? Why? What could you possibly want with that place? Deku asked. His sin was heaving a bit more as the boy's heart rate and breathing sped up. I understand that you are to be diagnosed. I want first-hand insight from the doctors. Perhaps I can even share my own ideas to see why or why not they may be correct. Of course, I am not trained in child psychology, per se, but I think I have a decent grasp on the concepts. No, Deku said, shaking his head. I don't want you there. If you go, I'm not going. I won't get in the car. Nezu grinned. I can always arrange to have them meet us here, then, he exclaimed happily. Deku tensed and scooted further into the couch cushions, trying to make distance between himself and Nezu. You always have an ulterior motive. Always. What is it? He asked warily. Nezu hummed once more. Oh, Midoriya-kun. There is no benefit to explaining my true motives to you. Aizawa gaped at the principal. He hadn't even denied the idea. Deku frowned, searching Nezu's face as if he even had a chance of reading it. I don't like you, he finally stated simply. Nezu only laughed as he started to walk away. I am aware, Midoriya-kun. I am aware. I'm so glad you could join us again, Midoriya-kun. Dr. Masaki, the diagnostician, greeted as the group of four walked into the office. Deku merely glared in return. He did not want to be back in this building. He did not want to talk to these people. He did not want to be labeled. He especially didn't want any of this with Principal Nezu around. The rodent had been relatively quiet on the drive, humming lightly to himself every now and then, but not directly speaking a word. He was calm and relaxed, and that made Deku feel even more anxious and tense than he would have felt otherwise. The boy was wound tight, like a spring ready pop-off at any moment. He couldn't even lash out or tease or do anything to help ease the tension due to Nezu's attendance. Aizawa-sensei ignored a good portion of Deku's antics, only scolding him in the moment. Nezu tended to have long-term repercussions. On the trot into the building, Nezu had hitched a ride in Aizawa-sensei's capture scarf, preventing the boy from using the man as a grounding device like he had the last time. It only caused Deku to not want to continue more. On the group moved towards the doors towards a mental hospital that he could be locked away in if his diagnosis was too extreme. Maybe Nezu was attending just in case he needed to sign over custody. Maybe the clever rat wanted to trick him into going behind a locked door. Maybe Deku would never get to see the light of day again. He was just too fc'd up. Come on, little listener. I have you. Yamada-sensei's voice was soft near his ear. His hand loosely grasped onto his upper arm, allowing Deku to pull away if he wanted. He didn't want to. If Deku annoyed Yamada-sensei by walking just a little too close to the man, after that the blonde didn't say a word. Aizawa-sensei had not, in fact, led him to the back where all the doors locked. Instead, they traveled up the elevator as they had the week before. The corridor was once more empty as they walked the long hall and came to a stop in front of the office doors. Then, Dr. Masaki had greeted them so kindly and Deku was left glaring at the man, hands fidgeting restlessly as he fought the urge to run away before they had the chance to lock him up. If you will follow me, we can go sit in a meeting room together. Together, so they weren't going to separate him yet. Well, technically, they weren't going to separate Izuku from the others at all. He knew this logically. Aizawa-sensei had sat down with him last night, and this morning to reassure him of the fact that Izuku would not be left in the facility. But his mind was nagging, and the boy couldn't help but think that he was definitely going to be left behind. The room they entered looked like any meeting room. A long rectangular table with softened edges took up most of the space. The other 3 doctors were already waiting and greeted the group warmly when they walked in. I apologize for conducting this meeting in such an office-esque space. I typically prefer to do these in my office where the chairs are a bit more comfortable, Dr. Masaki said as he took his seat next to Dr. Ishii. However, this was the only space that would allow for such a large group. My colleagues wanted to sit in on the meeting as well. Midoriya-kun, are you all right with this setup? Deku shrugged, looking down at his hands on top of the table. He didn't want to be here, but he had to be here. All right, Dr. Masaki said softly, and the meeting began. Deku was being incredibly tame. Aizawa had been sure they would have had more trouble getting the boy into the building, or even into the car, but the kid had trudged along, albeit reluctantly. He sat with his hands on the table, something that Aizawa and Yamada had asked him to do, so they could watch for signs of scratching. His shoulders were slumped, and he looked everywhere except at the doctors. It seemed that Nezu's presence affected the boy more than Aizawa had originally thought it might. The principal seemed blissfully unaware of the effect he was having as he sat in his own chair, watching the doctors with a light smile on his face, his beady eyes burning into each one as his overly intelligent mind analyzed them. To start, Dr. Ishii began, I will be going over a few things that Dr. Masaki and I discussed with Midoriya-kun last week. Dr. Masaki will then explain how he came to his conclusions on a diagnosis and present his findings. If any of you have questions at any point, please feel free to ask. Especially you, Midoriya-kun. You deserve to know anything you would like. The kid didn't react to being addressed, but Aizawa nodded in his stead. He knew that Deku would ask if he really wanted to know something. Midoriya-kun struggled to share his deeper thoughts and feelings with us. But, thanks to Dr. Masaki's quirk, we were able to piece together a good idea of how certain events were perceived and integrated into Midoriya-kun's mentality. Quirk? Deku asked. Eyes narrowed as he looked at Dr. Masaki. What quirk? The kid's shoulders were incredibly tense. His hands curled into fists so tight that his knuckles were white. It is a passive quirk called empath. Dr. Masaki said calmly. I can take on the emotional reactions of those who I am speaking with. Say, they are talking about the death of their pet. I can feel the emotional response from the story they tell. It's illegal to use a quirk on someone without permission. I didn't give you permission. Deku hissed, leaning away from the table to be further from the doctor. I cannot turn off my quirk. Thus, I do not need permission. So you can just read the minds of whomever you want, Deku snarled. Not the minds, the emotions related to the words they speak. Dr. Masaki said. For example, I can feel your curiosity, wonder, and fear that is bubbling in your saying. However, because you are not actually speaking of whatever is making you angry, I cannot feel the anger that you are currently presenting. Does that make sense? Why didn't you tell me? Do you do that to every patient you talk to? Lull them into a sense of security to FCK them over? Deku hissed again, voice low in his rising anger. The intention was not to trick you. It is a legal practice that simply allows me to better understand the people I help to diagnose. If you had asked, I would have been truthful. Alas, you did not ask about any of our quirks. Deku tensed even further, an impressive feat considering how strung up his body already was. What are everyone's quirks? Dr. Wada can see how a substance will affect the chemistry of the body. So long as she is aware of the chemical composition of an item, she can focus on a person's body and see how it will interact with their HRN, digestion, etc. For example, if she thought of a cheeseburger and its chemical makeup, she could look at you and get a reading of how it would raise your potassium levels, sodium levels, endorphin levels, and more. Dr. Wada nodded along with the explanation. A perfect quirk for her job as a psychiatrist. I am licensed to use my quirk for work-related purposes with permission of whomever I use it on. Dr. Wada said. Deku's hands twitched as the doctor spoke. Aizawa sighed and leaned down to rummage through the bag that he and Yamada had packed before leaving. He pulled out a blank notebook and slid it and a pencil over to the kid. Deku looked at him in shock for a split second before picking up the pencil hesitantly. What's yours? Deku asked in Dr. Ayuchi's direction, after a moment his voice calmer, as he started scribbling in the book, more interested in learning of the quirks than he was in his anger. I actually have a transformation-based quirk, Dr. Ayuchi said. I can develop small, nearly imperceptible hairs along my body that pick up on subtle shifts in the environment. I call it my spidey sense. The woman laughed slightly with her end phrase. It allows me to react to the small physical signs of a person's mood. This is very helpful with younger children, as they often react to their emotions more than adults do. I am licensed to use it passively, as it often occurs anytime I experience curiosity or a strong emotion myself. I have a slight sensory enhancement quirk, Dr. Ishii said. I can smell as well as a greyhound, and I can hear about as well as a house cat. It is also passive, and I cannot turn it off. No wonder you all work in this field. It's still shitty you guys don't tell your clients right away, but I can't imagine how much extra information you're able to gather. The kid mumbled as he continued to scribble. I can imagine an empathic quirk must be extremely exhausting for the user if they can't turn it off. The emotional training and therapy you must have gone through must have been intense for you to be able to work in this field. What would happen if you met someone with mania? What about if you get overloaded? Do you end up having to have therapy for yourself? Do you ever end up as a resident downstairs? What happens if you are flooded with an uncontrollably murderous emotion? How many times do you lose control because of other people? How would that affect you legally? Would you still be in trouble for committing a crime if you had no real control over your actions? Then again, someone has to be speaking to you. What about knowing how a substance can affect the body? That's pretty amazing. I wonder why you simply give out meds when you could help make them. You'd be paid way more money. You could have been a dietitian or health expert too. What a waste of talent and time. The transformation quirk is really interesting too. I wonder if it could be enhanced through training. What are the limitations now? Can she tell what the weather is going to be? Can she tell when the train will arrive? Is it only to the vibrations in the air, or is it more psychologically based? If it's just vibrations, then that would stop, Aizawa said, placing a hand over the child's notes. You can analyze them later. Deku looked up with a scowl on his face. Fine. Take away the one thing I am actually enjoying right now, the boy said angrily. Nezu sat up straighter at the comment, drawing every eye in the room as he made the move larger than necessary. I would think you would enjoy hearing this, Midoriya-kun. Just as you analyze heroes, villains, and quirks, Dr. Masaki analyzes the mind. He is quite adept at puzzling together emotions and stories to create an idea of the mental state of his clients. By understanding the mind, one may be able to understand motive, longing, and consequently, be able to predict future actions. The scowl on Deku's face only grew as Nezu spoke. Is that why you wanted to come? To get in my head? What? You were too lazy to do the work yourself, so you hired a shrink to do the dirty work. Yes, Nezu cheered. Deku snarled at the answer as Aizawa and Yamada slumped at the truthful exclamation from their boss. The doctors in the room froze before sharing looks of uncertainty with one another. It seemed that Nezu's proclamation made them uncomfortable. Okay, Dr. Ayuchi said slowly. Shall we continue? Of all things, Deku did not need his personal analysis laid out on the table for Nezu to digest. And yet, the first step was the process of how Dr. Masaki came to his diagnosis, something that still had not been revealed. It was as if the Dr. Ishii were unintentionally building up to the big reveal. Of course, the man wouldn't have left anyone waiting if he had known that it was annoying anyone. Luckily, the debriefing was relatively short and to the point, not giving away too much detail. In fact, most everything that Izuku spoke of last week was kept quiet. During our conversation, Midoriya-kun showed a heavy dependence on Aizawa-san, but an extreme discomfort in his reliance in an adult. Delving deeper into his perceptions of childhood, it was quickly found that he has had next to zero reliable relationships with authority figures. This has led to interpersonal and self-insecurity that can cause Midoriya-kun to lash out in confusion, pain, and oftentimes in search of attention. To top it off, the trauma he faced at such a young age has never been addressed properly, causing a disruption of appropriate emotional growth. On and on Dr. Ishii went, explaining things that Deku had already guessed in proper, technical language. It wasn't nearly as threatening as Deku had thought. In fact, based on what the doctor said, anyone who knew Izuku long enough could have figured these things out, Nezu most certainly would have gathered all the information presented. In the end, the overview lasted less than 10 minutes, much quicker than the conversation last week had been. Finally, Dr. Masaki sat forward, preparing to share his diagnosis. I want to make it clear that a diagnosis does not mean that you are broken or wrong in any way. Almost half of Japan will be diagnosed with a mental illness in their lifetime. Those are only the ones who come forward with their problems. You are not an outlier. Do you understand, Midoriya-kun? Deku nodded once, messing with his pencil idly. Yeah, just get on with it, he murmured. Very well. When it comes to diagnosing a mental-related disorder, things can delve into some gray areas. These are my best assumptions based on the criteria that you line up with. Many mental disorders overlap, so I went with the best fit. The doctor pulled out a small stack of paper and handed the paper packets out to everyone. On the first page was a list. Borderline personality disorder BPD, post-traumatic stress disorder PTSD, other specified dissociative disorder OS-DDoS. Type 1 other than PTSD. Deku had no idea what the words on the list really meant. I think it would be best to start with something that everyone may be the most familiar with, post-traumatic stress disorder. You can find it on page 5. A flurry of turning papers interrupted the silence that came after the doctor spoke. Page 5 was titled PTSD, and then had 3 paragraphs of overview. Dr. Ishii, who specialized the most in PTSD, had taken over the explanation. To summarize, PTSD is characterized by intense and disturbing thoughts, feelings, and sometimes flashbacks that are caused by a traumatic event. Dr. Ishii said, giving a pause to ensure that everyone absorbed the information. In Midoriya-kun's case, his PTSD seems to mostly relate to his time with his BRTH parents. He has expressed PTSD-related flashbacks that include significant abuse from his father, including being burned, hit, and locked away. He also mentioned flashbacks of his mother's death. Deku prayed the man would stop with that information, but he continued on. Midoriya-kun is also showing signs of PTSD related to the incident at the USG. There it was. Aizawa-sensei tensed almost imperceptibly beside him. Deku averted his eyes, his hands playing with the pencil distractedly. May I ask how serious the USG-related PTSD is? Aizawa-sensei asked after a moment. To be honest, it could be much worse. Of course, I never wish to downplay the severity of PTSD, but Midoriya-kun's other traumatic events seem to outweigh the USG greatly. This is most likely due to the immediate support that UA provided along with the support system of Yamada-san and the other UA staff and students. Dr. Ishii took a steadying breath before leveling his gaze with the Aizawa-sensei and then Deku himself. It is of my professional opinion that Midoriya-kun would probably have healed from the traumatic experience of the USG much quicker if he had remained in the custody of UA. For that, I wish to sincerely apologize for the original decision of which I partook in. The man bowed slightly before looking back up. Deku merely glanced at him. He wasn't impressed in the slightest by the show of respect. He wouldn't even have to be here if that council hadn't FCK'd everything up. A single apology would never even scratch the level of ire Deku felt towards the original decision to force him away from UA. We appreciate your apology. Nezu piped up. Deku grimaced. Too little, too late. He spat, coating his words in as much malice as he could manage. Speak for yourself, Principal Nezu. The rodent merely smiled knowingly at the boy. On page 6, you will find the criteria to diagnose PTSD. I have highlighted the areas that apply for Midoriya-kun. I think everyone here is familiar enough to not need to go through them. If you would like to, however, please let me know. It will be no trouble. Dr. Masaki said. His eyes landed on Deku, and the boy rolled his eyes. I'm familiar, thanks. I've looked it up in the past, he said dryly. He had, in fact, looked up PTSD in the past. It was what led him to find his grounding techniques. PTSD was FCK'd up. Panic attacks, flashbacks, mood swings, paranoia. Deku basically had the disorder to a T. Luckily, it could be treated. As for the treatment options of PTSD, Dr. Wada said, there are many options. Dr. Ishii specializes in multiple types of trauma-based psychotherapy and will create a plan to help Midoriya-kun with the PTSD and the other disorders that will be covered. Dr. Wada took a steadying breath before continuing. I understand that Midoriya-kun is averse to medication. Deku froze as he felt the butt coming on. But it is my job to provide all possible treatment options. Medication would be beneficial in managing some of the symptoms. Absolutely not. Deku spat, standing. I'm not being medicated. Ultimately, Nezu stated, if it would prove to be necessary, I will personally ensure that you are given the meds that would be necessary. You are a minor, Midoriya-kun. You have some say, but you are not the deciding factor. Deku had no words to reply, sitting down in a numb silence. Nezu couldn't actually force meds on him, could he? Nezu, Aizawa-sensei said in warning. Nezu only looked on towards Dr. Wada. Your suggestion was heard. The woman nodded, though her brows pinched together in the center, uncertainty written clear across her face. Dr. Masaki cleared his throat slightly. Can everyone turn to page 2? I think it would be best to discuss borderline personality disorder next. The pause before everyone started flipping through pages was slightly longer than it should have been. The overview for borderline personality disorder was also only a few paragraphs long. Though Dr. Masaki went through it, Deku was left feeling incredibly confused by the explanation, but he waited to see if the summary would help. To summarize, BPD is a pattern of instability in interpersonal relationships, self-image, affects, and marked impulsivity. Nope. That didn't help at all. I don't understand. Deku said slowly, trying to scan the page to get a grasp of what the words actually meant. Aren't the characteristics basically the same for PTSD? I don't get the difference. And the name borderline personality disorder. Is that in reference to the different parts of personality like the Deku side versus the Izuku side? Not exactly, Midoriya-kun. I think the first part of the question can best be answered by looking at the criteria for diagnosing BPD. Dr. Masaki said, flipping a page. Page 3. Deku flipped to the correct section and looked at the long list of bullet points. There are 9 pieces of criteria for BPD. One only needs to meet 5 to be diagnosed with the disorder. Midoriya-kun, you meet all 9. Typically, we do not diagnose BPD so early in life. But as you met every section of criteria, I felt comfortable in agreeing to diagnose you with the disorder. Deku read down the list while Dr. Masaki read it out. Frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. Note: do not include suicidal or self-mutilating behavior covered in Criterion 5. Deku stopped the doctor there. How does this match up? I don't make an effort to make people stay. As the words came out of his mouth, Deku realized just how false they may be. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei glanced over at him with raised brows. Little listener, of all things, this explains a lot of your behavior. Those times when you tried to get Sho to stay at the Akabe's house. The panic when Shota doesn't pay attention to you or has to leave. Deku flushed and looked down at his hands. The pencil was gripped very tightly now. Never mind, he said softly, turning back to the paper before him. A pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation. What does devaluation mean? It means to reduce or undervalue the worth of something. Dr. Ayuchi said, speaking for the first time in a while. Okay, so, Deku relooked at the criteria, placing it into his life. This one was easier to understand. I get this one. Like when I need the relationship with Aizawa-sensei, but also convince myself it's not important and act out to break it. I did that a lot at first. You do it with Shinsu too, though you haven't acted out. I've heard you mumbling about how it wouldn't matter if you had friends or not, though. Aizawa-sensei deadpanned. Identity disturbance. Markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. That's the different personalities. It was Yamada-sensei who asked. Not quite. I will go into the differing personas a little later. This includes them in a way, but isn't the cause. Dr. Masaki said. Criterion 3 relates to Midoriya-kun's fluctuation of feeling proud of himself and feeling useless. The Deku persona tends to have a slightly more positive view of self, whilst the Izuku view has a more pessimistic view of self. Midoriya-kun also mentioned times in which both Deku and Izuku disappear, pointing towards a sense of loss of identity. This is also covered in Criterion 9, however. Impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging, e.g., spending, substance abuse, reckless driving, binge eating. Note: do not include suicidal or self-mutilating behavior covered in Criterion 5. If we aren't including the self-mutilating behavior, which isn't on purpose, by the way, then this doesn't fit at all, Deku said, rereading the note. I don't spend money. I don't have sex. I definitely don't abuse drugs or any other substance. I've never drove anything. I can't even ride a bike. And I don't binge eat. I don't even like food half the time, Deku said, matter-of-factly. But you were a vigilante putting yourself in needless danger, whilst also knowingly breaking the law. There are 2 potentially self-damaging behaviors right there, Aizawa-sensei said. You also starve yourself unless forced to eat. There is another, just on the opposite side of the spectrum. Not to mention the times you actively sought out danger despite being injured or sick. There was the time when you patrolled with an infected stab wound to your leg. There was also the time you went out in a monsoon and brought a box of kittens into what you perceived as enemy territory. Okay, fine. You can stop. I get it, Deku grumbled. Aizawa-sensei snorted a small laugh. Recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures, or threats, or self-mutilating behavior. Deku had no questions on this one. He waved the doctor on when Dr. Masaki paused. Affective instability due to a marked reactivity of mood, for example, intense episodic dysphoria, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours, and only rarely more than a few days. Deku understood this one too. Chronic feelings of emptiness. I wouldn't say they are chronic, Deku grumbled. A few times every now and then aren't chronic. According to our conversation, you have had the empty feeling at least 3 times in the first 3 months of living at UA. Dr. Ishii said. Do you disagree now? Deku fidgeted in his seat before leaning his head on the table. No. Inappropriate, intense anger or difficulty controlling anger, for example, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. Sheesh. You sure you didn't just pull things from my life and make this up? Deku mumbled, forcing down the angry tone that wanted to accompany it. As I said, you meet every criteria, Dr. Masaki responded. It's like you are picking out my worst personality traits and putting them on paper. Deku was not graced with a response to that comment. Transient, stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. Deku reread it. I'm not denying it this time, Deku said. But what are severe dissociative symptoms? These are things such as feeling detached from your body, like what you described when both the Deku and Izuku personas disappeared. A sense of emptiness, or lack of existence. It can also include amnesia, though you haven't presented with that. Oftentimes, when a person has alters, dissociation is common. Alters? You could call the 2 personas alters. The official diagnosis for an alter means that you have personality with distinct traits, such as a separate name, alternate behaviors, memories, voices, and ways of viewing the world. In some cases, an alter may also have a different gender, ethnicity, or age. Some alters can even be animals. So, Deku and Izuku. Yes. And that's part of BPD. Not normally, no. Dr. Masaki said. That is where an interesting gray area comes up. Deku stared at the man. Alters can occur with BPD, though it is uncommon. Typically, those who have alters are actually misdiagnosed, and actually have dissociative identity disorder, or DID for short. But I don't have DID. No, you do not meet the qualifications. In order to have DID, one must experience memory loss when SWCH between alters. Since you don't, you fall under a category called Other Specified Dissociative Disorders. It used to be called Dissociative Disorders Otherwise Specified, and was broken into parts. You would have fallen under DDoS-1. Why the name change? To be more inclusive, I think. Dr. Masaki said. Why would I specifically be DDoS-1? DDoS-1, in the old version of the textbook psychologists used to diagnose, only differs from DID in that the individual has dissociative parts that do not sufficiently qualify as alters. For example, individuals who lack amnesia between alters such as yourself. You also point to the idea that your alters, for lack of a better word, may also be less distinct than previously thought. Also a possible difference. I don't get it. Perhaps it will help to start by looking into DID first. Page 10, if you will. That page lists the criteria which you seem better able to follow. You must match all of their criterion to have DID of which you do not, but some match up. Disruption of identity characterized by two or more distinct personality states, which may be described in some cultures as an experience of possession. The disruption in identity involves marked discontinuity in sense of self and sense of agency, accompanied by related alterations in affect, behavior, consciousness, memory, perception, cognition, and/or sensormotor functioning. These signs and symptoms may be observed by others or reported to the individual. That fits. That would be the alters, Deku stated. Dr. Masaki nodded. Recurrent gaps in the recall of everyday events, important personal information, and/or traumatic events that are inconsistent with ordinary forgetting. That's the part that doesn't fit, Deku said. I remember everything. Another nod. The symptoms cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. They don't distress me, Deku said. It can be overwhelming to others, Yamade-sensei said with a wry laugh. Especially at first. The disturbance is not a normal part of the broadly accepted cultural or religious practice. Note: in children, the symptoms are not better explained by imaginary playmates or other fantasy play. This one was obvious, so the doctor moved on at Deku's nod. The symptoms are not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance, for example, blackouts or chaotic behavior during alcohol intoxication or other medical condition, for example, complex partial seizures. This one was also a given. So really there are only two criteria with stipulations. Deku said. Yes. And I don't meet the second one, which is why I have DDoS instead. Yes, but maybe no. Dr. Masaki said slowly. Deku huffed. Your alters, at first glance, could very clearly be true alters without the amnesia. This would immediately put you as having the DDoS diagnosis. However, your explanation of how they can blend together and your insistence on basing them on specific emotions tells a different story. Thus, the DDoS diagnosis has not been written in your file, though it may be revisited later. Okay, the difference between the rare BPD alters and the DDoS alters is a matter of how they came about. With DDoS, alters are caused by trauma. It would not be strange if this occurred for you considering your past. Not to mention, the Deku side is protective, a possible safeguard against danger. With BPD, these separate personas aren't true alters, though they can be similar. This is because a person is labeling two sides for their personality, effectively forcefully separating themselves to make sense of what is going on internally. You seem to fall in the middle. Your alters can mix and combine more similar to BPD alters. However, they are very uniquely separate, even holding their own personal philosophical differences, a trait more common with DDoS. Does this make sense? I guess so. BPD. The alters are made up. Well, they are optional, usually developed in a way that an imaginary friend is developed. It helps the person digest information without being overwhelmed. And DDoS alters are completely separate entities. Yes. This is making my head hurt. Aizawa was impressed that the kid was handling the diagnosis so well. Aizawa, himself, was reeling a bit. He had questions that he didn't know how to ask and worries that he ought not voice in front of Deku. Nezu, too, seemed impressed based on his facial expression. The rat had been quiet for a while, but Aizawa saw the moment his eyes flickered when he decided to speak. To be clear, Midoriya-kun is only officially diagnosed with PTSD and BPD, Nezu questioned. Correct. For now. We suggest a reevaluation in 5 years' time, once Midoriya's mind has developed a little more. Again, it is unusual to diagnose these illnesses in a child so young. Then what was the point of bringing up DDoS? Nezu asked. Dr. Masaki clasped his hands together as he looked straight at Nezu. Bold move. I thought it prudent to share the information since Midoriya-kun's altering personalities are much more intense than one would typically see with BPD. If the alters were formed by the trauma and Izuku is simply presenting in a different way, it will be important for him to understand this third, possible diagnosis. What is so important? From my knowledge, BPD and DID are treated the same way, correct? Yes. Dr. Masaki said. However, if this is DDoS, Midoriya may end up with more alters in the future, those ones being more intense and possibly, ultimately, forming the memory loss associated with did. Ah, I see. If this should happen, how will it affect his hero work? Should he continue down that path? The kid to his right tensed up one more, inhaling sharply at the questions. It depends on the alter. If a new one is created who does not wish to be a hero, who may be a villain, or who may simply have no knowledge of hero work, it can greatly affect his future prospects. Thus, a watchful eye must be kept on the situation. What do you mean? I could develop a villain alter? Deku asked. And have no recollection of any deeds they commit? Dr. Masaki took a breath before turning to the kid. If you have did or DDoS, it is a possibility. We simply won't know until you are older. The pencil snapped between the boy's fingers. Other than his hand clenching suddenly, the boy looked relaxed, no defeated. What is the treatment? Aizawa asked. Psychotherapy is essential. Dr. Ishii supplied. I highly suggest a version called DBT to handle the BPD and potential DDoS did. And what is DBT? These acronyms are becoming obnoxious. Dr. Ishii smiled wryly. Dialectical behavior therapy. It helps a person identify negative thinking and behavioral patterns, and then pushes them to change the thinking habits to develop positive behavioral changes. It was specifically developed for the BPD diagnosis back before the age of quirks. It has come a long way since then, and is now used in many different psychological disorder treatments. What's it entail? Yamada asked. Most people in treatment are required to take a group class. There are many options for teenagers in which they will learn the skills that DBT provides and practice with one another before trying the skills out in the real world. It is more class than group therapy. However, group therapy is also included, in which clients tell of struggles they had during the week and how they handled them, including the outcome of the actions. Personal therapy will also be included, in which a client talks one-on-one with a therapist about anything needed. Anyone working with Midoriya-kun will share his files and work as a team. Dr. Ishii said. I will be directing, in a way, to ensure that all treatment lines up with his diagnoses. For example, along with group and personal DBT, he will also need trauma-based psychotherapy for the PTSD. Dr. Masaki said. Family or anyone in charge of Midoriya-kun will also need to be involved. I have reviewed your concerns and highly suggest a form of family therapy to aid in helping and understanding Midoriya-kun and what will work best while helping him towards his goals. Dr. Ayuchi said. I would mostly be working with the two, or three of you. Things such as DSPLN, encouragement, appropriate behavior, boundaries, and treatment enrichment will be discussed. And medication-wise? Nezu asked. Deku tensed again, the splinters of the pencil digging into his palm. Aizawa moved a hand over top of the child's own. A warning to calm down. The pencil wasn't let go. All three of Midoriya-kun's diagnoses can be aided with the help of S3s. Dr. Wada said, eyeing the boy who was now shaking. Basically, an S3 increases the output of serotonin in the brain. It is a mood stabilizer and can help Midoriya-kun with the intense emotions he usually feels. It can ease the mood swings, the depression, even anxiety. They are generally safe and shouldn't cause any extreme mental differences. The change will be subtle. I'm not taking meds. The kid whispered hotly. I'm not. I won't. Nezu hummed, leaning back in his chair. As I said before, it is not exactly up to you. You'll have to force them down my throat. Deku hissed. I am not above hiding them in your food or drink if I deem them necessary. Nezu said, a smile playing on his lips. Aizawa turned sharply at the comment, preparing to have a go with the rodent when Dr. Ishii and Dr. Wada both stood suddenly. Dr. Ishii was calm, but very clearly displeased with the comment. Dr. Wada seemed angry. You cannot force a child to take medication that is unwanted, unless they are a danger to themselves or others. Dr. Wada said, her voice raising slightly as she looked down on Nezu. I would never prescribe an SSRI to a child who vehemently is against the idea. Midoriya-kun is almost 16. He can make the choice for himself in this case. It is my job to inform him of the options. The woman was shaking slightly. Her hands spread across the table were just as splotchy red as her face. I must ask that you cease your antagonistic comments. Dr. Ishii said, more in control than his colleague. You have been progressively riling Midoriya-kun, Aizawa-san, and Yamada-san with each comment you make. I understand that you are Midoriya-kun's official guardian, but for the sake of his mental health, I will kick you out of this meeting. The man said. Nezu's grin only widened. Is that so? He asked. Was that a threat? Dr. Ishii straightened his tie and looked down at the white-furred principal. No, in fact, I should have worded that better. I am asking you to step out of the room, Principal Nezu. I shall answer any questions you may have separately, after I finish speaking with Midoriya-kun and his direct guardians. Nezu's brows quirked in surprise before he nodded. Very well, he said, moving off the chair. I will speak with you after, then. The rat said as he exited the door. A breath to his right brought Aizawa back into the moment as he turned to look at Izuku. The boy's eyes were blown wide and his mouth was slightly agape as he stared at the therapists. His hand was sluggish, bleeding from the pencil splinters. Kid, Aizawa said, drawing his attention as he reached for his hand. The boy immediately dropped the source of his self-harm and held out the hand to Aizawa. I'm sorry, he said, still gazing at the four therapists. Dr. Ishii had sat back down whilst Dr. Wada went to fetch the first aid kit. Are you all right, Midoriya-kun? Dr. Wada said as she passed the kit to Aizawa. The boy nodded. Why did you do that? That was Nezu. He could ruin your practice with the power he wields. Dr. Wada smiled kindly. I don't believe he will, she said. We were standing up for a client. I'm a patient, a mental patient, he said, sounding odd. You didn't have to stand up for me. He had a point. I'm young and crazy. Do I even deserve a choice? Of course you do, Dr. Wada said. You were old enough to decide some things for yourself. Deku nodded, relaxing back in his seat. May I continue explaining the medication, so you have all the information you need to make an informed choice, Dr. Wada asked. Deku nodded once, slowly. Aizawa finished bandaging his hand as the woman explained. I would put you on a medium dosage of a common serai. Thanks to my quirk, I have chosen the medication based on side effects. The one I would prescribe would at first make you feel a little sleepy for about a week or two. After that, the only change should be an increase in appetite. Your body's reaction to the medicine should not make you loopy in any way past the initial sleepiness of the first 2 weeks. I personally believe that it could be quite helpful to you. That's a really neat quirk, isn't it? Deku asked. It can be helpful, yes, the woman said. Deku's brows cinched together as he thought. I don't want to take anything, he said. If I take medicine, it just means that I'm too weak to handle my own problems. It does not, Midoriya-kun. Dr. Ishii supplied. Maybe we can revisit the idea if things get really strong, Deku said slowly, carefully. Dr. Wada smiled. All right. You will still see me once a month for a 5 to 10 minute checkup, just in case you change your mind, the woman said. Deku nodded. Do you have any questions in reference to the diagnosis? Dr. Masaki questioned. Deku looked down at his notebook and flipped the page. A few, he said, reading over the scribbling he had done during the overview. BPD, I still don't get the name. Borderline of what, exactly? The name borderline personality disorder references the instability of one's personality and actions in reference to others. It can be a tad misleading as the main focus is typically the fear of abandonment. In young children, connection is essential. When secure connection is disrupted, it can lead to these unstable applications of oneself. Okay, so the name is just stupid, then. You can certainly look at it that way, Dr. Ishii said with a small chuckle. From what I understand, this is saying that I act certain ways and have certain feelings because I fear abandonment. The kid glared at the paper. That makes it sound like I do sit on purpose in order to manipulate people. I mean, I do sometimes, but this makes it sound like it's all the time. Dr. Ishii smiled fondly at the child. Your mind has created a protection for itself. It realizes that when it acts certain ways, it receives attention. Thus, it continues acting in these patterns to continue keeping you secure. This is all happening subconsciously, though. You may not even realize that you are manipulating others. That is okay. DBT will help you recognize these things. Deku scowled at the answer, but nodded. You guys listed off a bunch of therapy, he said wearily. How often are we talking? To start, 2 times a week would be prudent, Dr. Ishii said. 1 for the group session, 1 for a private DBT-related session. I think that you should gain some DBT skills before delving into your trauma. It will be the most beneficial. Aizawa-san and Yamada-san can be working with Aochi-san during our one-on-ones. Thus, you may have a little longer as they practice certain tactics with you. But it will only be twice a week for you to travel here. Okay. And what if I don't want to come to therapy? Deku asked. His voice wasn't bratty, for once. But his tone very clearly stated he would rather not attend. I cannot force you to do anything. Dr. Ishii started. But you are a risk to yourself without intervention. With this in mind, your guardians have full right to force you to attend therapy, whether you want to or not. Medication is another matter, but therapy is essential at this point. Deku nodded again, shoulders once more tense as the scowl remained on his face. After a pause, Dr. Masaki spoke. If you ever come up with more questions, feel free to ask. Now, I think Dr. Ishii and I shall go answer any questions that Nezu may have. Aizawa-san, Yamada-san, please feel free to ask any of Dr. Wada and Dr. Ayuchi. The rest of the appointment tied up some loose ends that Aizawa and Yamada had in reference to the treatment plan and interference with any school activities. The kid sat quietly while questions were asked and answered. By the end, the boy was ready to leave, hopping out of his chair like a spring. Nezu was no longer at the facility, having taken an extra car back to the school, leaving the 3 to ride home in peace. Nezu was feared by many for a reason. He was clever, conniving, and far from cowardly. The mammal had partaken in many schemes over the years, but none had put him at odds with so many people that he was actually looking to help. He reveled in the new experience. Midoriya Izuku was an intriguing specimen of a human, and Nezu was determined to shape the boy into something great. The child had the heart of a true hero and the spunk to back it up. The only problem was the scars that his past had carved into his fragile human child mind. Nezu would make a hero of the boy. The boy was unstable at the best of times and manic at the worst. He showed little to no respect for authority, and his trust issues were so large. Nezu was surprised he could even function around other people. Nezu had first become intrigued by the child due to a rumor. 2 weeks after Aizawa Shota, one of his most outstanding teachers and possible future principal for UA, had expelled an entire class of hero hopefuls, his husband had mentioned a personal student. The student was in fact a vigilante that Aizawa was training illegally. Nezu feigned ignorance on the subject, whilst performing an intrusive investigation into the boy who had piqued the Eraser hero's interest. It didn't take long to find out who the boy was. One wrong move under the lens of a well-placed camera, and Nezu had a face. After the face, the name and history had been easy to find. Nezu had carefully crafted a plan to get the boy into UA by high school, only to have the child show up on his own volition 2 weeks before Nezu planned to implement his own strategy. It was perfect. The child was given a multitude of people, all carefully placed to meet his every emotional need, whilst Nezu took the one spot that most would hate. He took the spot of the devil. He maneuvered the pieces about the game board, ensuring that the boy grew to deeply trust those who watched over him, whilst giving off a sense of foreboding that kept the boy in his place. Nezu didn't particularly like the idea of representing an overbearing demon for the child, but it was better than implementing a bully. The kid did not need direct negative stimulus. Nezu pushed that off as far as he possibly could. It started with the first court meeting where Midoriya's fate was decided. Unknown to everyone except Nezu, Judge Sakai, and the head of police, Midoriya-kun had been played that day. In reality, the police had little to charge him with since the boy hadn't used a quirk. At most, the kid would get 3 months in juvie, and then be sent back into the system. However, considering his quirkless status, he would most likely get little more than a slap on the wrist. Nezu had pulled some strings. Give the boy 2 options. The first, something incredibly undesirable. The second, what Nezu wanted for the boy to attend UA. Of course the child chose UA. Nezu would ensure that he would have the tools to become a hero. The cuffs had been added later on in the plan. The boy was a flight risk, and it was unreasonable to believe that he could be watched 24/7. Thus, the cuffs were mentioned. They gave adequate motivation for the boy to stay put, and also allowed Nezu a peace of mind he probably wouldn't have had otherwise. At first, things had gone well, but then school had started. As soon as the bullying began on the second day, Nezu removed himself from the equation as much as he could, supporting the boy here and there by lightening his load and aiding him where he could. No longer could he play the bad guy. By then, the kid already didn't trust him. But this was okay. It allowed Nezu to remain ambiguous, a neutral entity amongst the circle of people that the boy had started forming around himself. Then, the Usji ruined everything. Midoriya was ripped out of his paws, and the police found some information that took power away from the rodent. The child had a history with more big league villains than first thought. Nezu wasn't even sure if the child realized some of the people he had fraternized with both before and during his time as the vigilante Deku. The police took over the cuffs, no longer giving Nezu permission to remove them when he deemed fit. CPS took over custody of the child, removing him from the one safe haven he had found and causing almost irreparable damage to his progress. Luckily, the child had braved running back, at least allowing Nezu a fighting chance at winning the boy and bringing him back to Ua. The damage had been done, though and a much more broken shell was left behind. The kid was more erratic than ever, and Nezu was once more forced to play the bad guy. He needed to force the child to realize what he truly wanted. Nezu would make a hero of the child. The child just needed to accept that it was his destiny. This meeting with the therapist was just one more step in his plan. The boy needed to trust those who would be looking after his mental status. In order to do that, the boy needed to see a worse option. Nezu was fine with being the worse option. He pushed the child's buttons as many times as he could without overwhelming the boy. In the end, he did the same to the therapist too. By standing up for Midoriya, they gained his trust and Nezu's plan continued on. So there sat the rat, finally at his desk, while he reviewed the day's events. The kid was finally getting the proper help. The child was attached to Aizawa beautifully, and was starting to have a solid foundation under his feet once more. Friends were developing as the boy was exposed to more people. His personality, despite being unstable, drawing people in. He would be continuing in the hero course part-time, while Nezu continued to fight on his behalf, aiming to make the hero course full-time. Midoriya Izuku was on the right path. A boy with a heart of gold, rivaling all mights. A child with a mind capable of great feats of intelligence, once he learned to utilize it. A future hero. One who would bring about much happiness and faith. Nezu grinned as he sipped at the cup of tea in his paw.